Filipinos have died. Today, January 10, it is reported there are 1,900 new cases. Our question remains the same since we rose on a matter of collective and personal privilege last December 14. And the body has graciously and our leadership has promptly adopted our resolution to convene the Senate Committee of the Whole. Questions: what is the game plan? Which vaccines are we choosing to give our people? What will be our basis for selecting the vaccines? If 50 to 70 million Filipinos are to be inoculated, how long must it take to inoculate 50 to 70 million Filipinos and ensure herd immunity? Who will administer the shots? How many vaccinators will be needed? What is the role of local governments in the overall effort? How do we coordinate local government purchases of the vaccine in the overall effort? Who will train the vaccinators? Who will prepare the list of beneficiaries? How foolproof is the list? How are we going to guard against possible proliferation of fake vaccines that might victimize the vulnerable? Do we have enough deep freezers? Are we stockpiling on syringes, needles, and gloves? How are we going to distribute the vaccine? Just several days ago, Pulse Asia released survey results showing that nearly half, or 47% of Filipinos said late last year they would not get themselves vaccinated. Concern about the safety of vaccines at 84% is primarily why they said they would not get vaccinated. Bulk of our work, therefore, aside from logistics of acquiring the vaccine and implementing the program, is to restore public confidence in vaccination. We believe the Senate leadership and through the Senate Committee of the Whole is an important step to bringing the all-important conversation closer to our people, where they will be able to understand its importance and where they can see that the leaders have a plan. Nagawa na natin ito dito sa Senado, sa Committee of the Whole hearings, noong Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2, at alam kong magagawa din natin dito sa Committee of the Whole hearing na ito. We reiterate what we said last December when we filed this resolution. Transparency in the process is key if there is to be public trust in a vaccine rollout. Without the public's trust and support, a program of this magnitude will not succeed. Susi ng matagumpay na vaccine rollout ang koneksyon ng taong bayan sa proseso. Kung walang tiwala at suporta mula sa taong bayan sa bakuna, hindi magtatagumpay ang anumang programa. It couldn't be denied that this can arguably be considered the most important endeavor we face as a nation since World War II. Through science and cooperation, we are fighting a pandemic that has rendered our country in a standstill for 10 months now. Only with the support and participation of the public and all stakeholders can we ensure success. Tungkulin natin bilang lingkod bayan ang maayos, mabilis, at bukas na pagpapatupad ng pambansang pagpapabakuna kontra COVID. Uulitin natin na buhay ng milyon-milyon nating mga kababayan ang nakataya dito. Kabuhayan, kita at trabaho ng milyon-milyon nating mga nagugutom na kababayan ang nakasalalay sa agarang pagbangon ng ating ekonomiya na nakasalalay naman sa maayos na pagpapatupad ng vaccine rollout sa buong bansa. Hindi tayo maaring magkamali. Failure is not an option. Para ito sa lahat ng Pilipino, mga pamilya at frontliners na namatay o namatayan ng mahal sa buhay, bunga ng pandemya. Mga frontliners pa rin na patuloy na tinataya ang buhay upang gamutin ang mga may sakit nating mga kababayan. Para sa mga maliliit na namumuhunan na napilitang magtara ng negosyo dahil sa lockdown. Para sa lahat ng nawalan ng pagkakakitaan at trabaho tulad ng mga jeepney drivers. Para sa mga nagko-commute, mga office at temporary workers na araw-araw nakikipagsapalaran, sinusugal ang buhay makapasok lang kahit may COVID. Para sa ating mga OFWs na nawalan ng trabaho at nagsiuwian dahil sa kalagayan ng bansang pinagtatrabahuhan. Para sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda na panandali ang nawalan ng access sa merkado dahil sa lockdown. Para sa mga estudyante, mga guro at mga magulang na nagkakandarapa at nahihirapan sa paputol na internet o kulang na telepono o tablet para maka-attend ng kanilang mga anak ng distance learning classes. Utang natin sa kanila ang maayos, mabilis at bukas na pagpapatupad ng pambansang pabakuna kontra COVID. We owe it to them that we implement Philippines' COVID-19 vaccination program swiftly, efficiency, and with transparency. Uulitin natin, hindi tayo maaaring magkamali. Failure is not an option. Maraming salamat po.
There will also be an opening statement from the Minority Leader, Senator Pablo Colon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, Mr. President, let me extend my appreciation to the Senate President for convening this Committee of the Whole, and to Senator Pangilinan for having raised this issue in a privileged speech and having authored the pertinent resolution which gave rise to the hearing this morning. There are many unanswered questions plaguing the rollout of what should be the most extensive vaccination in the history of our country. I hope that this hearing will shed light on various issues and concerns and provide the comfort and assurance of that our people need today. Mr. President, as early as October of last year, I expressed the concern over the lack of a government comprehensive national coronavirus vaccine plan. Numerous countries have already started inoculating their citizens. Meanwhile, our supposed comprehensive national vaccination plan is still unclear to many. Having said that, Mr. President, in my view, Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., in fairness, has been trying his best to address the many concerns of our countrymen due to the uncharted path that we have to take today in view of this pandemic. Mr. President, marami pong katanungan ang taong bayan. First and foremost, when will we have the vaccines? Among the candidate vaccines, which ones have already been selected to be used in our inoculation program? What are the criteria? And who makes the selection? Have we made any advanced orders? How many have we secured as a commitment from the various manufacturers? Are these FDA approved? Which vaccines are already available? When are the vaccines expected to arrive? There are low and middle income countries such as Brazil and Indonesia that have already made advanced orders as early as October last year. What about us? When will our people get vaccinated? Who will procure the vaccines, Mr. President? What government entity? National, simultaneously with the LGUs? It's all over the news. Local government units have already earmarked amounts to fund COVID-19 vaccinations and have individually inked agreements with manufacturers. What is the setup between the national and local government units? If we do get the vaccines this year, what is our alternative if the vaccines do not arrive on time? How do we make our populace healthy and protected? The second most important question is, how much are the vaccines? What are the sources of funding for the vaccine procurement? We know that we have not been meeting revenue targets. We are aware that 72.5 billion was allocated under the 2021 General Appropriations Act, but only 2.5 billion is programmed. 10 billion, if I recall correctly, was allocated in the Bayanihan 2. Have they been released? Where will we get the 70 billion and program funds? Has the government secured loans to fund the bulk of the appropriation for the procurement of COVID-19 vaccines? In total, how much cash do we need for the purchase of the necessary vaccines? We also have questions and want to raise the issue of safety and efficacy of these vaccines. Mr. President, according to the recent Pulse Asia survey, 47% of our countrymen would not get vaccinated because of safety issues. We must address this. The success of the vaccination program and the country's economic recovery depends on the ability to inoculate at least 60% of our population. How will the government convince our people that the vaccines are safe? How can we strengthen our people's confidence in the anti-coronavirus vaccine? Finally, we would like to take this opportunity to ask questions on the illegal entry and use of the unauthorized vaccines in the country. But we submit to the discretion of the Senate President whether we ask these questions in these hearings of the Committee of the Whole or in a separate hearing. We have heard numerous instances of importation, distribution, and use of health products, including the inoculation of vaccines without regulatory approval of and customs clearance. This is worrisome. How well are the FDA rules enforced? Are we to become a COVID-19 vaccine black market hotbed? These must be looked into so that we can find out whether or not there is a need to amend our FDA law and other related laws, or whether or not the laws are sufficiently enforced. Mr. President, these are but a fraction of the questions in our countrymen's minds. That is why I am thankful for this hearing, Mr. President. This is an opportunity for the public to be informed of the government's vaccination program and scrutinize the same. The lack of access to information fuels doubts and confusion among the public. Transparency is a key driver of public confidence in vaccines. Filipinos are the end users of the vaccine. Being transparent and truthful about the process will help them decide and trust the government's vaccination program. Hence, I call for utmost transparency for our COVID-19 vaccination program. In closing, Mr. President, let me say that we must act, and we must act fast. We have to buy vaccines which are safe, effective, and approved the soonest possible time. Our survival as a nation depends on our ability to ensure immediate access and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines to our people. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. The opening statements being made have been given to the Committee of the Whole in advance. But at this point, we will allow two more, the two authors. Just brief opening statements from the two authors so that we can start with the discussions already. Senator Joel Villanueva and then Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge and commend the passionate desire of the Senate President to call this hearing, and we are all aware of the importance of the matter. Una, Happy New Year sa lahat at isang ligtas at mapagpalang araw sa ating lahat. Tatlong bagay lang po, Ginoong Pangulo. Una, nagsumiti po tayo ng hiwalay na Senate Resolution 598 dahil gusto po nating matiyak na prioridad ang ating mga manggagawa, lalo na po yung mga essential workers sa isasagawa po nating National COVID-19 Vaccination Program. Pero batid po natin na yung issue ng kung sino ang gagawing prioridad sa bakuna ay kasing halaga rin sa usapin sa kasalukuyang estado sa ngayon ng pagbili natin ng bakuna. Nasaan na nga po ba talaga tayo? Ito ang tanong na marinig natin sa apat na sulok ng ating bayan. Bakit po parang sikreto ba ang proseso at walang nakakaalam kung kailan makakarating sa braso ng ating mga kababayan ang bakuna? Naintindihan po natin na hindi tayo pareho ng ibang mayayamang bansa na as we speak, nagtuturok na ho ngayon. Pero kahit na po yung mga kapitbahay natin na bansa, nagsisimula na rin sila. Yung Indonesia, magsisimula na ngayong buwan at uunahin nga daw po nila ay yung kanilang mga essential workers. Ang Vietnam, kahit second half of 2021 pa, may sarili naman silang COVID vaccine candidate na Nanovax. Ang mga bansa sa Europa, halos lahat po ng mga healthcare workers, ang priority nila At naiintindihan po natin yun dahil kasama naman yung ating mga kababayan doon. Ang mga kaibigan ko po, personal, Ginoong Pangulo, no, sa Amerika, for example, sa Massachusetts, sa Houston, sa Canada, sa United Kingdom, nabakunahan na po sila kahit hindi po sila kasama o hindi naman sila medical frontliners. Tama po, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Sooner or later, darating din po ang bakuna. Pero ang laging tinatanong ng ating mga kababayan, kailan at ano ba talaga ang mangyayari? Parang bumabaho na po at umaamoy na may problema yata. Kaya ho napakaganda na ngayong araw na ito ay magkakaroon tayo ng Committee of the Whole ng pagdinig para mapag-usapan po ito. Pangalawa, pasensya na po kung babanggitin ko na naman yung mabahong salitang pogo. Noon pa man po, bago pa nag-COVID ay inaagawan na ng trabaho, tirahan at oportunidad nitong mga dayuhang manggagawa sa pogo ang mga Pilipino dito mismo sa Pilipinas. Sa ngayon po, kinumpirma mismo ni Teresita Angsi na 100,000 mga pogo workers na ang naturukan ng bakuna nitong Disyembre. At ito po ay through official government channels. Pati ba naman po sa bakuna, laban sa COVID-19, nauna pa yung mga dayuhang manggagawang karamihan, kung hindi man lahat, ay mga Chinese, habang hindi pa rin tiyak kung kailan mababakunahan ang sarili nating mga manggagawa. Unang-una po, hindi naman considered na essential workers ang mga POGO workers. And again, gusto ko pong matiyak na uunahin, prioridad sa listahan ang mga essential workers, mga medical frontliners, mga doktor at nurses, mga security guards, riders, drivers, garbage collectors, cashiers, tellers, salespersons, vendors, teachers, at isama na rin po natin, syempre, ating mga kapulisan at sundalo. Napakahalaga rin po ng kasiguruhang ligtas ang bakunang ating gagamitin. Nabanggit na po ng ilan na sa ating mga kasamahan itong nakaraang survey, 47% ng ating mga kababayan ayaw magpabakuna. Pero hindi ho nabanggit na 21% pa ho, additional 21% undecided. According po ito sa nakaraang survey ng Pulse Asia. Aware po ang ating mga kababayan na baka ang iturok sa kanilang braso bakuna na no safety data, more adverse effects, at more expensive. At kamakailan nga at hihiramin ko yung sinabi ni Senator Ping Lacson, ano ang special sa Sinovac? At parang ito na nga po, may balita na po na ito na talaga yung gagamitin natin. Ako personal, may ilang doktor po akong nakausap na nagsasabi na sila mismo hindi daw magpapaturok ng Sinovac. Halimbawa na made in China, no? I don't know, Mr. President, how we're going to deal with those who do not want to be vaccinated, but I am here to listen, to help out whatever we can do as a member of this institution. At tatapusin ko na ho. Pangatlo, unti-unti po nagiging tila, and I would use the word it appears, that it's survival of the fittest ang situation ho natin. Ang mga may kaya at may connection, kagaya nga nung sa POGO sector, may means, ay mababakunahan habang ordinaryong Pilipino, essential workers, ang tanong huli nila, kailan po kami? Kailan kami mababakunahan? Kailan naman kami mababakunahan? It also applies to our LGUs, Mr. President. You may means to directly procure the vaccine. And again, gusto nating i-commend yung mga leaders. For example, sa Manila, sa Makati, Pasig, Quezon City, Valenzuela, ila Senator Gatchalian, sa Vigan, sa Iloilo, they already signed deals with pharmaceutical firms. Paano naman po, Mr. President, yung mga mahihirap na LGUs? Pwede bang ang ganitong kanya-kanya na lang? Ito po ba yung bayanihan? Ito po ba yung end as one? Gusto rin natin maliwanagan para din sa mga maliliit na LGUs. The same goes to business sector. Of course, good news po yung nagkukusa yung mga negosyante natin, private sector. Ang iba po, magdo-donate sa gobyerno, and it appears na ito rin naman yung sistema. Pagka nag-procure ka ng vaccines, kalahati yata, and you can correct me later on, Secretary Galvez, idodonate mo sa gobyerno. But again, paano yung mga maliliit na negosyante na walang kakayahan bakunahan ang kanilang manggagawa na kahit na po swab test ay hindi nila maibigay kahit hanggang ngayon. Huwag naman nga po sanang umabot ito sa sitwasyong survival of the fittest na lang tayo. Ano po ang mga protocols for the purchase of vaccines ng mga LGUs, private sector, business sector, etc. It is important for the government to step up, and I joined my colleagues in looking into this particular issue. Dapat pong mangyari talaga yung free vaccine for all at unahin ang mga essential workers at huwag parang paasa sa ating mga kababayan. We are looking for a definite and concrete response to this crisis. Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat po. At sa ating mga resource persons, maraming salamat for being here. God bless us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. By the way, we'd like to acknowledge the physical presence of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Senator Pia Cayetano for her opening statement being also a co-author, an author of the other resolution. And then we'll listen to the resource persons. Senator Cayetano, you're recognized.
Resolution, let me repeat now, good morning sa inyong lahat. As the author of Senate Resolution 597, the purpose really was to seek this hearing to get clarification on the rollout of the vaccination program. I think we can all agree that in terms of governance, there is nothing more important than containing the spread of COVID-19. This has affected our community, our country in every possible way, from the businesses, from the ability of children to go to school, from access to healthcare, safety of women. So much of our lives have been disrupted. So it's very simple, Mr. President. We need to know our people have the right to understand, not just to hear, but to understand what programs will be rolled out to secure their future. So from the financing, the procurement, the storage, the transport, administration, and even communication. At the onset of COVID, no less than WHO emphasized how important communication is. Having had my own dialogues, conversations, Zoom meetings with members of the IATF and DOH in particular, I am familiar with many of the things they are doing. However, I always emphasize communication is important. Communication with co-equal branches of government and communication with people so that they understand that things are being done for them. I will just point out two areas before I yield the floor so we can move on with the presentations. But having been the vice chair of the Committee on Finance and chaired the Committee on Health's budget, as the finance chair, as the chair of the Committee on Health's budget, I'm very familiar that we have allocated funding for the vaccine. However, I'd like to put this on record that in the last few weeks, maybe 6 weeks or so, the national government has made it clear that we will be procuring vaccines. The one report said that it's 22 million vaccines, of which 2 million will be paid for by the private sector through tripartite agreements. So we know that the private sector is involved. They are willing. We thank them for coming in and donating and being a part of all this. Yes, I truly believe in a whole of nation approach, whole of society. Meanwhile, local governments had started allocating funds, entering into their own tripartite agreement. Many of the Metro Manila mayors have set aside funds, and then also local governments from bigger provinces and cities around the country. But meanwhile, what happens is the confusion as to, do they really need to allocate this to secure the health of their people? Is that necessary? What now is the impression that it leaves the smaller LGUs who either have very limited capacity or no capacity at all? My point is, Mr. President, it's a communication issue. What do these LGUs who are fifth-class municipalities, fourth-class municipalities, anong mukha ang haharap nila sa mga tao nila na wala naman talaga silang pera kapareho ng mga Metro Manila mayors or mayors ng ibang cities, diba? So that's my point. We have to clarify this. We commend those who can afford and have put it as a priority. But what about those who cannot? Yes, there are statements they're not going to be left behind, but I don't think that's the point. The point is we have to be very clear where the funding is coming from, is it even necessary for the LGUs to do this? Case in point, many cities have hospitals there that are run by private sector. And I also heard that some of these hospitals are now also allocating for their own frontliners. So that means there's this sense of insecurity that their frontliners will not be covered. Bakit pang public frontliners lang ho ba yung priority natin? So these are the type of questions that I believe we really need to resolve. And well, maybe you have resolved it, but maybe it has to be communicated better to us and to the people. So that's on the financing side. And one last point I will emphasize now is also on the rolling out, no, on the once it's procured, the storage, the transportation. We have private sector that is very capable and has already existing facilities. Are we tapping them? Have we signed the deal with them? Or are we still exploring doing it on our own? No less than Germany, the UK, and other major countries that have all the facilities have experienced major problems in the facilitation and administration of the vaccine. Magyayabang ba tayo na mas magaling tayo sa kanila? Nasa kanila nagkapalpak pero sa atin hindi. The beauty of being a little bit slower is that we have the benefit of learning from their experience. But that slowness has also given a lot of has built more insecurity and I can't say it has contributed to the confidence of our people because they keep hearing that naro-roll out. Tayo nga ho ang isa sa mga bansa that we have Filipinos all over the world. Mababalitaan nila yung kamag-anak nila. Naturo ka na sa USA, naturo ka na sa isang bansa sa UK, sa Europe. So, naiinggit syempre ang mga Pilipino because this is their life that they're fighting for. So, on that note, Mr. President, I will yield, but I just wanted to emphasize that really the objective here is to get the information, to help share this information with the people so that we can do the best we can in the next few months, but then also move forward with confidence because that's very important for our businesses, for the mothers who are working double time, making money and have to tutor their own kids. They need that security to know that in a few months things will be better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Let's now begin with the discussions and give the floor to our guests for their presentations, particularly from the vaccine czar, Secretary Carlito Galvez, and then the Department of Health Secretary Francisco Duque. And please kindly limit your presentations to 10 minutes, if possible, in order to maximize our time. And after the presentations, I will allow my colleagues to raise questions to the resource persons. 10 minutes, as usual, we will follow tradition. 10 minutes shall be allotted per member, and as order for questioning, we will allow first the Vice Chair, the designate Vice Chair, Senator Ping Lacson, but he is giving way to the privileged speaker, Senator Pangilinan, who will start off, and then those physically present, of course, headed by Senator Lacson, Senator Cayetano, Senator Villanueva, the authors, Senator Tolentino, and then Senator Gatchalian. And then we will go into the order of those virtually present. We start with the officers, Senators Recto, Subiri, Drilon, and online, those who logged in based on the time that they logged in. Go, Po, Marcos, Villar, De La Rosa, Ontiveros, Revilla, Lapid, Pimentel, Gordon, and Binay. Senator Lapid was here earlier, but he logged in instead. All right, so may we now recognize General or Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr. You have 10 minutes.
To our Senate President, Vicente Soto III, the members of the Senate Committee of the Whole, Health Secretary Francisco Duque, my fellow cabinet members, other public officials, I also greet Dr. Rabi. Good morning. On behalf of the National Task Force Against COVID-19, thank you for giving us the opportunity to brief and update the members of the Senate on the government's current effort to vaccinate the Filipino people under the leadership of the President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. The scope of my presentation shall be as shown. I will discuss to you shortly the vision, mission, goals, and objectives of the vaccine roadmap, the vaccine roadmap strategic framework, milestones and organizations, significant updates, challenges, good practices, and lessons learned. The 3-year Philippine National Vaccine Roadmap is guided by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's declaration to provide the Filipino people safe, effective, and free vaccines for all, particularly for our poor communities. Following the guidance of the President, the vision of the Philippine National Vaccine Roadmap is to save more lives, recover our economy, and restore the normalcy in the lives of the Filipino people. Its mission is to effectively establish a fully integrated vaccine deployment and immunization program against COVID-19, adopting a whole-of-nation and whole-of-society approach. Our ultimate goal here is to protect the public and reduce mortality rates due to the pandemic. To sum it up, the Philippine National Vaccine Roadmap aims to save more lives and bring normalcy to our lives. In this slide shows the vaccine roadmap strategic framework, which outlines the key considerations in selecting the vaccine, the processes that shall be undertaken, and the desired end state to achieve them. This will serve as our strategic guide to effectively vaccinate our all citizens. As an update on the major stages of the roadmap, we are now on the thick of the negotiations of the procurement process, and also simultaneously the preparation of the logistics requirement and the implementation of the unprecedented massive nationwide vaccination program. The phases of the roadmap is subdivided into 4 phases, and it was divided in 4 operational cycles. First is the assessment, planning, preparation, and execution. Our current critical tasks in bold letters are simultaneously being undertaken, and we are now in the preparations of the initial rollout and clinical trials during the first quarter of 2021. In this slide, we show the potential rollout of the portfolio of 7 vaccines. It is expected that we can start our rollout this first quarter in February, with an early rollout possibly by the COVAX vaccine, either by Pfizer, AstraZeneca, or J&J and the Sinovac. Our main volumes will be coming from Novavax, with 30 to 40 million doses. Pfizer, we are negotiating for higher volumes, more or less 40 million, and AstraZeneca, 25 to 30 million doses, and Sinovac and Gamaleya for 25 million each. We might be receiving more or less 40 million doses from COVAX for 20 to 30 million people. The main bulk of the vaccines that will be rolled out will be at the third quarter and fourth quarter of this year. To guide us in the implementation of the major components of our national deployment and vaccination plan, this slide shows the Gantt chart of the key milestone that we have set per component for next year for 100 days. The next slide, we will be discuss our updates on the achievements of these key milestones. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Shown is the organizational structure of the vaccine cluster under the National Task Force and the IATF. The vaccine cluster is composed of an EXECOM with 6 task groups and accompanying 3 different technical advisory groups, with group of medical experts in the vaccine expert panel, meaning we are being consulted. We consulted the different medical experts. Next slide, please. With the President's guidance to vaccinate all Filipinos, the National Task Force and the DOH came up. Next slide, please. Came up with the deployment strategy with geographical and sectoral consideration. We will designate focus targeted areas, priority sectors, and multiple access using the public-private partnership in order to immediately contain and provide consumer confidence and achieve economic recovery. Let's go now on the simply updates on our preparations and negotiations. The task group on vaccine selection and evaluation, consisting of vaccine expert panel, is now working with 25 bilateral partners, foreign biotechnology and pharmaceutical companies in 10 countries that are willing to conduct clinical trial, do local manufacturing, or distribute and offer their vaccine in the country. The slide explains the stages of the vaccine development and regulatory approval from the preclinical trial, phase 1 to phase 3 clinical trials, and the pathway for the regulatory approval of the FDA on the emergency use authorization and certification of product registration. We wanted to emphasize that each vaccine have to undergo a stringent regulatory process before a vaccine can be cleared as safe and effective, as shown. The Philippines will be participating in the WHO Solidarity Vaccine Trials as part of its commitment in contributing to the global efforts in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. This clinical trial involving 15,000 doses of vaccine will serve as a mini rollout and dress rehearsal for our immunization program. This will be handled jointly by the National Task Force, DOST, DOH, and the UP-PGH. Mr. Senate President, Your Honors, the reality is that more than 80% of global supply has already been procured by rich countries. We, along with other countries, are now trying our best to negotiate with different vaccine companies to get a fair share of the vaccines for the remaining 18% of the global supply. The next slide is the update of the Global Vaccine Tracker, which provide the development of vaccines under phase 3 trials and indicated the approval for emergency use for only 6 brands of the vaccines, namely Pfizer-BioNTech, Moderna, AstraZeneca, Sinopharm, Sinovac, and Gamaleya. Ito po yung may 6 po na merong EUE sa mga originating countries. Kaya ito po ang tinitingnan po natin ng mga portfolio na na-approvean po ng mga kanilang mga countries. So we will deal with them one by one. Now, next slide please. Shown on the different vaccines with emergency use authorization with originating countries. Indicated also are the countries pre-ordered already for these vaccines. You can see that Pfizer had been given SRA or stringent regulatory authorization to different countries, and WHO also gave emergency validation. Only Pfizer have the WHO validation. And also they submitted EUA application to our FDA. Moderna, US and Canada, and EU and other countries are now issuing emergency use authorization. AstraZeneca, they have 4, UK, India, Argentina, El Salvador. And they already submitted EUA application to the Philippine FDA. Sinopharm, a Chinese product, has been granted EUA since July of last year. And they're very pre-ordered by EUA and Bahrain. They already get for general use last 30 December. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. On Gamaleya Sputnik V, it has been extensively used in Russia. It was given also emergency use in Belarus and Argentina, and already submitted applications for FDA. On Sinovac, it has been given in China EUA for high-risk group. Ito po yung Sinovac na tinatanong po ni Sir Villanueva. Ginamit po ito ng China for elderly and vulnerable people. Yung pagka-emergency use niya since August. It is being extensively used by China. And then also, Sinovac Singapore, Turkey, Indonesia, Brazil, and Egypt already pre-ordered. Ibig sabihin po, ito po yung nakikita po ng ating vaccine expert na talaga isa sa mga safe dahil kasi po inactivated po yan. Inactivated platform. Ang inactivated platform na ginagamit na po natin 300 years ago. And then also casino, it has limited use for its military. So lahat po military po binigyan po ng casino. And then Saudi Arabia, Russia, Brazil, and Chile also pre-ordered for casino. And then we will go now to our negotiations with different portfolio. As of now, ang mga vaccine makers po ng mga bansang kanilang pinagmulan ay hindi po tayo iniwan. Una po ang Britanya at AstraZeneca ay patuloy po tayong tinutulungan upang makuha po natin ang 20 to 30 million doses po. Ganun po din po ang Serum India or SII na bibigyan po tayo ng 30 million allocation by July 2021. And we are happy to announce that we already signed a term sheet that locked in the supply of 30 million doses. Additional 10 million doses can be requested to SII for our LGUs and private sector. Ang Pfizer po ay hindi rin po tayo iniwan at hindi po sila bumitaw dahil pinilit po nilang maibigay ang volume na ating kailangan. Ang Johnson & Johnson din po, baka makakuha po tayo kahit konti. Pero malapit na po kaming roon po na tinatawag na conclusion and we will announce it later in the next few days. Ongoing din po ang negotiation natin sa Sinovac at nagkaroon na po tayo ng major agreements for 25 million doses. At susunod po ang Gamaleya at ang Moderna at ang ating business sector po ay nagano rin po na ang Moderna ay tutulungan po tayo makuha ang Moderna ng 20 million doses. I am very happy to report to the Senate that all negotiations are very successful. And we are now on the final stages for supply agreement. And ang may pagpangalan po namin ay ang lahat po ng mga negotiations is very fair and very talaga sa both parties. Next slide, please. To ensure that the Philippines will immediately access the vaccines, the government is utilizing several modes of procurement. These are the national budget through our GAA, bilateral or the government-to-government financing, tripartite agreement with private sector and LGUs, and the multilateral arrangement with the ADB and the World Bank. So yung yung tripartite agreement is only one of our modes of procurement. Next slide, please. All in all, the national government earmarked a total of 82.5 billion for the procurement of the vaccines, broken down as follows. 70 billion from foreign bilateral and multilateral loans, 2.5 billion from the DOH Fund from GAA 2020-2021, and 10 billion for the continuing operations of Bayan 2. We would like to thank the Senate for having it extended up to this year. Aside from the bilateral negotiations, the Philippines stands to receive fully subsidized doses for 20% of the country's population, or roughly 22 million Filipinos, through the COVAX facility, which can be deployed earlier this first quarter, more or less February. Next slide, please. Based on our current negotiations, we will be able to purchase at least 148 million doses from 7 pharmaceutical companies, with more than 100 million doses has been fully secured for production. For this year, this roadmap is eyeing to inoculate between 50 to 70 million Filipinos so that we can save more lives and recover our economy. On the next slide, shown in this slide is how complex the cold chain and the logistical arrangement will be to ensure that vaccines will be distributed to the target areas in our archipelagic country. Next slide, please. DOH now is partnering with the private sector to ensure the delivery of the vaccines goes unhampered through a supply agreements with the vaccine companies and the cold chain third-party logistics service providers. So ang gagawin po natin ay magkakaroon po tayo ng service agreement with the different vaccine producer para at least po talagang maganda po yung mga timings and timelines and also the synchronization of our effort with the LGU. The DOH together with its partner agencies have already developed the National Vaccination and Deployment Plan and initiated the establishment of the Incident Command System at all levels. This is important since local government units are the implementers of the vaccination program and the actual administering of the vaccines will take place in cities, municipalities, down to the barangays. We are computing that we will be needing more than 25,000 vaccinators. As shown in the next slide, is the structure of the COVID-19 Vaccination Operations Center in order to synchronize all campaigns activities down to the city and municipal level. As shown in the COVID-19 Vaccination Operations Center timeline and their deliverables from the preparatory period, implementation phase, and the post-implementation phase. Next slide, please. The national plans are cascaded from the national to the regional level down to the local government units. Likewise, regional and LGU counterparts are required to do a macro and micro planning. These plans and the implementation of these plans shall then be regularly assessed and monitored. Yesterday, sir, we talked with the National Capital Region Manila mayors and we made initial planning. Next slide, please, on significant updates, immunization. On this slide, in the deployment of vaccines, our strategy will have geographical and sectoral consideration. For priority population, we will prioritize the healthcare workers to preserve and protect our healthcare system, then the poor and vulnerable sector, frontliners and essential public-private workers, including OFWs, low-income earners, and seafarers, as shown in this slide. Please. Deployed vaccines are to be purchased not just with the national government, but also through partnership with the private sector and LGUs under tripartite agreement. Logistic Consortium will also support the vaccination program using their assets and resources. This is to dramatically expand the areas of immunization and accelerate the tempo to reduce time by mobilizing all support from all stakeholders and LGUs. Next slide. This framework shows the various drivers to improve citizen motivation and public uptake for COVID-19 vaccine. This framework also intends to address the impact of the Dengbaksha controversy. Next slide, please. On communication and community engagement, this will include televised weekly briefing every Wednesday, updating and scaling up of BIDA solutions sa COVID-19 thematic campaign alongside with the need for continued minimum public health standards and dedicated web pages. Town hall meetings and trainings, both online and face-to-face, shall be conducted to multiply champions of vaccination and capacitate our healthcare workers to respond to questions from the community. At this juncture, I would like to share that we have also been looking at the experiences in other countries to see what we can learn from their rollouts for consideration in our plan. A number of countries across the globe have begun their vaccination rollout as early as December 2020. These countries are mainly rich countries which provided huge amount of funds for the development of the vaccines. Challenges that had been encountered are many at the different levels, such as in UK, US, Germany, and EU. Shown are the different analytical tools to record all the lapses, gaps, and learn from all the mistakes of other countries. Let us now look more closely at the case of Israel, which has shown early successes. Israel started its deployment in December 2020. By January 2021, it had already administered 12% of its population. It attributes its success to early preparation, efficient, highly digitized healthcare system, prescriptive registration of all adults, and effective centralized command and control. Next slide, please. The following are the potential early learnings from the first few weeks of vaccine deployment in the other countries, in which we are closely watching and learning, particularly in a large-scale rehearsals and integrated command and control. To end my presentation, I would like to highlight that the implementation of the National Vaccination Roadmap is not the sole responsibility of the government. This must be a whole of nation, a whole of government approach. To ensure efforts are synchronized and integrated, there must be a strong leadership and governance starting from the President, the IATF, the National Task Force, with the DOH and the DLG playing crucial roles in exercising command and control, with the strong participation of the supportive academic societies, engaged government agencies and the private sector, highly committed LGUs and LCEs, adequately informed communities, and a well-prepared health system. It is only through this that we can implement a sustainable immunization program to recover the economy and restore normalcy in the lives of the Filipino people by 2023 through our Bayanan spirit. In closing, I just wanted to emphasize the instruction of the President that we are not safe until everyone is safe. He always said to us that walang maiiwan, walang iwanan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Galvez. We will now hear from the Department of Health, Secretary Francisco Duque, for their presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President. Magandang umaga po sa ating mga kagalang-galang na miyembro ng Senado, ang ating pong Vaccine Czar, Secretary Galvez, mga kasamahan sa ibang national government agencies, ang WHO Country Representative, si Dr. Abhiya Singha, partners and colleagues, I am pleased to present to you today the Department of Health's Strategic Plan for COVID-19 Vaccination and the National Deployment and Vaccination Plan. Tatalakay po natin ngayon ang vision, mission, goals, and objectives, pati na rin po operational details ng ating pong National Vaccine Deployment and Vaccination Plan. Kasama na rin po ang proseso para sa selection, procurement, distribution, at post-vaccination monitoring. Many of these aspects of our plan are already well underway, which will enable our vaccinations to commence by February of this year. Next slide. Wala pang slide. Oh, sorry. Can I just proceed, Mr. Senate President? Wala pa ko kasing yung slides ko po, hindi lumalabas.
It's okay. I have lifted the limit of 10 minutes to both of you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Maraming salamat po.
May we have the slides, please? There is a technical problem. Are you about to fix it? While they're fixing it,
I can go ahead, Mr.
because
Senate President.
you can go ahead if you think that All right, here we go. Go ahead.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Can we just go to the third slide? Okay, maraming salamat po. On the first matter of this presentation, the DOH strategic plan for COVID-19 vaccination, malinaw po, next slide, malinaw po ang ating layunin to have safe, equitable, and cost-effective immunization for all Filipinos by 2023 or earlier when there is enough global supply before 2023. Ngunit gusto ko lang pong bigyan diin the many cogs of this plan are already set in motion. Our vaccine deployment will start in the first quarter this year at bibigyan po natin ng pagpapahalaga ang ating mga healthcare workers, frontliners, at vulnerable population. To achieve this, it is our mission to institutionalize an end-to-end immunization program for COVID-19, which will protect the public and reduce COVID-19 cases and deaths. The DOH objectives. Based on our current negotiations, we are on track to providing immunization services to 50 to 70 million Filipinos, provided, again, that the global supply of vaccines are sustained or even increased within this year. Kung kakayanin ng mga manufacturer na atin na enlist, best case scenario ay makakamit natin ang herd immunity po ngayong taon. Napaka-importante rin po ang pagpapalakas ng vaccine confidence ng ating kapwa Pilipino. The effectivity of vaccines has been proven by science time and time again. And yet many of our kababayans have dwindling trust in vaccines. And so as we work to generate high demands for the availment of these novel vaccines, napaka-importante rin siguraduhin ang safety ng immunization program at bantayan at aksyonan ng maagap ang mga posibleng adverse events or adverse events of special interest. Maglalagay din tayo ng overarching governance, regulatory, financing, at performance accountability measures para isang sustainable at coordinated immunization program. Next slide po. Makikita po natin dito ang ating mga estratehiya para makamit ang ating pong mga objectives. Next slide, please. Una, para ma-establish ang access to immunization services. Meron po tayong National Deployment and Vaccination Plan para sa isang whole of sector, whole of government, and whole of society implementation. And I will discuss more on this plan shortly. Nakapag-training na po tayo ng mga healthcare workers para ihanda sila sa implementation ng ating programa. Next, we hope to secure sufficient demand for the immunization program by closely coordinating with implementing units such as the local government units, other national government agencies, development partners, as well as the private sector. Even as we endeavor to ensure the vaccine we procure is safe and effective, we also face the reality that this is a novel product development. Hence, we are also laying down mechanisms to monitor and manage possible adverse reactions of the various COVID-19 vaccines. Magkakaroon po tayo ng COVID-19 National, Regional Adverse Event Following Immunization Committees at isa pong centralized national AEFI surveillance system para sa isang coordinated vaccine safety, surveillance, and response. Maglalata po tayo ng oversight mechanism para siguraduhin sang-ayon sa ating protocols ang buong end-to-end process ng vaccination deployment sa national, regional, and local levels sa tulong po ng ating mga vaccination operations center. Dito na po tayo dumako sa National Deployment and Vaccination Plan. This is the final item of my presentation. Ang National Deployment and Vaccination Plan ang siyang magiging end-to-end guide para sa mga implementers tulad ng ating mga LGUs. Nais ko lang magbigay ng karagdagan detalye sa ilang chapter na napag-usapan na po ni Secretary Galvez. Next slide. Gaya po ng naipresinta ni Secretary Galvez, meron po tayong streamlined scientific evaluation and selection process kung saan ang ating mga health experts ay nagbibigay ng rigorous, unbiased assessments mga kandidatong bakuna gamit ang WHO criteria for COVID-19 vaccine prioritization at ang WHO target product profiles for COVID-19 vaccines para maibigay ang best possible vaccine para po sa sambayan ng Pilipino. Meron na po tayong pirmadong agreement kasama ang AstraZeneca at ang private sector for the purchase of vaccines. At dagdag pa rito ay nasa advanced stage na rin po ng negosasyon kasama ang Novavax, Pfizer, and Johnson Johnson. Tinutugma po natin ang ating deployment based sa prioritization list at scoping ng vaccine manufacturers para mabuo ang ating vaccination roadmap. The vaccine deployment and vaccination, however, is largely dependent of the global supply of vaccines available for the Philippines, the country's ability to access them, and on the application of manufacturers for emergency use authorization or EUA. Ito po, noong December 2020, nakapag-site visit na po tayo sa 3 third-party logistics providers para ma-assess ang kanilang cold storage at iba pang technical specification. Lalong-lalo na para sa mga bakunang nangangailangan ng negative temperature cold storage. The COVID-19 vaccines will be distributed to the 17 DOH Centers for Health Development across the country. At mula po roon, i-distribute po ang ating bakuna sa iba't ibang local government units, hospitals at iba pang identified health facilities na na-assess para sa pag-implementa ng vaccination program. To cater to these 3 cold temperature requirements, namely 2 degrees centigrade to 8 degrees centigrade. Yung pangalawa po, negative 20 degrees centigrade. And lastly, yung pong negative 70 to 80 degrees centigrade. Scenario-based planning was developed. Sa kasalukuyan, meron na po tayong kapasidad na i-accommodate ang 2 to 8 degrees centigrade. At ang negative 20 degrees centigrade, gamit po ang existing cold chain structures ng ating National Immunization Program. Distribution shall follow the pathway for the routine vaccines from the national cold storage up to the service delivery points as what we have been doing for measles and oral polio virus vaccine. Nakikipag-usap pa rin po tayo sa third-party logistics providers para naman po sa mga vaccine na mas may komplikado pong pangailangan katulad ng negative 70 degrees centigrade storage requirement, lalo na po at di hamak na mas komplikado ang kinakailangan distribution mechanism para dito. Makikita po natin ang kabuuan ng distribution and deployment processes rito. Magkakaroon po tayo ng simulation activities, lalo-lalo na sa mga lugar na may matataas na kaso ng COVID-19. Magpapilot po tayo ng ating mga proseso para sa pag-profile, screening at registration gamit ng isang digital platform. Gagamitin po natin ang fixed post-vaccination strategy where we utilize our health facilities as vaccination sites gamit ang isang modelo na hawig sa ating mga COMELEC election poll sites. Ang latest count po natin ng ating vaccination sites ay aabot na po sa 4,512 fixed vaccination sites. Critical din po ang 3 M's ng ating nationwide vaccination. Ito po ang master listing, micro-planning at mapping of vaccination sites and teams. Kasama ng Department of Information and Communications Technology, gagawa po tayo ng isang online platform para i-generate ang master list ng individual sa bawat LGU na kasama sa priority group. Napaka-importante rin po ang micro-planning kasama ng ating mga LGU para masigurado na hindi lamang tama ang ating pag-implementa, kundi angkop din po ito sa pangailangan ng ating mga kababayan sa iba't ibang lugar. We also have to finalize our mapping of vaccination sites and teams in order to ensure there are sufficient resources and to register the members of the vaccine teams. However, in order to properly scale up our human resources, we have to look into including other professionals in the vaccination workforce. Ang ating pong vaccination plan ay pangungunahan ng vaccination teams at AEFIs or AESI composite teams. Ito po yung magbabantay patungkol po sa mga adverse events na pwede po mangyari matapos ang bakunahan. Ang bawat vaccination team ay bubuin ng 6 na staff. 2 po, doktor or nurse or midwife para sa screening and assessment. Isa pong allied professional, volunteer para sa health education. Isa pong physician, nurse, or midwife mula sa RHU para sa actual bakunahan. And dalawa pong midwife, barangay or midwife or barangay health worker, health staff or volunteers from partner agencies para po sa documentation, recording, and vital signs taking. Sa kabilang dako naman po, ang bawat AEFI, AESI composite team ay bubuuin ng isang paramedic o di kaya nurse or midwife para monitoring. At isa naman po, surveillance officer or nurse or midwife, pharmacist para po sa pagbabantay ng post-vaccination adverse events. Sisikapin ng ating bawat vaccination team na makapagbakuna ng 100 pasyente po sa isang araw. Ang pagbabakuna ay gaganapin sa mga fixed vaccination posts tulad po ng medical centers, hospitals, and infirmaries, rural health units, health facilities of other national government agencies, katulad po ng AFP hospitals and health facilities, ang BJMP, ang Bucor health facilities, and DepEd clinics at private clinics po. Ang ating pagbabakuna ay magkakaroon ng 5 bahagi. Ito po, mauuna sa registration. Isa is i-scan ang QR code na binigay noong pre-registration process at ipapasa ang mga documentary requirements, health declaration form at informed consent form. Pangalawa po, sa pre-vaccination health education at final consent, sasailalim sa counseling ang mga babakunahan at magkakaroon po sila ng pagkakataon magtanong ukol sa bakuna at mga posibleng adverse effects. Dito rin ipapalabas ang isang video presentation ukol po sa bakuna. Pangatlo po, sa screening, kukunin ang medical history ng mga babakunahan at sasailalim po sa vaccination, sisiguraduhin na makumpleto ng pasyente ang checklist para mabakunahan. Pagkatapos, bibigyan po sila ng immunization card kung saan nakatala ang mga detalye ng pagbabakuna, halimbawa petsa ng pagbabakuna, pang-ilang dose, at petsa ng pangalawang dose. Ang panghuli po sa post-vaccination monitoring, surveillance, and recording, uobserbahan ang mga nabakunahan sa kung sakaling magkaroon ng adverse reactions upang masuri at magamot kaagaran. Graphically, ito po ang itsura. Pinapakita po rito ang magiging layout ng isang vaccination post. Sa lahat ng areas ng vaccination post, ipapatupad natin ang pagsunod ng minimum public health standards such as physical distancing and crowd control measures, hand hygiene, and wearing of face masks and face shields. Prior to the vaccinee will be provided with a vaccination date and time schedule, and a card with a QR code which he or she will bring to the vaccination post. Ito ay para masigurong maayos ang pagsasagawa ng vaccination at maiwasan ang congestion sa ating pong mga vaccination posts. Magtatalaga ng waiting area kung saan ang vaccinees ay mag-aabang para sa kanilang pagbabakuna. Each vaccinee will be assigned to a specific vaccination team, and each vaccination post may have at least 3 vaccination teams depending on the needs of the area. In a stepwise approach, the vaccines or the vaccinee will proceed from the registration area, health education area, proceed to the screening area, and lastly, to the vaccination area. Hindi muna natin papauwiin ang mga nabakunahan dahil babantayan muna sila para sa adverse reaction sa loob ng 30 minutes hanggang 1 oras sa post-vaccination monitoring area. Nakalink din po ang ating vaccination site sa isang referral system facility upang mabilisan mabigyan ng atensyon medikal ang nabakunahan kung sakaling magkaroon ng matinding adverse reaction katulad ng anaphylactic shock. Once cleared, bibigyan po sila ng instructions ukol sa susunod nilang bakuna at ang mga adverse reactions na kinakailangan pong bantayin. Kahit na atin pong sisiguraduhin ang kaligtasan ng ating mga bakuna, we must be prepared to respond to adverse events. Kapag tayo po ay nakapagtala ng adverse events following immunization o kaya naman ng adverse event of special interest, agad po itong i-report at i-identify for seriousness, at itatransmit sa provincial, sa regional, at sa national level epidemiology and surveillance units or ESUs. Kung ang naitalang AFI ay considered to be a minor one or not serious, detailed investigation and causality assessment will no longer be required. Para naman po sa serious AEFI, appropriate timely response including case management and a detailed investigation will be done to collect information necessary for causality assessment to confirm if the vaccine really caused the reaction or not within at least 48 hours. Sa tulong nga ng ating mga local government units, bubuin natin ang master list ng mga eligible populations. Ang mga pasyenteng ito ay magkakaroon ng sariling QR code at unique identifier na ipakikita sa araw ng pagbabakuna. Sa pamamagitan nito, atin pong i-monitor ang mga pasyente na nabakunahan ng first and second dose. Ang kabuuan bilang ng mga nabakunahan at ang mga bakunang kanila pong natanggap. Meron din po tayong task group for demand generation sa jointly led by the Philippine Information Agency and the Department of Health. Sa kasalukuyan, meron tayong kampanya para palakasin ang demand generation sa pamamagitan ng communication and community engagement, social listening at crisis communication. And aside from ensuring that we have the necessary supply of vaccines, kailangan din po natin ng critical mass of informed advocates, mga doktor, mga nurses, mga midwives, national associations, to help us drive our immunization program to success and eventually reach our goal of herd immunity. Needless to say, everyone has a stake in this, from the healthcare workers to the private sector, to the many Filipinos staying at home today. Binubuhos po namin ang aming mga sarili para maipatupad ito pong safe, equitable, at cost-effective na immunization program. Sa ngalan ng serbisyo para sa sambayan ng Pilipino, buong loob at pagpupursige kami magpapatuloy sa misyong ito na may pagkaunawa na hindi lamang kalusugan ng taong bayan ang nakasalalay, kundi ang kabutihan din ng mga susunod na henerasyon. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Senate President and the honorable members of the Senate Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Secretary Duque. Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque, between whispers, the Senator Lacson and I were whispering to each other. If your presentation is as good as your implementation, then we will have no problem at all. I hope we can do that. Anyway, as chair of the committee of the whole, I did not prepare any questions. I will leave it to my colleagues. I'm sure they will ask all the questions. I will just play the sniper role as usual. And then, but I have to give way before I acknowledge the first senator to be recognized, the privileged speaker. I have to give way to 5 questions from the public and the media. So let me start with asking, and any of the resource persons may answer. With the recent Pulse Asia survey, it revealed that only 32% of respondents want to be vaccinated if already there is a vaccine against COVID-19. How do you plan to succeed with the vaccination program? Pagkaganon?
Your Honors, we will be engaging in a massive social marketing campaign so that our people, knowing the previous very unfortunate experience with the dengue vaccine, we have learned our lessons from that experience. And we have, in fact, over the past years from 2018, where we had a very, very low vaccine confidence rate of about 32%. This has, however, improved over time, but more still needs to be done, Your Honor. And that's why we are working with the Philippine Information Agency, and we are producing our video production, so that we can be able to show this to our people about hammering on the safety and efficacy of the vaccines that we will inoculate them with. And I think transparency is also very, very important in all of this, Mr. Chairman.
Therefore, a massive information campaign is your target, no?
Yes,
And
Your Honor.
I do suggest that you do that. Because right now in social media, you're being defeated by those presentations where they are being vaccinated and then they speak Chinese thereafter and all that stuff, di ba? Daming comedy yung nangyayari. Nagkakaroon ng masamang harang yung thinking ng ating mga kababayan because of this social media presentations ng iba. So really, a massive information campaign.
Yes, sir.
Sabayan ninyo pagka gano'n.
Opo.
Di ba?
We take
Senator
note, Mr.
Cayetano.
Chairman.
Senator Cayetano?
Tsaka, yun din pong kinakausap namin dito, Mr. Chairman, yung mga Philippine Medical Association, Philippine Nurses Association. We need these advocates to really help us to explain to the public about the safety and efficacy and the immunogenicity of the vaccines. And papaliwanag po natin yung proseso kung paano po ito pinili. Again, I go back to the key word, which is transparency. Yun po ang mahalaga na dapat po malaman ng taong bayan kung ano po yung proseso sa pagtukoy ng mga bakunang pinakaligtas at epektibo.
Yes, I hope you look at all angles, no? Because you know the one Filipino trait is that we are humorous. Ano? So medyo magandang angguluhan niyo rin yan.
Mr.
Sige ba,
President,
Senator
if I
Cayetano,
may
yes.
just quickly add, yung binanggit nyo, pagkatapos i-vaccinate, marunong na mag-Chinese. Okay na yun, that's a skill. Chinese is one of the third top used language in the world. Yung naging chonggo ka, yun yung mga importante ho yun. I mean, we laugh about it, diba? Pero that's your point, Mr. President, hindi ba? Na talagang nauna sila. Yan ang nagsa-circulate talaga. Tama ho kayo dyan. And it really has to be addressed.
Mr.
All
Chair,
right.
if I may
The
add,
second question from the public and the media.
Mr.
Yeah, Senator Lasso.
Yeah. How do you reconcile the result of that survey with the result of another survey that 91% of Filipinos are afraid to be infected? Kasi kung takot ka, you're looking for a possible escape or solution. So how would you reconcile the two results of two surveys? If you may, please.
tama po kayo, Senator. Kaya ito po ay pinag-aaralan po ng ating Health Promotions Bureau precisely to reconcile these rather confusing results of the surveys. Kasi po SWS, in fact, naglabas po sila ng survey sometime in November. I think 66% po nagsasabi magpapabakuna, 32% of the 66% were saying that sigurado magpapabakuna sila. Yung pong 34% naman, sabi nila, hindi raw po sila sigurado. And the remaining 34%, meron din ho doon na ayaw talaga magpabakuna kahit anong gawin daw. Yung iba naman, medyo hindi naman ho sigurado. So, naglumabas naman ng Pulse Asia, marami na ho mga naglalabas. Ang Octa Research naglabas din po na tila baga ang baba-baba po ng ang resulta ng survey. So ito po ay nakikita namin, magkakaroon po kami ng strategiya precisely to zero in on this apparently low vaccine confidence of our people.
Right. As I said, I am giving way to 5 questions from the public and the media. The second question is that you have been mentioning that the target is to have about 60 to 70% of Filipinos be vaccinated to achieve the so-called herd immunity. When do you think this can be achieved? When? Anong palagay nyo about a timeline for a 60 to 70% herd immunity?
Ang herd immunity po is the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal of the President's policy directive is lahat ng Pilipino bakunahan daw po. Pero
Again, sorry. Ano yan?
lahat po ng Pilipino ay dapat mabakunahan po.
Of
Yan
course,
po ang gusto ni Pangulong Duterte. Pero given nga po, meron po tayong supply limitations. Within the year, we're hoping po na mga first quarter of this year, about February, Secretary Galvez can just elaborate on this after. So yun po, 60 to 70%, that's about mga 70 million Filipinos. Mag-umpisa po tayo itong February ng 2021 hanggang sa katapusan.
So, kailan ang target to achieve?
Sir.
Secretary Galvez.
Sir, our target for this year is to have 50 to 70 people to be vaccinated based on our target to have 148.
50 to 70 million.
Yes, sir. Based on the negotiations that we had with different 7 to 8 pharmaceutical companies, the best case scenario, depending on the supply and demand of the vaccine, if we can achieve the early deployments of this vaccine by semester, we might be able to have more or less 50 to 70. But if because of the restrictions on the supply chain, considering that the supply and demand, the global supply and demand is very, very acute in 2021, we might be having some sort of a shortfall, maybe on the second or first quarter of 2022.
First quarter of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Question in connection with that.
Anyway,
Senator Soto's question in connection with that.
Senator Villar, go ahead.
Yes.
Senator Villar, go ahead.
There's a press release worldwide that young people below 16 years old will not be vaccinated. And so that is about 35% of Filipinos. So talagang ano lang, mga 60% lang talaga ang set ng iba-vaccinate. Kasi sabi sa Japan, all those below 16 years old will not be vaccinated. Kasi it has not been proven na pwede sa bata yung vaccine na yan. So talagang yun lang ang number of Filipinos that will be vaccinated, because I look at the statistics, 35% are below 16 years old. So can you answer that?
Who wants to react? Yes, Dr.
Senate President, Honorable Soto, Senator Villar.
Please speak closer to the microphone.
Yeah, let me interject here on the question that was raised. We are in the process of evaluating the vaccines, and the current recommendation on not to vaccinate children under 16 pertains to the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, which has been evaluated, and WHO has granted EUA. WHO is looking at the Moderna and AstraZeneca vaccines, and our position is not yet released. So it depends on whether there will be other candidate vaccines which will be safe for use in children, but this is unknown at this point of time. The assumption was that a minimum of 60 to 70% herd immunity will be necessary to actually reduce the impact of the pandemic. So that is what we know, and we want to reiterate that there are a lot of things that are still unclear about this disease and about the vaccines and their efficacy and safety. So we are very closely working with manufacturers and with countries that are already implementing programs to better understand these issues and share them with countries. Thank you.
So, Dr. Abhyang Singh of the WHO, the World Health Organization, you're saying that the question of Senator Villar right now is unclear. The answer is unclear. It is not proven yet that this is not effective with the 16 and below.
It has not been tried out in children less than 16 years for two reasons. One was the fact that the incidence of the disease was very low in children, and so they were not prioritized. And also, of course, the manufacturers and all of the experts viewed the necessary to first show that the vaccine is safe in adults before using it in children. So there'll be further research happening in the future when it will be clear whether children should be vaccinated or not. But at this point of time, we are not clear on that.
All right, thank you. Now, okay, so that we can go on quickly. When you mentioned supply chain, let me go to the third question of the public and the media. And there is a slide that we would like to show. What are the factors that will be used by you to primarily consider or determine which vaccine will be procured by a government? Is it the efficacy? Is it the cost? Storage requirement? And look at the slide. When you
Mr.
give
Chairman,
us your reaction to this, Secretary Dugue.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, lahat po nung sinabi ninyo ay dapat i-considera. But the overarching consideration ultimately is ensuring vaccine safety and efficacy and quality. And also, of course, not to the same extent, the practicability of implementation. Kasi may mga iba po, mahirap, katulad po ng isang bakuna na nangangailangan ng negative 70 to negative 80 degrees centigrade. Cold storage temperature requirement. So ito po, iba pong estratehiya ang gagamitin po rito. Dapat pagka dumating yung bakuna, diretso ka agad sa vaccination sites. Kasi kung hindi, masisira po yung bakuna at hindi na po pwedeng ibalik yun. So, kailangan po ang talagang maingat na pagpapaplano at pagsasakatuparan. Yun naman mga iba po ay meron na po tayong kapasidad dahil mahaba na din po naging karanasan ng inyo pong DOH na bakuna, ilang dekada na po. Ang measles, DTP, ang ating pong polio vaccines, ang hepatitis, lahat po. Ay meron naman po tayo na negative 20 degrees centigrade and also the positive 2 plus 8 degrees centigrade. So, iba-ibang bakuna, iba-iba pong mga kinakailangan.
All right. Now, may I go back to the WHO, please? Because the next question is the existing vaccines available now worldwide. Are they also effective against the new strain, the new so-called UK strain or South African strain?
Thank you, sir. The WHO made a statement on Friday evening based on findings that were released by Public Health England and researchers in the UK. They confirmed that the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine appears to give adequate protection against the variant of concern 2020-12/01 variant, which is the UK variant. So the evidence now points to continued efficacy of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for the UK variant. We also want to reiterate that many of the vaccines that are being used have multiple mechanisms of immunogenicity. Although the UK variant and the 501Y2 variant from South Africa both have mutations in 501YN location, there are other mutations that differentiate them from each other. But it appears that because of the multiple modes of immunogenicity in each individual vaccine, they will continue to offer protection. Of course, this is closely being followed up by multiple research organizations to confirm the observations that have been released by Public Health England and the researchers in the UK. And because of the time, it is still early to say that. But it appears that the vaccines are effective. Thank you, sir.
Does it have the same level of effectivity? Effectiveness, I mean?
Yes, sir. That's what is currently known.
Currently known?
Yeah.
All right. All right, thank you. Then one final question to the IATF. We are still on GCQ, right? Right?
Yes.
All right. Then therefore, what is the rule? What is your rule on the office's capacity? Is it still 50%?
As far as I recall, it's still 50%. That has been the IATF policy, Your Honor.
It's still 50%.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is the IATF rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, because there are government officials that are asking and are in a quandary, and other private offices. Like, for example, here in the Senate, the third and the fourth floor of the Senate building is cramped. We cannot be all here at the same time at present. So with the GCQ, you're saying it's 50%. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now we proceed to my colleagues. Let us start off with the speaker, the privileged speaker, Senator Francis Pangilinan. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our distinguished resource persons. A question for either Secretary Duque or the vaccine star. I noticed there are nuances or differences in your presentations. DOH has a set of vision deliverables, and the IITF also has a different set of mission. Should not there just be one vision and mission between the two agencies? Can we clarify this? Bakit dalawa pa ang magiging vision kung iisa lang naman ang layunin?
Sir, actually, sir, the NTF vaccines are vision mission is basically it is a wide range, including the different agencies. So the DOH is some sort of other agency under the NTF.
Yes.
They should not be some sort of similar vision, but the vision is nested. We call it nested vision. So meaning the primary, considering that the DOH is an implementing agency that will undertake the immunization, meaning the vision mission that had been given by the president must be nested on this.
Yes, I raised the question. Yes, if I may, thank you for that clarification, Secretary Galvez. I raised the question because sa DOH specific slide, access to COVID immunization services is 60 to 70% of eligible Filipinos by the end of 2022. Pero ang IITF naman ay 50 to 70 million Filipinos by 2021. Hindi ito hindi ito simpleng difference. Malaking difference ho yan. Yung isa 2022, yung isa 2021. Also, sinasabi ng IATF, 128 million doses will be made available by 2021. Ang sinasabi naman ng DOH, it depends on the supply. So ano ang talagang deliverables? Is it 128 million doses by 2021 or 128 million doses by 2021 unless there is a problem with supply? Kasi kinakailangan natin malaman ano ba talaga ang deliverables.
Sir, kasi nag-change po yung volumes. Kasi very volatile po yung tinatawag nating supply and demand ng global market. So in case na nagkaroon po na tinatawag nating opportunity to get more volumes, namin yung plan because as you can said that this is always saying in the military, the first casualty in the battle is planned. So this is a rolling plan. The plan is changing on the different situations that appear in the global supply chain, and we saw that during our negotiation, because of the appeal of the president is to have some sort of equitable access to the vaccine. With that, all of the vaccine makers and also the countries that we have diplomatic relations, ang ginawa po nila yung cost is naging affordable yung cost, considering that ang ginawa po nila is parang ang naging arrangement namin with the embassies is at cost. So lumaki po yung volumes.
Yes.
So yung po ang kaya change po yung yung ating vision. Tumaas po nung dati po Your Honor. Ang po namin, ang target lang po namin is 35 po yung na-target po ng DOH. But when we are negotiating, we are very surprised that the vaccine makers are very, very generous na talagang they're been very, very fair to us. Alam nila na pagka mahirap ka na country, may special allocation po tayo hindi ko po ma-discuss yung price because I am in a CDA. But I'm just telling him that the procurement process is very volatile. Na kung merong magkaroon po na tinatawag na additional volume, and also pagka additional volume, it means bababa po yung price. So yung po, from 35 million lang po ang ating initial because there is uncertainties. But now that we have now on the final stage of our negotiation, lumaki po ang volume ng 148.
Yes, and that's actually a new development. And don't get me wrong, Secretary Galvez, ako gusto ko 148 million doses by 2021, hindi ba? At gusto ko rin na 50 to 70 million vaccinated by 2021. So hopefully, no, yung worst case ata yung sa DOH na hanggang 2022. But earlier you clarified until first quarter of 2022 ang vaccination ng 50 to 70 million of our kababayans. Tama po ba yun?
Yun po, again, depende po sa papasok o dadaloy na supply. Pero halimbawa yung buong 148 million, tama po kayo, we hope to vaccinate 70 million Filipinos using
yes.
by end of the year.
Yes, si Secretary Galvez said first quarter of 2022 at the latest kung mayroong delay sa supply. I think that was the earlier manifestation. Tama po ba yun, Secretary Galvez?
Sir, yun po ang po natin kasi we expect that the volumes that we will be having is on the third quarter and the fourth quarter. But our vaccine makers also said that because of because of demand, sir, ganito po ang nangyayari po sa mga negotiations po natin. For example, for 20 million volumes that we are asking, there are 6 countries who are eyeing for that. So meaning pagka nauna po tayo, mawawala na po yung ibang countries. Ganun din po mangyayari pagka po yung ibang countries nakakuha, mawawala rin po yung ating inaabangan na mga quota. So sa ngayon po ang po namin, best case scenario, nakita po natin there are many problems in US right now and also in UK na yung promise ng vaccine maker na ganitong volume nagiging by half because of the problem of the tinatawag natin yung there are variables po kasama po yung tinatawag natin na mga raw materials.
Yes.
Pagka po hindi na raw materials because of those platforms na mayroon pong raw materials, there will be a shortfall on production. Sa ngayon po, dahil po nakita po natin ngayon na na-delay yung development, na lilima pa lang ang nagkaroon ng EUA, ito lang po ang nakakaroon ng tinatawag nating massive mass production. Yung iba po na hold because of the uncertainties of the efficacy and safety of the vaccine. So yun po ang isang nakita po natin because of the delay also of the development, na-delay din po ang productions. And we saw, nakita natin may mga ibang countries na ongoing vaccination, pinigil na because of they have no vaccines anymore. So yun po ang nakikita po natin na we don't want to give our people yung false expectation na malaki. Kaya po yung ginagawa po ng DOH, yung tinatawag natin na at least meron po na tayong tinatawag na worst case scenario at saka best case scenario. Ang best case scenario po natin is we can inoculate 148 million. But if there is a production problem, magkakaroon po tayo ng shortfall, pupunta po tayo ng 21, 22, 22. That's why our plan is a 3-year rolling plan.
Yes. Nabanggit nyo before the Christmas break, yung public statement po ninyo is that March ang earliest rollout. This was before Christmas, no? And Sinovac, yung magiging available na vaccine. But apparently, with your presentation this morning, hindi na March, which is good news. February na, no? Ang rollout. And then you mentioned not just Sinovac, but several others. Tama po ba yun? Just to clarify. And how many doses would this be? Sabi nyo, Novavax and several others. Tama po ba yun? And we assume here na by February, approved na ng FDA itong vaccine, mga vaccine applications nito. Tama po ba yun, yung EUA?
Sir, nagkaroon po kami ng magandang balita when we have a meeting with the Gavi and COVAX being sponsored by the WHO that we might have an early rollout from COVAX. Yung COVAX facility po nito, ito po yung tinatawag nating pagka magkaroon po ng equitable access itong mga poor countries. And with that, we are very happy. And our submission will be on January 18 for eligibility list. Just in case na ma-approvean po, na mapasama po tayo, there will be an early deployment or either Pfizer or AstraZeneca na dito po sa ating bansa. Kaya tuwan-tuwa po kami. And then basically in yung ibang countries, now we have diplomatic relations. They are trying to have an early rollout, but definitely the demand is so high na hindi po talaga natin makuha yung supply as early as first quarter. Kaya po ang nakita po natin talagang yung mga mayayamang bansa, sila po ang nakita natin na more or less sila po ang talaga nag-rollout ngayon. At nakita natin yung mga rollout ng mga kasamahan po natin ay mini rollout lang at nakikita natin limited lang po in volumes of 3 million or 2 million. Kasi ang shipment po ng vaccine is only 500 in a shipment or 1 million in a shipment. And normally, nag-average lang po ng 2 to 3 million per month ang per vaccine company.
Okay. And you were saying fully subsidized itong COVAX vaccine na ito, tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Ibig sabihin, hindi tayo... Yeah. And up to 20%.
Dalawa po ang financing po ng COVAX, yung tinatawag na full financing na fully subsidized, at po yung tinatawag nating self-financing.
Yes. And up to 20% of our requirement, tama po ba yun?
Sir, 20% po ng population natin, more or less 22 million or more or less 40 million doses.
So we expect that to begin to come in by February 2021.
Sir, I believe mas po si Dr. Rabi because he is the one in charge of this.
And you're talking of Pfizer and Moderna.
With due respect, sir,
Yes, go ahead.
the COVAX facility envisaged to give 20% of the population vaccines. Current agreements with the COVAX facility is that we have provisional agreement for 3 billion doses in this year to be distributed among 190 countries, but all countries will receive that 20% early rollout, 20% allocations within either the first quarter or second quarter of this year.
Okay.
But irrespective of that, during December, WHO and COVAX has been able to secure additional doses, which we call early rollout through a dose sharing mechanism. This is through negotiations WHO and COVAX have had with the EU and selected North American countries, including Canada, where these countries that have already purchased vaccines, and in this instance we are referring to Pfizer-BioNTech, have agreed that they will allocate a particular quantity for early rollout in countries severely affected by the pandemic. WHO is advocating for the early rollout to include the Philippines, and in regards to that, the COVAX facility has formally written to the Philippines, and we are awaiting the formal reply, which has to go before the 18th of January. These replies will then be evaluated by a task force at the COVAX, and the COVAX and WHO is also constituting independent vaccine allocation group composed of member state representatives who will look at the potential allocation and decide on the final allocation by the end of January. So we are hoping that these early rollout vaccines will reach the Philippines either in the last days of January or first 2 weeks of February. The quantities are yet unclear, but we hope that they will be adequate to protect at least the frontline healthcare workers.
Yes, 20%.
Mr. President, Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Pangilinan, may I just ask a very important question? I cannot find anywhere online.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you. I cannot find anywhere. Thank you, Mr. President. I cannot find anywhere online the efficacy rate of COVAX vaccine. May we just ask the WHO the efficacy and efficiency rate of COVAX vaccine to give at least our people the confidence, that these vaccines are good?
Well, I think COVAX is the name of the program, and the vaccines that they will be rolling out will be Pfizer and Moderna, if I'm not mistaken.
At this point of time, sir, we have confirmation only about this early rollout with Pfizer-BioNTech. COVAX has agreements with multiple manufacturers. COVAX is just a vaccine rollout mechanism. We have agreed, the COVAX has agreements with AstraZeneca, with Moderna, with Pfizer-BioNTech, and potentially we are also looking at agreements with Johnson & Johnson and Sanofi GSK. That's how we make up the 2 billion vaccines that potentially will be available before the end of 2021.
So the correction, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to be corrected. So it's a program. It's not a vaccine itself.
Yes.
It's a program. Okay, thank you, Mr.
That's correct,
President.
sir. The COVAX is a coalition of WHO, Gavi, UNICEF, and CEPI.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please proceed, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you. On the issue of the efficacy, we would like to ask the World Health Organization. Your recommendation before the results that came out of the efficacy tests of Pfizer and Moderna was that it is sufficient, 50% efficacy is sufficient. And this was before Pfizer and Moderna came up with their efficacy rates of 95%, 94%. Does the WHO continue to endorse a 50% efficacy given that you now have 94, 95% efficacy vaccines based on the trials?
Thank you, sir. With due respect, the 50% was a target profile that was established for research institutions as a minimum target. In other words, WHO would not accept a product which had less than 50% efficacy. That was just a target product profile and not a minimum set. We are encouraged by the fact that both Pfizer-BioNTech and Moderna are showing more than 90%. I believe it's 94 and 94.5% efficacy. The latest results from the Brazilian study on phase 3 show also significant above 70% efficacy for the Sinopharm trial that was conducted there. Similarly, we see AstraZeneca having almost 90% in a 2-dose combination of 1.5 dose and over 70% on 1 dose combination. So the results of the research have far exceeded the target product profile that was initially set by the research and development arms of WHO. And this is actually encouraging. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And which brings me to the question on the choice of vaccines. This is for Secretary Galvez. Therefore, your negotiations with these various vaccine companies, these pharmaceutical companies, obviously higher efficacy and lower cost should be one of the bases, right? Why will we pay for a more expensive vaccine that has lower efficacy? Hindi po ba?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, yung ano namin, during our negotiation, we have seven requirements. But the major requirements that we have is talagang para man po yung safety and efficacy. Second is yung cost, because if we want to have an equitable access to vaccine, kailangan po mas marami po yung yung mabili po natin. And cost is also very important because when we compare similar vaccine with same platform, pinipili po namin yung mababa. Kasi, for example, meron po tayong vaccine A. Pareho po siyang platform at saka vaccine B. Pero yung isa mataas, isa mababa, bibili namin po yung mababa. Dahil kasi pareho naman po sila ng platform.
Yes.
And with that also, ang tinitingnan din po namin is yung yung kasi po sa vaccine, may tatlo po tayong logistical requirement. Yung negative 17 and 80, yung negative 20, at saka 2 to 8. Ang ang deployment po ng negative 70, ito lang po ma-deploy po natin ito sa sa urban center o central hubs.
Yeah.
Based on our research, ang Pfizer at saka yung Moderna, kaya lang natin i-deploy dito sa Metro Manila, sa Cebu at saka sa Davao. Kasi doon lang po may warehouse tayo capable yung ating mga pharmaceuticals na negative 20 at saka negative 70. Yan din po ang deployment strategy ng US na ang ang central hubs po nila, yung highly organized centers, ay yung pong Pfizer. Yung sa kanilang mga suburbs, yung pong Moderna. Ganun po ang gagawin po natin, yung ating deployment, yung medyo mataas po yung requirement sa supply chain, doon lang po natin ilalagay sa may capability po tayo sa supply chain. Yung AstraZeneca, yung J&J, yung Sinovac, at saka yung tinatawag natin yung mga ibang brand na meron 2 to 6 na kayang-kaya po ng DOH ang handling, yun ang pwede po natin dalhin sa mga islands at saka sa mga other far-flung areas. So yun po ang strategy po namin sa geographical.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned procurement. Who decides on procurement? Because we got a letter from the DBA MPS na hindi sila involved sa procurement. Sino ngayon ang entity na what is the procurement entity? Secretary Galvez.
Sir, ang ano po natin, ang ating pong vaccine is basically multilateral po, ADB at saka World Bank po ang pinaka-access po natin. Nandito po si Yusek Joben para po i-explain po yun sa procurement side.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. So, for the most part, if you can see the pie chart earlier, bulk of the procurement will be financed by the multilateral institutions, ADB and World Bank. So, with this, basically, we have started the process to get financing of at least $800 million to fund our vaccine procurement through a project loan. Yeah, through a project loan with the DOH as the implementing agency. So basically, under this vaccine program, there's a subtask group which is procurement and finance, which I head, which negotiates along with representatives from the DBM, DOH, and the vaccine SAR. So,
Sorry, you're from the DOH. I'm sorry. Are you from the DOH? I did not catch that.
no, I'm from the DOF.
Okay, so
I'm the
so
undersecretary
it's the
for-
DOF, pretty much, who is in charge of the procurement. Tama?
No, I just lead a task group which is comprised of the DOF, DOH, DBM, and all of whom are under the vaccine czar. So technically, it's not the DOF because the implementing agency for the procurement is the DOH.
Yes. Okay. I just want to be clear as to accountabilities. Somebody. Sorry.
Can we ask our colleagues and those online to put their computers or laptops in mute? Please, all right, Senator Pangilinan, proceed.
Thank you. And so, DOF will not, without the DOF's go signal, the procurement will not happen. Tama po ba yun?
Let's split the question to two sub questions. So who deals with the financing? It's the DOF who deals with the financing, meaning we negotiate and sign the loan agreements with multilateral banks.
Okay.
Now for the supply, for the procurement, which basically what you're asking, Mr. Chair. So basically, the primary person responsible is the vaccine czar and the DOH secretary. So we just support them in this negotiation.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that clarification. Ayoko kasi mangyari sa bandang huli, magtuturuan na naman or magkakaroon ng pagtuturo ng mga accountability. So it's the DOF that negotiates, but it is approved by the IATF, vaccine czar, and the DOH. Tama?
No, allow me to clarify myself again.
Okay.
So for the project loan, for the financing, meaning yung in Filipino terms, yung tao na nagsasign ng loan agreement, it is the Secretary of Finance because
Okay.
it's the mandate of the DOF. Now, for the supply, yung supply side, kung sino yung bumibili ng vaccine at sino yung magsasign ng supply agreement, since the project loan implementing agency is the Department of Health, and that's number one. Number two, since the vaccine czar was appointed by the president, the supply agreements will be signed by the vaccine czar and the DOH secretary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Siguro a few more points So we expect FDA approval by February. Tama po ba yun, General Galvez? Kasi kung ang rollout mo ay February, dapat may approval na ng FDA yan. Tama po?
Sir, DG Eric Domingo will answer po your
Yes.
question, Your Honor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, for Pfizer po, nag-apply po sila right before Christmas and nakuha na po namin lahat ng inputs ng experts namin and we're actually finalizing the EUA for Pfizer and that will be out in 1 or 2 days. Yun
Okay.
naman pong AstraZeneca, nag-apply na rin po sila after New Year and we're confident that we will be able to finish the process before, siguro po by middle of January.
In other words, on the target of FDA approval and the rollout in February, you are in sync and you are all on the same page. Tama po yun.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, may pathway po tayo sa rollout at may pathway po tayo sa regulatory. Dalawa po yung ano natin for implementation. So simultaneous po yan. We are doing it parallel.
Okay, the last question because I think my time is up. Yung 82.5
You have 3 minutes to go.
Okay, 3 minutes. Yung 82.5 billion ba na budgeted, is that sufficient for the 148 million doses plus the rollout and the training? Or do you need more money? Kailangan pa ba ng dagdag?
Mr. Chair, may I answer that question?
The Department of Finance representative, go ahead.
So the 80, let's cut it into two parts. So it's the 70 billion plus 12 billion. So now the 70 billion, along with the COVAX contribution, would be sufficient to fund around 140 million doses of vaccine. Now for the rollout, we know that rollout, of course, not only deals with the actual rollout, but the purchase of incidental supplies. So we, based on our computation, early computation, that would be sufficient. 12.5 billion would be sufficient to fund this distribution, logistics, rollout, and other support services and supplies. But of course, additional if it depends on how fast the rollout is. Faster rollout would necessitate more funds. So of course, we would appreciate if the Congress can consider increasing the budget insofar as this rollout or ancillary services are considered. Thank you.
Well,
I still add.
in that
Okay,
case, we would request immediately when you are able to, put together the figures, if there are additional requirements that we be informed immediately and that there be official communication to that effect. We hope to be able to get that. Tama. Can we expect that?
Yes, sir.
Secretary Galvez, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Because the availability of the vaccines also depends on the requirement on the logistics. And if we will be having more Pfizer and also Moderna in the pipeline, we will be needing more. Based on our computation and based on our requirements, for Pfizer and for Moderna, we will be needing $2.5 each for each doses for the logistics requirement because this is very complicated requirement. So when we computed it, that is 17.2 billion.
Mm-hmm.
And also, we also request that the Senate and the Congress will pass a law that will eliminate the delays during the port entry because this is a very serious and also very delicate items that it should pass immediately from the point of entry and hand over to us and then going immediately to the warehouse.
Yeah.
If we will remove the customs duties and the VAT, it will remove the delay. But if we will not allow it and we will not pass any law on this aspect, there might be a certain delays in the customs duties and also on the VAT, and it will also decrease the cost of the vaccine.
Okay, so just to clarify, the 82.5 billion pesos, hindi sapat, no? Kung full implementation yan, no? And if we target at the your best case is by the end of the year 2021, 148 million doses and 50 to 70 million vaccination. That's your target based on your presentation. So yung 82.5, kulang yun kung ganun ang magiging rollout natin. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, sir. If there is an acceleration of supply, for
Yes.
example, that the COVAX can give us the 20 million people that we vaccinated, that will require an additional fund.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
also, as Yusek Coben has said, if we were able to, for example, the supply is available, and the vaccine maker had offered us a better supply and higher volumes, it will require additional requirement for the supply agreement. For the information of the public and the Senate, in our contract we have the CDA, and then term sheet and the supply agreement. The supply agreement is the one really that we need the nitty-gritty of the terms, and it involves our tripartite agreement with the service providers, with DOH, and also with the LGU. So with that, we can determine the exact figures when we sign the supply agreement.
Okay, and my last point would be on the 26.4 million priority. May listahan na ho ba tayo nitong mga frontliners? May listahan na ho ba tayo ng yung mga elderly? O binubuno pa lang ito dahil February na ang rollout? How is that being achieved? Because importante na ma-zero in on those 26.5 million or 26.4 million who are the priority, hindi po ba?
Sir, we already directed the LGUs to produce 3 master lists. Master list for the recipient, master list for vaccination centers, and master list for those who will be involved. We are expecting to finish this by the end of January.
Thank you. And in connection with that, you mentioned the LGUs. Can you explain to us how will very quickly, because ako dati akong local government official at alam ko na napaka-crucial ng participation ng mga LGU dito hanggang sa grassroots dahil nga it's never been done before, and how do we reach 70 million people in a period of 1 year? You're going to have to vaccinate hundreds of thousands daily, no? Ano ang magiging dynamics ninyo sa LGU? They want to buy. They need a tripartite agreement. After they buy, they will implement. What is the coordination in this regard?
Sir, the tripartite agreement is very clear that all procurement should be with the government, because the vaccine is only an EUA. It is not yet the final approval. So meaning it is only an emergency use.
Yes.
So all procurement of the vaccine should go with the national government, because the authorization of the FDA is only for emergency use. So we cannot commercialize the vaccine. So with that, all of the transactions should go with the National Task Force and with DOH. That's why lahat po ng mga tripartite agreement po na yan, dumadaan po sa amin. At saka ginagawa po namin, we negotiated on terms na magiging fair also to our LGU. At ang gagawin po natin, pagka po nagkaroon na po ng terms, nagkaroon na po ng contract, we will follow yung supply agreement. Meaning the LGU, the national government, and also the vaccine maker will make an agreement on how it will be deployed.
Okay, I have no other questions at this time, Mr. President. Perhaps in the second round when other issues are raised. But thank you for the opportunity, Secretary Galvez. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Secretary Duque, and thank you to our other resource persons. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. We now recognize the Vice Chair, Senator Pampilo Lacson.
Thank you, Mr.
10 minutes.
Chairman, Mr. President. My questions will deal with the more practical issues, tungkol dito sa vaccines. We're all aware that the private sector, particularly the business community, has already initiated deals with AstraZeneca in 2 waves. 2.5 million doses and then subsequently another 6 million doses. Apparently not having the patience to wait for government action. Ito yung nag-trigger sa kanila to do it on their own. Even volunteering to donate 50%, meaning 1.25 million doses for the initial wave, and then another 3 million doses for the second wave. Now, however, last November, this was relayed to me, November or December, the negotiations hit a snag. Only because the national government, and I'm glad that the Department of Finance is here to confirm or deny this, the national government had wanted to change the terms in the agreement with AstraZeneca, particularly on the pricing. From $5 per dose, parang ang intention was to conform with the loan agreement with ADB. Naging 1,200 or $250. From $5, $200 to $250. And this caused the reason why the negotiations medyo na-stall. I'd like to confirm this information with the Department of Finance because as you will see on the screen, and kindly flash on the screen, this press statement coming from Secretary Dominguez na ang nilalaan na pondo para sa yung 73.2 billion, ang computation is $25 or 1,200 pesos per dose. So siyempre hindi papayag yung AstraZeneca because they had already concluded a deal. I don't know kung nagpirmahan na ito, but meron na silang MOA. I was told that there's already a MOA between AstraZeneca and the private sector. And this deal was later joined in by LGUs because initially, yung LGUs wanted to course their procurement through Go Negosyo. Kasi sila yung inauthorize ng IATF to deal with AstraZeneca. But because of the failure of negotiation, Secretary Galvez, took the initiative to give a go signal to the LGUs, although unofficially I was told, na sige, go ahead, you deal with AstraZeneca na yourself, instead of coursing it through the private sector. I want to have a confirmation or a denial on all this information. Please. First, DOF. Kasi ito, I got this information from the secretary himself, dahil ang computation nga, 60 million doses, which is equivalent or good, yung 73.2 billion pesos is good for 60 million doses or people. Ang pag kinonvert mo yan, lalabas na MOA between AstraZeneca and the private sector, the private group, $5 lang, 250. Now my question is, why is government making it difficult for the private sector to just do it themselves? You know, instead of not just interfering, wag na lang makialam, pabayaan na lang, sana meron na siguro tayo ngayong AstraZeneca. As initiated, half of the staff or the employees of the private sector, these companies, SM, I won't enumerate anymore the others. In fact, I have a friend of mine who also coursed, kasi medium size yung kanyang kumpanya, pero siya mga around 500 employees. Nag-request siya sa Go Negosyo, o ito yung pera, baka pwedeng bigyan nyo kami ng allocation, which was granted. So, he's now waiting for the vaccines for his employees, but out of the 1,000 doses, 500 lang yung makukuha nila. Kasi nga, yung 500 will be donated to the government. Sige, please clarify.
Mr. Chair, so what I can say is that the price with the AstraZeneca will be significantly lower than the figure in the screen, which is 1,200 pesos per dose. But I'm bound by my non-disclosure agreement not to confirm the price until full settled.
That's the problem in this hearing, Mr. President. We cannot get the exact figures because they're bound by the confidential disclosure agreement. and they will not tell us how much is really needed to purchase or procure a dose of the vaccine with AstraZeneca or with Sinopharm or with Sinovac or whatever else. Ano? So yun ang problema natin. We cannot resolve this issue unless we get the information.
Senator Ping?
Well, I have anticipated that they will invoke the confidential confidentiality disclosure agreement, and we cannot get any more information.
Senator Ping?
Sir.
If you will allow?
Of course.
Yes, if
Senator Marcos, yes, go ahead.
thank you very much, Mr. President, Senator Ping Lacson. I would just like to interject apropos of this, the announcement from Oxford University regarding the prices of AstraZeneca, for example. Despite the announcement of Secretary Galvez na $5 kada isa, ang sabi ng Oxford, para sa medium and low income countries in the developing world, they will give it at cost price or $2.5. So kalahati kasi cost price at sabi pa nila
$2.50.
$2
Instead of $5 per dose. Yeah.
Yes, and then they will be giving this in perpetuity to all the low and mid-income countries in the developing world. So even at $5, makakamura tayo ng kalahati kung talagang i-impose yung sinasabi ng Oxford na payag silang kalahati lang i-charge sa atin. Yun lang.
Sir, okay na yan, sir. There are two prices. The commercial price and the COVAX price. The COVAX price is very, very low. As we have said, we can have as low as 1.5 or $2. But what we are negotiating is that COVAX price. And I believe the information that the DOF delayed the negotiation is not. I think it's not true. Basically, sir, ang nakita natin ng delay is because of the SRA requirement of the financing agency. For example, ADB. There are conditions which I cannot disclose that we have to pay. We have to pay in a certain terms. And the AstraZeneca at that time.
Please wait, Charlie. No.
Sir,
First, kindly clarify muna kung totoong nag-snag yung negotiation with AstraZeneca because of that reason. Because I'm not blaming DOF because kung may nagdidictate naman din yung ADB, di ba?
Yes,
we
sir.
cannot get the loans.
Yes, sir.
Kung hindi susundin natin yung gusto rin ng the other party, which is the bank, the Asian Development Bank.
Agree, sir. Agree,
So
sir.
I just want to confirm, kung makukuha nga natin as Senator Marcos said, na kung medium or low income countries, which the Philippines is, makakakuha pa tayo ng $2.50 instead of $5. Now compare that with $25 per dose, mukhang lugin-lugin naman yata tayo.
Sir, hindi naman COVAX ang sir eh. Kumbaga sa kung COVAX sir yun, COVAX ang nag-sell. Sa atin sir talaga 2 point sir. This is a bilateral.
But is it true na nagkaroon ng snag last November sa negotiation with AstraZeneca? Kasi hindi pa nakapag-procure yung private sector as of now, as we speak.
Pero
wala pa. And the LGUs, umaasa rin sila rito because they, as you, or would you confirm na binigyan mo rin sila ng go signal, although initially sabi mo, you were discouraging them from negotiating directly with AstraZeneca. But when the negotiation hit the snag, it was stalled. You allowed them, okay, you go ahead and deal directly with AstraZeneca. Is that a confirmed information?
Sir, I think medyo hindi po yan ang talagang tanong information.
Actually, so ano talaga yung
ang information po sir talaga sir is many LGUs talk to me and said that they want to help the president on buying the vaccine, and considering that they understand that there are limitations that the government has, particularly on the procurement, because even though the president has given us the advanced market commitment go signal, we still have to follow the Philippine laws. So that's why in our negotiation, we are binded with the anti-corruption law and also with the provisions of the ADB on the anti-corruption. So that's why what we are doing right now is to follow that rule, and we have to be patient on that. So we are telling the public that some negotiations will have a snag, some negotiations we have a gridlock because we have to
So
defend.
where are we doon sa negotiation natin with AstraZeneca? Or where are we doon sa negotiation ng private sector with AstraZeneca? Where are we now?
Sir, I believe we will be signing an agreement in the near future. I cannot disclose, but it's more than 10 million doses. We will announce it later. We have the president during our meeting on the 17th November, and also with our last meeting last December, he approved he approved the procurement of both the LGU and the private sector for the access of the vaccine, because many LGUs are asking us why the government is preventing us the access, because we have also the mandate of also protecting our own people. And with that end view, I presented it to the president that the LGU wanted an access, and considering that they wanted the access, and the president appreciated very much the concerns of the LGUs, that they wanted to help the national government in paying the advance. The president approved verbally, and we are now making a law, or maybe the DES is now be given the task to have it as some sort of a legal backup, so that the LGUs can buy with the tripartite agreement.
Okay, I'll go back to my previous question. Anong status ng MOA between AstraZeneca and the private group?
And I think it's already on go. I think we are now finalizing the ceremonies. The ceremonies this week. It will be signed.
So,
With the permission of Senator Lacson, Senator Recto is recognized. The President will have
Thank you very much.
at that point. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. With the permission of Senator Lacson, that's a very valid point that Senator Lacson just mentioned. No? And just to follow up on that, on the same issue, no? Bakit yung national government gusto i-monopolize yung pag-purchase? Bakit hindi na lang payagan directly na rin yung LGU at yung private sector to do their own purchases? I understand that the COVAX facility will be cheaper, ngunit kung whole of nation approach to, payagan na rin yung private sector kung willing silang magbayad na mas mahal na iba yung presyo sa COVAX facility, yan yung national government. Tapos yung privado, they can have their own importation, or the LGUs for that matter, no? So ba't hindi na lang payagan ng FDA yan o ng national government?
Senator
Yes.
can I make a comment on that? Can I make a comment
Senator
on that?
Villar.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe before that, Senator Villar, let them answer first, and then you can pose your comment. Go ahead, Director General Domingo.
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Senator, Mr. President. Unang-una po, it's a safety concern po kasi. Ang pong vaccine, the usual route, no, it takes about 7 years to develop a vaccine, and they only apply for a certificate of product registration or a marketing authorization once the phase 3 trials are all completed. Ang emergency use authorization po, the FDA allows the use of a product that is still under development. Nasa kalagitnaan pa lang po ng phase 3 trial ito, kaya lang meron pong kondisyon, no? Meron tayong pandemic. Pangalawa, the known benefits outweigh the known and unknown na potential risk. So hindi po approved product itong gagamitin natin. It's a product that we're using under emergency use. Pag ganun po, yung mga kumpanya, hindi rin po sila nagtitake ng responsibility para sa kanilang produkto. Ang national government po will take responsibility for using a product that is still under development. Kaya po hindi pa nila maaaring ibenta. Pero ang Department of Health po, maaari naman niyang i-designate ang mga LGU or ang private sector to be part of the national vaccination program. Para po mababantayan natin, kasi titingnan po natin lahat ng magkaka-adverse event, lahat po ng may mangyayari dyan, kailangan very, very close monitoring po tayo. So yung EUA po, it's not a marketing authorization. It's not a full approval or registration of the vaccine. We're only allowing it to be used under emergency circumstances. And this is what's happening all over the world. Sa lahat po ng bansa na ginagamit ngayon ng mga bakuna, national government po ang nagko-control ng vaccination dahil ito po lahat ay under EUA pa lang at wala pa pong bakuna na ready magpa-full registration anywhere po sa buong mundo.
Now, the comment of Senator Villar. Go ahead.
Based on my personal information, in-approach na rin ng AstraZeneca ang mga LGUs. So they're signing agreement with AstraZeneca because they were approached by AstraZeneca. And meron na rin mga private companies na in-approach na rin ng AstraZeneca. So they will be signing agreement with AstraZeneca. And even Moderna has approached people also in the Philippines. Kaya importante na magbigay na yung FDA ng approval, kahit emergency use approval. Kasi kung hindi makakabili gobyerno, di pa bayaan bumili yung LGUs at saka yung mga private para makatulong sa gobyerno. Para yung gobyerno, magbibigay na lang sila doon sa mahihirap na LGUs. Para yung makaka-afford na LGUs at saka yung mga private na willing to pay for the vaccination of their employees, makabili na. Ang importante, yung FDA, magbigay na siya ng approval. Like for example, but hindi niya i-approve ang AstraZeneca? It has been approved by everybody. And then, this Pfizer and Moderna. So, iniintay na lang talaga ng mga bibili yung approval ng FDA at kukunin na nila yung supply nila para at least mauna na yung willing magbayad, di ba? Para hindi lahat ng responsibility nasa national government kasi hindi naman kaya ng national government na bayaran lahat. So, if the LGUs which can afford, magbabayad na, di okay lang yun, makakatulong yun. And then yung mga private na willing to buy for their employees, pabayaan na para makabawas na dun sa gastos. And ang iniintay lang nila yung FDA approval na emergency use. But ayaw ibigay ng FDA yun. In-approve na ng US, in-approve na ng UK, in-approve na ng Japan, in-approve na ng Singapore. What makes you na mas better ka kaysa doon sa mga first world nation na nag-approve na ng use noon? Kasi I'm sure they're very strict there, especially in the US. In-approve na yan eh. O di approvean na rin natin at makabili na yung mga LGUs and private sector para hindi tayo dependent lahat sa national government kasi mahirap naman na i-carry lahat ng national government ang gastos dyan. And then the economy can go on na para yung effect sa economy at employment mabawasan na kasi if we will wait for the third quarter, hindi na tayo makaka-recover for 2021. Kailangan magsimula na tayo ng first quarter para yung recovery na pinipredict nila natin sa 2021 mangyari. Kasi kung sa third quarter pa, malayo yun. Mahirap yun. So yun lang ang sinasabi ko na dapat mag-approve na ang FDA for emergency use.
Mr. President.
Right. The message of the members of the Senate is loud and clear to the department heads and the IATF. You continue,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Lacson, unless... Yes, Senator
Mr. President, very important lang
yes,
ito din,
Secretary
Mr.
Dizon.
President.
Again? So, who's that?
Mr. President, Senator Zubiri lang, Mr. President.
Senator Subiri, go ahead.
Really quick lang, Mr. President. We provided that under the Bayanihan Law. That was my amendment, Mr. President. My amendment in the Bayanihan Law is that under Section 12, Procurement of COVID-19 Drugs and Vaccines, linagay ko po ito, this is my amendment, that nothing in the Act shall prohibit private entities from conducting research, developing, manufacturing, importing, distributing, or selling COVID-19 vaccines sourced from registered pharmaceutical companies subject to the provisions of this Act. Naipasok ko po yan, Mr. President, so it's allowed by law. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Very clear. So...
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President, I think FDA Domingo wants to respond to react.
All right, then we'll recognize Senator... Then, para isang sagutan na lang. Senator Marcos, Senator Grilon. Go ahead. Senator Marcos first.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Umuusok po yung telepono ko nung isang linggo pa dahil yung mga LGU nagtatawag, yung mga governors and city mayors, dahil maliban pa sa FDA, may requirement pa yung NTF ng tripartite agreement of DOH, the pharma, and the LGU. Until today, although there are claims na may nakatapos na ng bilihan at negotiation, ang realidad, hindi natin naintindihan kung ang itsura ng tripartite agreement. Dahil hindi daw matapos-tapos, eto ang nagsasalita, yung ating governor, yung mga governors natin, at pati yung mga city mayor nalilito, dahil in addition to the tripartite agreement, which they cannot figure out because there hasn't been a template, in addition, there's been the requirement that it be pegged to the price of the NTF. Anong presyo yon? Nakablanko pa rin, as Senator Lacson said. So nagkakalituhan. Also, for example, Vegan City signed an agreement but Ilocos Sur was not allowed to. So paano ba yon? And Iloilo City, ganun din po. Yung Iloilo, hindi pa nakakapasok yung probinsya. So may request actually yung mga gobernador kung pwedeng idaan na para ma-rationalize kasi karambola na po at talagang unahan na lamang. Yung mga league presidents na lang ang hayaan pumirma on behalf of the LGU or come up with some systematic arrangement. And most of all, finally determine the price because they're not allowed to negotiate on their own. They need to be pegged down to the standard price of the NTF. Yun lang po.
Senator Drilon, the Minority Leader, go ahead.
Very quickly, Mr. President. I would like to support and follow up on the query of Senator Villar. Is it my understanding that because of it is only an emergency use authorization, the suppliers would only want to deal with the national government? That's a very important issue because if that is a restriction, then we have to, there must be a solution that should be found so that we can acquire this faster. I would repeat, is the fact that it is only an emergency use authorization would only allow the national government to negotiate with the supplier, and the supplier would impose that condition that they only deal with the national government for various reasons. And second, is it true that the private sector has already signed a firm supply agreements with the price fixed in the case of AstraZeneca at $5 per dose or $10 for the 2 doses required? Just those 2 questions, Mr. President.
All right, so who will answer first? Secretary Dizon, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just to re-clear the air on this and make it very unequivocal po. No? Senator, the Senate Minority Leader po is absolutely correct in his statement earlier that the only way that a private company or an LGU can procure vaccines is through the national government because the authority being issued by the FDA is only an emergency use authority, which essentially means that a private company such as AstraZeneca, Pfizer, etc., cannot sell on a commercial basis. It can only sell with the imprimatur of the national government because the national government has issued, through the FDA, has issued an emergency use authority.
Okay, Secretary, may I cut you, no?
Yes, po.
What's taking the government or the national government too long to act?
Sir,
If other countries can, why can't we?
Sir, I don't think it is unfair to say that the national government has taken too long because as was rightly pointed out earlier
I'll cite 2 instances. Ito, failure ito ng national government. Old issue ito. Secretary Locsin, Ambassador Romualdez. Ito yung timeline of events. June 24, Pfizer sent an overview of the candidate vaccine. Pfizer. You know how long it took us to just sign the CDA, the Confidentiality Disclosure Agreement, 118 days, 4 months. Now, if 25 to 26 deaths per day and 1,300 infections per day, hindi urgent, I don't know what is. Kung ganyan kabagal yung kilos natin, no, just to sign a CDA, 118 days. And then here's another one. May 26, no, yung chairman ng China National Pharmaceutical Company Limited sent a letter to Secretary Duque informing him that last May 12, hindi May 26, May 12, nag-inform sila na gusto nilang magkaroon ng collaborative clinical trials with the Philippines. Alam mo gaano katagal bago sumagot ang Department of Health? 10 days. May 22, ang sabi ng chairman na Liu Jingxian, ano? Ang sabi niya, thank you for your reply last May 22. So it took us 10 days just to reply. Hanggang ngayon, now, what's the status now of that offer from Sinopharm? I'll jump to another issue. In a recent dinner meeting with the ambassador, Chinese ambassador, this was overheard. Sabi niya, your officials, the Philippine officials, keep flirting with us, referring to the vaccines. But we need their commitment. And they don't want to commit. So the allocations, yung stocks na dapat naka-allocate sa Pilipinas, sabi niya, pag hindi kayo kumilos, we'll just give it to other countries. That's where we are. That's our problem. Eh kung sa ease of doing business lang, bagsak na agad yung sa CDA pa lamang, isipin mo, 4 months, almost 4 months, 118 days, just to sign the CDA. Hindi pa to approval, That's our problem. Kaya nga sabi ko yung questions ko would deal with practical issues. Kasi sabi nga nag-uusap kami ni Senate President. Kung makinig kami sa briefing materials, wala tayong problema para tayo nasa langit But it's in the implementation. No, yung reaction, yung responses to emergencies. I repeat, 25 to 26 persons or Filipinos per day ang namamatay since January last year. 1,300 yung na-infect daily. Hindi ba emergency yan? Wala bang sense of urgency? Why can't we respond or react or act on the initiatives of the other parties as quickly as we sense it as an emergency? Kindly answer that question, Vince.
Yes, sir. With respect to the issues raised by Senator Lacson on the other deals with the other companies, I think Secretary Galvez will respond. But let me just respond lang po to the issue raised earlier on AstraZeneca. I think the President, as early as last year, approved the participation of the private sector in the purchase of the vaccines. And this was embodied.
Still, it took us too long. And
Sir,
I'd like to echo the remark made by the minority leader, Senator Rilon. In fairness to General Galvez, he's doing everything he can to fast-track everything. Pero Secretary Galvez, alam mo, yung incompetence like the coronavirus is infectious. Nakakahawa yan. If you hang around with incompetent people, in the long run, mahahawa ka.
Sir, I beg to disagree, sir. Sir, on time, sir, yung China, sir, ngayon. Kasi last Sunday, we were able to seal the deal. I cannot disclose everything, but the disposition of the Chinese vaccine, we will get 25 million on time. All the tranches are included in there, very detailed. And we thank the ambassador for doing this for us. So yung text niyo po niya, sir, that was I think last week. But I believe we were able to seal the deal, the term sheet, this Sunday. And our timeline for the vaccine vaccine that they will give to us is on time, and we are very, very happy for the Chinese government.
Part of 118 days
Yes, sir. Actually, sir,
na delay. between the intent or the letter of intent of Pfizer presenting the overview ng kanilang candidate vaccine?
Sir, actually, sir, yung Pfizer, sir.
Hindi na kami nagsasalita niya, sina Secretary Locsin. Sabi nila, somebody dropped the ball.
But I think Secretary Locsin is erroneous. We are the one who talk with but Secretary Locsin doesn't know the negotiation. There are snags on this the negotiation.
So you still maintain na wala tayong problema?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, maganda, sir, we are very thankful for Pfizer. Because kasi yung allocation na yan, naka-allocate na po sa atin yan. Kung magkasano yung mga different companies, but there is special allocation
Charlie,
for
other countries are already inoculating. Even Bangladesh, meron na silang 30 million doses. Tayong Pilipinas, hanggang ngayon wala pa. We're still waiting.
Sir, actually, sir, yung mga nakikita natin sa ibang bansa, actually, titingnan natin, sir, yan. Yung mga supply na deliveries nila is by the 100,000 lang po, sir, at saka by the 3 million. You cannot have a one bulk of that resources on one time. Even Israel stopped its inoculation because of lack of doses. Because there is really an acute
Okay, last question on my part. So I can also give the others their chance to ask their questions. Can you at least share with us kailan yung unang rollout? Kailan yung unang bakuna?
Sir, it will be on February 20.
February 20. February 20.
And ang ano po natin, sir, ang nakita namin, sir, the rollout that we will be first rollout is for the Gavi, if the negotiations with Gavi will be successful. So it will be in the first quarter.
So kindly repeat, we expect that on February 20, may makikita yung na-injectionan.
No, sir, this is the delivery. The expected delivery. Po,
delivery pa lang. Ang tanong ko nga, kailan yung unang bakuna?
More or less, sir, on that February 20 onwards. Kasi ano po natin, sir, is
how onward is onward?
Meaning more or less on that week, sir. On that week. So it will be on the third week of
Maski roughly para lang umasa yung kababayan natin na sa February 28 o kaya sa March 1 mababakunahan sila. Pwede bang i-share mo lang sa amin kailan yung unang bakuna sa tansya mo?
Sir, yung unang natin, sir, is considering that yun nga, sir, medyo I'm in a CBA. Ang sir, natin, sir, is mga third week.
I cannot understand.
It'll be in the third week or fourth week of February. Kasi sir, natin the supply of demand is very volatile talaga, sir. So delivery is in general terms. Yung tinatawag ng indicative dates. So meaning the indicative dates, it might fall early or delivery will be late by 1 week or 2 weeks. So to say, we will be having at the last or maybe last week of February.
So promise.
Yes, sir. That's we'll
Thank
do,
you.
sir.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Clarify for me. What happens to the agreements being entered into by the local government units? Ano ito? Ano yan? Dadaan pa rin sa inyo lahat yan?
Yes, sir. Because of the EUA. Ang ano po, sir, natin, we have an agreement with the different companies that those, kaya po, sir, medyo iba, hindi po nakahuli po yon. Kasi po ang companies, ang ano po na talaga nila, ang pinakaano po nila is talagang dapat po mabigyan, yung dapat mabigyan. So meaning yung geographical location, inanalyze nila ang yung attack rates. So basically yung HUCs, yung highly urbanized cities, yun ang priority po for the procurement. So yung ibang province, medyo talaga mahuli because they are not included on the geographical locations of priority areas.
Okay, for example, Pasig has entered into agreement with AstraZeneca.
Yes, sir. Ang namin is may mga indicative dates na binigay, sir, sila. Most likely, sir, ang natin is second semester, sir. Yung nakita niyo po sa graph, basically majority po ng mga procurements natin will be coming from the middle of the year. Yun po ang ano po natin.
What are we saying here? Ibig sabihin, itong mga pinapasong agreements, itong mga LGUs na to, nangangako sila sa mga constituent nila, hindi nila may di-deliver hanggat hindi kayo pumayag.
Sir, actually, sir,
Pangako sila ng pangako, tapos mababara sa inyo? Ganun ba?
sir, actually, sir, yung negotiation, sir, yan, is with the LGUs. We talk with the LGUs. Even nung ano, yung sa Manila, Metro Manila, we talk with the LGUs to include yung yung manufacturer. And they understand on the date of the delivery. Even during our planning, for example, where we have an indicative dates of the different manufacturing company, and they said which vaccine do you prepare? Ang sinasabi po ng mga iba na kukunin na namin yung mauuna. So those LGUs who intended to be na nasa priority area na pwede pong mag-ano natin, yun po ang pag-uusapan po ng IITF. Because we also consulted them, the different LGUs. So yung yung nakikita po natin in each manufacturer, kasama po sa yung mga tinatawag nating indicative delivery, which I cannot nilagay ko na po yun sa nilagay ko na po yun sa aking presentation on the phasing of the rollout. And we brief the different LGUs. Tomorrow we will brief the League of City Mayors so that they will know which brand at which vaccines are coming to them.
Mr.
You're not
President?
limiting it to one vaccine. Ano?
Yes, sir. There is a portfolio of 7 vaccines,
All right.
regardless of the source. Basically, ano po natin, 4 po ang galing sa US, isa ang galing sa Russia, isa ang galing sa China, isa ang galing sa UK, at saka isa ang galing sa India, both India and US.
Right.
So basically, majority po na kinukuha po natin came from US, UK, India, and also China and Russia.
What is that comment,
Yes,
Senator
thank you,
Villanueva, before
Mr.
we get
President.
to Senator Cayetano?
Thank you. Mr. President, this is just a short comment to support and strengthen the position stated by Senator Ping Lacson na medyo matagal na talaga. And in fact, that's the main reason why the LGUs and the private sector are walking the extra mile to do something for their constituents. But let me just put this on record, Mr. President. As of January 10, 2021, more than 24 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines in 41 countries have been administered. This is according to the data collected by the Bloomberg, Mr. President. And according to Bloomberg, 8.35 billion doses, enough to cover half of the world's population, have already been secured or set aside by other countries. So this is very important, Mr. President. I think this information would give us a sense of point of view na kailangan talaga tayong umarangkada, Mr. President. And gagaya ng ilang mga kasamahan ko, Secretary Galvez dito sa Senado, umuusok din ho yung mga telepono ko, and yung mga LGUs asking for help, asking for clarification. Maganda ho na naririnig po kayo ngayon, but I hope that we'll be able to clear and have a clear guidelines, Mr. President, this, Secretary Galvez. Kasi yung ilang po mga LGUs, gusto nilang bumili, gusto nilang makipag-usap, hindi nila alam gagawin. Yung iba naman na nagsabi na kanina binanggit na ni Senate President, nangako na po sila, nagbanggit na sila, and ayaw naman natin na maging mag-induce tayo ng false hope sa ating mga kababayan. Yun lang po,
Alright,
maraming salamat.
the 31 seconds of Senator Lacson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly, how many doses have we secured? Because si Senator Villanueva mentioned the word secured. How many doses have we secured?
Potentially, ang na-secure na po natin ngayon, sir, isang 30 million. 30 million po ng Novavax. That is the one that we have secured. And expendable to 40 million. Kasi when we negotiated, 30 million, we signed it last.
Secured ito, secured.
Yes, sir. We already locked in.
That's 30.
30 lock in
Million.
Then it will be expandable to 10 million for the LGUs. Kasi nag-usap po kami ng representative, also representative of SII. Ito po lalaki. Nakita po namin yung SII will be our major partner because SII will be deploying AstraZeneca and also Novavax and also the variant of RBG. That's why we are deciding to go there so that we can see the potential because SII will be building more than 6 billion doses for 21 and 2022. And I believe the diplomatic relationship of the President with President Modi will make a difference. So with that, yun po ang ginagawa naming strategy. That's why we were able to lock in a potential 40 million doses to SII. And maybe we can increase that for 2021 with its diplomatic relations that we have. Second, we cannot disclose on the other, but we are potentially signing the term sheet of more or less another 60 million within the week. So all in all, sir, we can secure already 100 million. Yun po kasi yung allocation na yan. Hindi po nawawala sa atin po yan. Basically, yung sinasabi po natin sa Pfizer, naka-allocate na po sa atin yan at saka alam na po natin ang indicative date and it will not change. Kaya po nakita natin na yung sinasabi ng ating ambassador na at saka ni Secretary Locsin na meron po na January na pupunta sa Manila, I think hindi po totoo yun kasi yung allocation natin yan, meron na pong indicative po yun, time. And basically, ang sinabi sila sa amin during the start is basically as early as maybe late of Q2 or early Q3. So kasi ito po ang para pumalaman ng public. Pagka nag-sign po na tayo ng term sheet, nilaki na po natin, it will take 150 days for them to manage, procure, and to produce, or even as 6 months or 7 months. So napaka-importante. Kaya po nga po yung ating private sector at saka yung ating LGU sumama po dahil kasi wala gano'n silang restriction. They can immediately lock in. Immediately lock in the supplies so that yung first cycle ng nakagad, it can already produce magsimula na po ang production. As I have said earlier, for every 10 million that we are asking, there are 6 countries who are also eyeing for that. And I believe yung negotiation po, if you look at Indonesia, they negotiated for AstraZeneca as far as October. Ngayon lang po nila na-consummate. It will really take time because there is always a gridlock during the negotiation of the contract. So yun lang po ang dapat malaman po natin, your honors. But the negotiation is really very tedious. Napakahirap po kasi we have to defend our position also.
All right, thank you. Senator Pia Cayetano, you
Mr.
are
Chairman.
recognized. You have 10 minutes. Yes, Senator Contiveros, you
Mr.
were
Chairman.
raising your hand, right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Suportahan ko lang po yung advocacy ni Senate President Pro Tempore, Sen. Ralph, yung ating birthday boy, Mr. President. At suportahan ko rin po yung importansya na binigay ni Senate Minority Leader Sen. Frank doon sa emergency use authorization. So una po, bakit nga ba hindi payagan at suportahan ang ating mga local government units at ang private sector na makipag-partner sa national government sa procurement ng kabuoang kailangang vaccine supplies ng ating bansa down to the LGUs at posible sa mga workplaces ng mga kumpanya sa private sector. And tignan po natin kanina sinabi ng chairman ni Mr. President no mga sniper question. So ito, kung sniping pag-uusapan natin, yung isang bullet, yung isang tool na pwede nating i-maximize ay itong emergency use authorization. Yung EUA na ina-applyan ng mga vaccine companies sa ating FDA. Ang EUA po, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, ayon sa FDA mismo ay an authorization issued for unregistered drugs and vaccines in a public health emergency, which definitely itong COVID pandemic is. At maalala natin, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, sa ilalim ng Local Government Code, precisely yung health ay isang i-devolve sa ating mga LGUs. During the last year of the pandemic po, ang mga LGUs ay naging partner ng national government, pati ang private sector naging partner sa testing, sa contact tracing, sa quarantine, at saka sa treatment. Ngayon, sa fifth essential step na ito sa pandemic response, yung vaccines. Bakit hindi patuloy na payagan at suportahan ang LGUs at ang private sector maging partner ng national government? Isang tanong lang po sa ngayon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, siguro sa FDA. Meron ba kayong nakikitang paraan na maybe through additional allowable language sa maaari nyong i-issue na EUA sa kung sinong vaccine company o mga vaccine companies to also explicitly include LGUs and the private sector dun particular public health emergency na COVID pandemic. Sinasabi naman po kasi ng national government, whole of government, whole of society approach. So bakit hindi rin dito sa EUA na makaparticipate ang LGUs at saka ang private sector sa vaccine procurement? So yun po, Mr. Chairman,
Alright,
Mr. President, hiling kong sagot sa FDA.
Yes, are you ready to react? Because that will take a lot of, those are many questions and it's the time of Senator Cayetano.
Or kahit, Mr. President,
would you like to answer?
Yes,
quick
sir.
initial answer
Sir,
po kung
actually,
maaari.
There are a series of questions that were given. Who will
Kahit
respond?
yung,
Sir,
kahit yung
Just
isa
a
lang po,
short
Mr. President.
response so that we can go on with the
Sir, actually, sir, there is a need for legislation on
Thank you,
the
Mr.
advanced
President,
market
Mr. Chairman.
commitment, because advanced market commitment is not allowed for the LGU. It should have an explicit approval of the President. And also, considering that our procurement process, even the LGU has limitations on RA 9184, and they not allow them to have the advanced market commitment. The advanced market commitment scheme, you will have an advance of more or less 50% of the cost, because it is an investment cost. Meaning, it should be, we should have nag-usap na po kami ni Congressman sila Governor Dax and his father, na talagang may limitation po yung LGU. Even the LGU are hesitant because in the end, they are not authorized to have the advanced market commitment because the delivery date is only indicative of delivery because of the supply and demand is very volatile. So that's why they are recommending that the Senate and the Congress should pass a law authorizing for the advanced market commitment of the LGU.
Salamat po, Sec.
Senator
Alves, Mr.
Cayetano, you have 10
President.
minutes.
Opo, i-follow up ko na lang po yung initial points nila later sa FDA, pati sa Office of the President at dito rin po sa ating chamber. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I go to my questions that I prepared, I just some clarifications following up the discussion that we're having right now. So, do I assume that when we speak of agreements that are being entered into by LGUs and private sectors now, that those are all tripartite agreements? Because I've never heard that answer. That's why I think there's so much confusion. Maybe you can call on Secretary Diza, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, we would like to repeat that as early as November of last year, the President approved the participation of both the private sector and the local government units in the purchase of COVID-19 vaccines. But this needs to be done through a tripartite agreement with the national government and the vaccine manufacturer, since, as explained earlier po by FDA, the approval being issued for the purchase and distribution of the vaccines is only an emergency use authority and not a commercial marketing authority. In fact, proof of this is that several agreements, as correctly pointed out po by Senator Lacson earlier, were already signed in as early as November of last year between private companies, the national government, and the vaccine manufacturers. And as we speak, LGUs are also doing the same. There is currently a template both for private company tripartite agreements as well as LGU tripartite agreements, and the National Task Force will submit the same documents to the Committee of the Whole for your reference po. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah, because on that note, as our colleagues express a lot of confusion on the part of LGUs, I think that has to also be very clear because some may know that the procurement requirements, as Secretary Galvez pointed out, limits their ability to make these advance payments or procurements, but others are just confused and they don't know if they should join the bandwagon, they don't know if they should wait upon national government to provide their allocation, which was the point I was driving at earlier when I said that on the point of financing, what is the plan? But before I dive into that, now I'd like to take a step backwards first. A few days ago, Moody has made a statement that the Philippines is the last to will be the last to recover in the region. And one of the reasons cited is that the Philippines lags behind in the procurement process of the vaccine. So my question, and I suppose I'll direct this to the chief implementer, Secretary Galvez. It appears from your previous statements that you disagree, no? That we are on board, sabi nyo, we are making progress, we're moving forward. So instead of asking you, is that statement true? I think you'll say no based on what you said. But why is that the impression that they have? No, because this is an independent body making that statement about our country. So why is that the impression that they have? And what can we do to correct it? Na parang iwan na iwan tayo sa procurement.
Because of the CDA that we have signed, we are very silent during the negotiation because it might infringe our
Sir, let me just interrupt quickly. Bakit sila wala bang NDA? Dapat may NDA din yun. I mean, we should all be negotiating on the same footing. So, tayo silent, we're honoring our NDA and they're not. I mean, disclosure naman yata is of the details, no? Not of the fact that we have. I mean, I just feel like, why are we in this situation where an independent body tells us, kayo ang pinakahuli?
I think I beg to disagree, ma'am, considering that most of the countries right now, as I have said earlier, that the 80% of the volumes of the supply has been procured already, pre-procured for those countries who finance the development. At the same time, who promptly give the money to the vaccine maker during the time of development. And with that, I believe the countries, the other countries, more than 100 countries, are now really on the middle of the negotiation. Some might have got it early because they have the upfront money that they can give. But I believe the delay that we might have is because the limitations of our law. The RA 9184. I think we are the only country that has really limits the advance market commitment. That's why when we decided to have it in approval by the president, that's the time that we were able to move for the negotiation. So that's the reality. That's the reality,
Let
Madam.
me just interrupt very quickly so that you can answer isahan na lang. Di ba mula pa ho sa Bayanihan 1, which I was the principal sponsor of, and then Bayanihan 2, we already put there the exemptions from the procurement law. So I'm just trying to understand because it's our job to help you. It's our job to help you. So I can understand the limitation of LGU. Kaya ang tanong ng LGU, kami ba pwede din kami mag-avail dun sa mga exceptions sa procurement law? At sabi natin, hindi kayo pwede. Kaya nga kayo kailangan makipag-tripartite agreement. Kami lang, national lang, ang pwedeng mag-avail. So anyway, I don't know if you have anything more specific to say, but I'm just saying that is the impression. And I don't know how we can correct that impression or baka nga it's really true na nahuli tayo because based on what you're saying, una sinabi nyo, nauna na yung iba. O nauna talaga yung developing countries but they're pointing to the region. Ika-level naman natin yung ibang ka-region natin. In fact, yung iba dun, supposedly, angat pa tayo economically eh. So sabi nga, nahuhuli tayo sa procurement. And you're pointing to the procurement law, but we've exempted you from that.
Then, ma'am, ano po natin, nauna ng Indonesia because the Sinovac conducted clinical trial in Indonesia. So, definitely, pagka po nagkakaroon ng clinical trial ang isang product sa isang country, they have some sort of privilege of getting it first. Kung makikita po natin sa Indonesia, yun po ang mauna po sa this coming January 13, I believe it's Sinovac, based on the report that I had. And we believe that Indonesia had a clinical trial with the Sinovac. And with that, I believe that's the reason. Ang ano po namin, ma'am, is considering that that the limitations that we had on our procurement law, talagang nahirapan po kami initially, ma'am. When we analyzed that really the RA 9184 is our limiting factor. That's why we decided to have the multilateral arrangement. And maybe Yusek Macroben can attest to that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So basically, while the 9184 RA 9184 was relaxed by the emergency powers provided by Bayanihan, in the end we still need to meld the requirements of the remaining requirements of 9184 against what the requirements are of the suppliers. So to bridge that gap, we basically packaged it as a multilateral facility from our multilateral lenders who were willing to lend us money at concessional rates to fund our vaccine procurement. So if you note, Section 4 of RA 9184 provides that if you procure through multilateral or bilateral sources, it's a carve out from RA 9184. So this has been upheld by the Supreme Court at least 5 times. So we follow this approach. Thank you.
Point. I will leave that point. I just feel that it could help. We could try to improve that image if we either disagree or we feel that okay, it's correct. Let's double time. Then we have to do that. Kasi ang pangit lang for the heart and soul of the Filipinos to feel na huling-huli tayo. I think we can all understand that. Okay, I move on to my next point. Next point is the actual financing, which is very connected already to what we're discussing right now, no? I mentioned in my opening statement, and Secretary Charlie has talked about it, no, about private sector stepping up and donating, and then LGUs. You had mentioned that you informed the president that the LGUs want to help. So I go back to that question: why do they need to help? Kulang ba pondo natin? Why do the LGUs need to help? Obviously, every LGU head would want to ensure their people that I'll take care of you. But ano bang assurance na meron silang natatanggap sa national? Were they told that we will allocate a certain amount, therefore bahala na kayo sa rest? I mean, where is that coming from? I just need to be clear on that because why? Baka ho kayo magkaroon ng maraming duplications. If you say we covered all the frontliner, but then ang alam ng LGU, clear ba sa kanila na all their frontliners from their barangay health worker to the doctors obviously would be covered? Would that include the private? And that's why I also gave an example that there are hospitals who are also now in negotiations. Di ba sila kasama sa frontliner? Kasama, di ba? So do we differentiate public or private? So the main concern here is confusion. It could be a major waste of resources, very valuable resources, if here's the LGU providing for their private health frontliners, yung pala ginagawa nyo din. Yung pala yung ospital, ginagawa din niya. So how do we really clear this? And I'll tell you how I'll tie that up to my next point later on. But that is really something that I feel needs clarity, Mr. President. So I direct it again to Secretary Charlie.
We have to, Your Honor, we have to remember that all countries have limitations, particularly funds. Our limitations is that the 72 billion can only allocate for 35 million vaccination. But with the help of the private sector and the business sector, that amount can expand.
No, sorry. Did you say that we have limited access to funding and therefore we need the help of private sector? Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Because I chaired the committee on the budget of health, so I was never brought to my attention na we have an issue with funding. But if we keep projecting that image na ay salamat, tumutulong kayo. Ay, of course, salamat. Whole of nation. No? Let's not be about that. We all agree, whole of nation, whole of society. But nagkukulang ba tayo sa funding? Kasi let's make that clear.
Maybe we can,
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So basically, let's put things in the proper perspective. So basically, with with the say around 70 billion pesos budget cover plus the contribution, COVAX contribution of 20% of the Philippine population, will be able to inoculate around more than 50 million Filipinos in 2021. So if you target 50 million Filipinos in 2021, then it meets our requirements for 2021. So, but then having said that, in the end, there's really no liability to asking the help of our partners, the local government units and the private sector, to further augment this figure. Thank you.
So then, let's communicate that very clearly. We set aside, I mean, not many people know what exactly in the GAA. It's 75 million, di ba? 75 billion, di ba?
It's 70 unprogrammed and
70
2.5
unprogrammed.
program. Thank
Exactly,
you.
so 75. 70 is unprogrammed, di ba? 70 plus 5, or is it 2.5?
2.5.
Sorry, so 72. 72.5. So, nandyan yan. So now, make it very clear sa LGU kung magkano pa yung gusto nyong buuin, because like you said, Secretary, willing naman sila. Di ba? Willing naman sila pati private sector. But let's make it clear because we don't want confusion. We don't want people worrying that are there duplications, or like I said earlier, like a number of our colleagues had mentioned, no, Secretary, you're shaking your head, but there will be confusion. There is confusion. I do talk to LGUs also. So I think first thing is we have to admit there is confusion kasi hindi nga nila clear na kailangan ba namin gawin to o contribution namin? Because willing naman talaga silang gawin. And like I said, the worry is yung maliliit na LGU, yung hindi kasing yaman ng mga Metro Manila LGUs, hindi nila ngayon malaman kung, teka, ang gagawin namin, uutang ba kami dito? Sususpend ko ba tong isang program ko para maglabas ng pera? Hindi very clear yon. So, that's what my point lang is. No? And I know you get it, I'm just emphasizing it. So, I'll move on to the next point, Mr. President. My next point is on the rollouts. I read the briefer. Thank you very much. Katulad nga ng sabi ni Senate President, kung masusunod nga to, wala na tayong tanong, no? But really, what is really crucial here in this rollout is from the time you procure it and the time it arrives. Walk me through this a bit, no? A bit lang, hindi naman in detail dahil kulang tayo sa time. Correct me if I'm wrong. The current setup that we have now is that Zweelig, a private company, a pharmaceutical, pretty much takes charge of most, if not all, of the major vaccines that we roll out. And they deliver to our ITM those that will go to the national hospitals. And then they deliver directly to their other clients, and they could be LGUs, they could be hospitals, they could be clinics, the other vaccines. Is that accurate or not? I'm asking about current vaccines, and most of those vaccines are, of course, vaccines for children. My understanding is these internationally procured vaccines are delivered by using the resources of Zweelig, and then they deliver it to our ITM. Tama ba? For national
Yes, ma'am.
consumption.
Meron tayong third-party logistics that we've contracting. But this is largely dependent also on the cold chain temperature requirement. No? Kasi pagka halimbawa yung cold storage facility natin, +2 to +8 degrees centigrade and -20 degrees centigrade, yung vaccine supplier, sila po ang magdadala doon po sa atin mga DOH rented private warehouse or RITM. No? Yung parang pinaka-hub natin. Tapos from the DOH rented private warehouses and RITM, dadalhin po yan doon sa mga regional warehouse. No? These are the regional hubs. At sila naman po, down the road, they will distribute to the city health offices. Di-deploy na po yan sa mga provincial health offices, to the rural health units, the city health office, the hospitals, and other implementing units hanggat po makarating sa recipient.
Okay.
Okay po.
Let me interrupt you there, Secretary. So, but is it not correct that Zweelig is the biggest, if not the major, cold chain logistic provider that we have right now? I'm just asking for a background.
Madam, to set it right, during our negotiation, may sinasabi ko nga po, meron po tayong tinatawag na term sheet to lock the figures. Then during distribution, we have a supply agreement. This is a more extensive agreement.
Sorry, sir. To both gentlemen, to both secretaries. I'm just asking for a background. Sa vaccine, sa current situation natin, take away COVID. So, di pa naman kayo involved, Secretary Charlie, before COVID, di ba? I'm just asking. Di ba? I mean, we have to start somewhere. We're not starting from zero. So, all I'm asking is, how do we get vaccines to the people? And Secretary mentioned that there are private groups here. So, I'm just asking, is Willig one of the big ones? Or if not the major provider? Because from what I know, they take care of the logistics of most of the pharmaceuticals. It's a simple question.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, with your permission. Pre-COVID, kasi meron tayo naman po ang nagbabakuna for measles,
Yes, that's my
rubella,
question.
lahat po yan. No? So yung manufacturer ng mga bakuna, yung supplier, dadalhin po yan sa RITM. Yun ang parang pinaka...
Yes nga. Okay, I'll interrupt you there. When you say the manufacturer or the supplier, alam ko na nga yun, pero sino logistic provider nila? Willig yun. Wala ko bang nakakaalam? Kasi kung then just take what I'm saying as fact. Because I've had this discussion with a number of groups, including Willig. I'm only asking because I don't believe in reinventing the wheel. Kung may magaling dyan, reputable, gamitin.
Oh, yes,
Ano
ma'am.
yung point ko?
Yes, ma'am. We fully support that, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. So, I don't have any hidden agenda. I'm just trying to establish na may magaling, na matagal nang ginagawa yun. So, you've repeated it. The manufacturer, supplier, will send it to RITM, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just saying that from what I know, is really good. Yun lang. At meron silang cold storage facilities that can cover over 100 million vaccines. That's the fact that I know. Over 100 million kaya nila sa 2 to 8. Of course, that includes the usual vaccines, no? But when it comes to yung requirement ng Pfizer ng mga negative 70 degrees, even they that are the most reliable partner that you probably have will still have to purchase at this point, correct? Oh, and those are the agreements I want to ask if they've been secured. Because ito na yung pinaka-advance di ba? Like, I mean, we joked about this before. It was my joke, bad joke, but it's a reality. I think with Secretary Tolentino here, my seatmate, na baka 2021 will be the year na umubusan tayo ng ice cream. Kasi hindi sinasadya, gagamitin yung cold storage facilities ng ice cream. Diba? It's a joke, no? But that might be my next bestseller with Secretary Tolentino. Pwedeng mag-co-author din si Senator Joel. Anyway, so my point is, meron nang alam nitong kailangan gawin. Are we using them? Are we finalizing deals with them? And then I'm going to move to my next point. Ganun lang kasimple. Because I do know that there are other cold storage providers, but they're not really in the business of pharmaceuticals. Would I prefer that you deal with them? Well, I guess it's your job to review everybody, but I would prefer that it's somebody who knows their business when it comes to vaccines. May we call on Secretary Dizon?
Yes, ma'am. For the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines, we can confirm that the NTF vaccine cluster is in discussions with logistics companies such as Zuilig in order to provide the logistical services for the distribution. In fact, as Secretary Galvez was pointing out earlier, even in the discussions with the vaccine manufacturers themselves, the logistics is already a component of the supply agreements in order to facilitate and, as you said, not reinvent the wheel and already bring in the logistics and the cold chain supply chain managers in the supply agreements already para po seamless yung distribution apart from the delivery of the vaccines from the manufacturers.
And what I'm told is, most of these multinational pharmaceuticals deal with Zwillig because they do not want to risk their product being ruined, no, being out of that storage. So I'm just saying that, and obviously that's what we want. Imagine pati Germany, one of the countries we look up to in many ways, no? They had a delivery to, I don't know, northern, southern province that they had to throw away because hindi na secure yung temperature requirement. Germany na yun. And mayabang naman din ako kahit paano, pero hindi siguro natin kayang ipagyabang na mas magaling pa tayo sa kanila and it happens to them. So my point simply is, kung may magaling na dyan, gamitin.
You're absolutely correct, Mr. President, if I may po.
Yes,
Absolutely correct.
before answering Secretary Dizon, it grieves my heart to inform Senator Cayetano that the time is up, but he will allow her to
Wrap up.
finish the last point. Go ahead, Secretary Dizon.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much. Senator Cayetano is absolutely correct. If we include the cold chain specialists already, it actually reduces the risk on the part of government because the risk of the distribution is actually passed on to the private sector, which who are obviously very, very capable and they already know what to do. So it is part of the plan po in the rollout. Ma'am. Thank you very much po.
So, Mr. President, as I wrap up, no, because it grieves despite it grieving your heart, you're not giving me, did not offer me an extension. Okay lang. Pero I will say something that I hope will warm your heart. And this is my point. Dito sa rollout, no, the administration of the COVID vaccine is like the biggest ever live show that DOH and the national government will present to the Filipino people. Kung mahilig kayo manood ng banda, kung mahilig kayo manood ng comedy, eto na yung pinakamagaling na live show, pinakamaganda dapat. And this is not a pre-tape show. This does not have cut. This does not have time out, wrap up, bukas ulit, wala. Live show ito. And the only way, and feel free to add, Senate President, no take two. So the only way, and again, the Senate President can correct me here or add on, the only way that they can perfect that show is practice, 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 and dress rehearsal. Again, I know Secretary Duque, nakita ko naman dun sa briefer. Sabi nga ni Senate President, kung masusunod yan, okay tayo. But I really want to emphasize that you need to roll this out, the dress rehearsals itself. Roll out a pneumococcal vaccine, roll it out from the master list, every rollout of every project. O opening na lang ng restaurant. I am in that business. Yeah, you have a dry run, you have a soft opening. Papupuntay mo din yung masungit na customer, tapos sabay-sabay yung tao doon na gustong kumain, aangal, mainit, malamig. You have to roll it out that way and test it. And test your stress points. What are your stress points? So the stress points obviously would be the storage, the transportation, the timing. And you know what? The master list. I'll end with this, Mr. President. The master list. Yung SAP2 nga lang inabot tayo ng Bayanihan 2. Hindi pa rin nabubuo yung SAP2. And then ngayon, from what I understand, is the final delivery of SAP2, the master list was reduced from 17 na inumpisahan ko sa Bayanihan 1, 17 million families, ngayon 14 million na lang. Di ba umaangal nga yung mga LGU na ang daming hindi nakatanggap kasi yung master list ng DSWD hindi tugma doon sa master list ng mga LGU. Tapos nabawasan pa. So how do we even begin to do this with those kind of master lists? Those are stress points that need to be addressed. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and to our resource-based persons. Maraming salamat. I hope yung aking interventions, alam niyo naman, the intention is really to point it out to you because you really will bear the burden of rolling this out. Thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano, and I hope the message and the advice of Senator Cayetano is well taken by the members of the Executive Department, most especially the IATF. We hope to see that in the future very soon. Senator Joel Villanueva, the other author, is recognized.
Thank you very
You
much.
have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I start, let me greet my senior brad, our Senate President pro tempore. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Senator Recto. Let me start by jumping off where Senator Cayetano left off yung pong master list, no? And in my resolution number 598, ito ho talaga yung pinaka-meat ng ating resolution. I'm glad that a while ago si Secretary Galvez is very specific doon sa pagbanggit niya ng mga essential workers. But looking at the two presentations kanina, no, DOH and yung presentation kanina ni Secretary Galvez, ang priority Filipinos would be, ang target is 24.6 million Filipinos. Yun yung pinaka priority, no? Dun lang sa presentation ni ng DOH at ni Secretary Galvez. Si Secretary Galvez made a breakdown, and let me put this on record. Composed of the following: first priority in the vaccination would be the 1.76 million frontline health workers. Second priority are the 3.78 million indigent senior citizens. Third priority are the remaining 5.67 million senior citizens. Fourth priority are the remaining 12.9 million indigent Filipinos. And fifth priority are the 525,523 uniformed personnel. I just want to put that on record. You still believe, Secretary, na this would be our priority, right?
Sir, we made an addition
Okay.
to make it 35 million.
So it's now
35 million.
35 million.
Including seafarers and OFW and essential workers, business essential workers.
That's good. That's good because that's really the meat of the resolution that this representation filed. Secretary, perhaps if you can uh, uh, crystallize why we are doing this, no? Of the members of the priority groups, as you mentioned, yung additional would include essential workers, no? And that would, if you look at the 25.4 naging 30 million, so that's less than 5 million. Yun lang ho ba yung essential workers, or part of the essential workers that you have already identified belongs doon sa unang 25.4 million workers, Filipinos?
Sir, Your Honor, if you allow me to enumerate, essential workers, including the government essential workers and frontliners by institutions, and also essential workers from the business, like in the transportation, power, electricity, tourism, and other life cycle connected workers. It also includes our OFWs and also includes our seafarers and other essential workers.
I cannot agree more, Secretary, and as the chairperson of the committee, Senate Committee on Labor and Human Resources Development, yung essential workers napakahalaga at kasama po dyan yung mga jeepney drivers, bus drivers, retail workers, security guards. Of course, nabanggit na kanina yung frontline workers, hospital laboratory personnel, waste collectors, food and delivery riders, and the like. Mr. Secretary, we just wanted to make sure na itong mga ito kasama at pareho yung ating pagkakaintindi nitong essential workers at kasama po ito dun sa 30 million na inyong binanggit.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, nag-meeting po kami ng NCR mayors kagabi ng 7 o'clock. Yung po, kinarareport po namin yon. Na ang pinaka-main purpose na po natin based on the WHO prioritization is basically to preserve the healthcare institution and also the healthcare institution and also the institutions that provide the services. So yun po ang pinaka-primary po natin. And then we also have to reduce mortality and contain the pandemic. That's why we also apply the vulnerables and also those who are very vulnerable to the COVID-19. Lastly is what we want to recover immediately the economy. So with that, we identify, that's why we have a tripartite agreement with the LGU and the private sector, so that the private sector will protect its own frontliners. So with that tripartite, we were able to identify who are those workers that will make an economy rebound. At the same time, it will make consumer confidence to the economy.
Thank you, Secretary. But you also agree with this representation na kaya po unahin natin sila dahil mas mataas yung risk na ginagampanan na. And a study would say na yung health workers are 3 times more at risk in contracting COVID-19. At itong mga essential workers, kagaya ng nabanggit natin, itong mga riders, jeepney drivers, itong mga nagdi-deliver, mga nasa waste collectors, etc., mas mataas yung risk nila. Kaya dapat talaga unahin natin. In fact, Secretary, dun ho sa Indonesia, for example, mas ang number 1 ho nila na priority ay essential workers. Not even the senior citizens. Hindi naman ho tayo nag-agree doon. No? But we're saying talagang napaka-importante na yung essential workers ay kasama at priority natin sa pagbabakuna.
Yes, sir. I fully agree, sir.
Perhaps, Mr. Secretary, just to not to waste time, perhaps if we could get a breakdown of the essential workers na binanggit po natin, kung ilan po yung nakikita natin dito, if you can submit to this committee para lang po masiguro natin na at ma-double check natin yung mga makikita po natin na talagang pinaghahandaan ng ating pamahalaan na mabakunahan. Pangalawang, I hope I get your commitment on that, Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Pangalawa ho, Mr. Secretary, is the overlapping that I was talking about. Kasi kanina, yung binanggit natin doon sa 1.76 million frontline workers, 3.78 indigent senior citizens, and then another 5.67. And then you're talking about 12.9 million indigent Filipinos, which I think part of it would be essential workers, no? And now you're adding additional around 5 million individuals na ipaprioritize. So ang next question is yung overlapping. Baka mamaya yung kasama na po doon sa kagaya ng binanggit natin doon sa indigent Filipinos, may mga essential workers na po doon. So baka may sosobra pa, may include natin yung ibang mga workers, no? And nabanggit ko rin po yan kasi ito yung susunod na katanungan ko. Na-raise din po kanina, sa LGUs, sa private sector, may mga efforts din po sila, and I'm glad that Secretary Vince Dizon made mention about a template. I think that would answer a lot of questions that we have been getting from our friends from the LGUs, from city mayors, from governors na who wanted to ask on how to go over this. Yung overlapping po, paano po natin itong sinisiguro na hindi magkakaroon ng doble-doble, no? Kung yung ilang malaking bahagi ng Metro Manila ay makakabili na ng vaccine, meron na silang allocation, klaro ho ba yung ating data dito? At siguro kung bigyan niyo kami ng ilang updates kung gaano ka-effective at kaaya-aya itong master list na nasa atin na ho ngayon vis-a-vis the efforts being done by LGUs in acquiring these vaccines.
Sir, that's the primary reason that we have to have a centralized procurement process to the tripartite so that we will have an equity of access. Yung mga LGUs po na kokonti ang nabili or yung LGUs na hindi nakabili, yun ang magiging priority po ng ating national government. And titingnan po natin yung ratio with their tinatawag natin targeted populations to be inoculated. So pagka na-match po namin yung master list at saka po yung mga binili nila at saka yung mga allocations to be directed to them equitably by the national government, doon po magkakaroon ng validation. That's why
that's the only time.
Opo, magkakaroon po ng validations yan with the LGU. Actually po sir, ang ginawa po nga namin in order that it will not be too prescriptive, ang ginawa po namin ay sabi po namin, i-recommend ang LGU po ang magiging bottom up po ang recommendation based doon sa framework na ginawa po ng WHO at saka po ng DOH. And with that, magkakaroon tayo na tinatawag nating validated list. Because para nakita na po natin ang lessons learned natin na kung ang national government ang magbigay ng master list, it will not be validated. So it is the LGU that will make the master list and it will be validated by the regional and even yung mga regional health offices ng DOH.
So sa ngayon po, Secretary, ayan, napa-flash po sa screen yung mga LGUs that allocated funds for vaccine procurement. I don't know, can you confirm na yan po ay meron na at kasama na po yan sa inyong listahan at kumbaga na-adjust nyo na po yung inyong targets based on these figures?
Yes sir, nag-meeting po kami kagabi. Yan po ang pinag-usapan po namin. At ang sabi nga namin po sa kanila na yung mga areas na talagang nangangailangan. Kasi ang target, sabi nga namin sa kanila, dapat targetin nyo lang yung tinatawag nating essential workers at saka po yung tinatawag nating yung mga ating frontliners and healthcare workers dahil in order for you to survive and perform 100% yung mga duties ng mga tinatawag natin mga frontliners natin.
Am I correct, Secretary, that when these LGUs roll out their program on vaccination, meron ho kayong say at influence kanino unang ituturok itong bakuna? At nabanggit niyo po doon din po sa listahan ng inyong priority, sila din po dapat ang unang makinabang dito. Is that correct?
Opo, bali po yung yung sinasabi natin yung naka-flash po na figures. This is the advanced market commitment template. Meron pa po tayong supply agreement na pipirmahan with the LGU at the national government and also the vaccine maker. From there, makikita po natin yung layout ng distribution at pagka nakita natin na yung kanilang nakuha lang is only certain percentage na total allocation, equitable allocation, pupunan po ng national government po yon.
And with this, Secretary, nakita nyo na po, LGUs sa Metro Manila, sa ibang lugar, sa ibang mga probinsya, I'm sure malaking tulong po ito, no, sa national government. And with that, as of now, as we speak, gaano kalaki yung savings na natin na ngayon na po pwede na nating ma-access yung ibang hindi nasa priority areas? Do we have that figure?
Meron po tayong sa ngayon, approximately na 13 million doses. Ang nakuha, 13 million doses, more or less.
Million doses.
Opo, very sizable po. Kaya po nagpapasalamat po kami sa LGU at saka po sa private sector. They were able to mass up, yung recently is 10.5 million plus yung 2.5 na initial order. Ito po is very sizable na we can inoculate already more or less 6 million Filipinos.
So that 13 million, Secretary, pwede nating i-add doon sa 30 million na priority sector natin. Is that correct statement?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, kung yung capacity natin sa ating program, because we programmed that we will be inoculating initially 35 million. Considering that we have made naging maganda po yung negotiation po natin, we were able to expand the volume. So sa ngayon po nakita po namin yung more or less mga 13 million to 14 million po na doses. It really add up po dun sa po natin. Kasi ang allocation po supposed to be natin sa isang vaccine company is only 20 million. But because of the introduction of the private partnership, we add up to 10 million more doses. So instead of 20 million ng allocation natin, nag-add up tayo ng 30 million. And that is a good news for
I'm glad that you made mention that, Secretary Galvez, because right now, yung mga essential workers natin would have the confidence, no, in the insurance nila that at the end of the day, talagang priority sila na bibigyan ng bakuna. Siguro yung talagang malaking challenge ho sa atin, yung 47% that says they don't want to be vaccinated, who refuse to be vaccinated. And again, ipo-point out ko, 21% doon sa nakaraang survey are still undecided. So we really, I think, Secretary Duque, Secretary Galvez, Secretary Vince, we really need to do more on the information campaign, no? At malaking bagay po yan. At para masiguro natin yung mga kababayan natin ay mabakunahan at alam nila na safe po sila, no. Pupunta po ako sa ibang topic, no. Kanina nabanggit ko ho yung Sinovac, and first time ko nga ho nadinig yung from 50% to 50, between 50 to 90% na yung efficacy rate nila. And alam nyo, gaya po ng binanggit ko kanina, kahit ako, limited din yung information ko. Yun lang ho yung naririnig ko, nakikita ko, at nababasa sa pahayagan. And so, as mentioned a while ago, this is the best time to tell our people na safe at hindi ho tayo magro-roll out ng anumang bakuna na hindi sigurado o merong agam-agam mismo ang ating mga doktor. Kasi nakakatakot ho, kasi yung binabanggit ko kanina, personal experience ko, kilala ko yung doktor, sasabihin sa akin na hindi siya magpapabakuna ng Sinovac. Siyempre ako, pag narinig ko yun, as a regular guy without any background in the medical field, yun din ho yung mararamdaman ko, no? So I think it's very important. At binanggit niyo kanina yung Sinovac at yung completion of negotiation, parang tapos na ho yata. Is that correct, Secretary? I saw a statement from Secretary Duque na natapos na po, at ilan po ito ulit yung sa Sinovac?
Yeah, sir, just to confirm, so we've locked in the 25 million doses from Sinovac.
How much? How many?
25
million doses.
And we've also locked in the price with Sinovac. But we have, in a supply agreement, you have to deal with other provisions, standard legal provisions, which, syempre, we have our position, they have
Yes, I
their
understand.
position.
I understand, Yusek, but I think all of the public listening to you right now because of the previous information that we have garnered na mataas ang presyo ng Sinovac at etc. No? So hindi naman po yun dun sa naririnig natin na sila yung pinakamataas, pinakamababa yung efficacy at yun ang kukunin.
I think just to clarify, sir,
Yes.
I think the newspaper reports refer to Sinopharm, not they're
Sinopharm.
they're different
Okay.
companies.
So good na hindi yun, no? Hindi yung mataas ang presyo at mababa ito. Another thing that I'd like to talk about is yung storage, no? According to news reports and I think was also confirmed, yung Pfizer must be kept in minus 70 degrees Celsius. Yung Moderna needs minus 20 degrees Celsius. Gaano ho tayo naghahanda dito? And kanina parang narinig ko, Secretary Galvez, yung if ever na sila yung, which I think most probably okay na or good na dadating na sila dito at iyon ay gagamitin dito lang sa NCR at hanggang Cebu, if I'm not mistaken, if I hear you correct kanina.
Sir, ang maganda po sir, yung lahat ng mga vaccine manufacturers, they are more than willing to make an extra mile because they wanted to have a long-term commitment with the Philippines. So like Pfizer, ang ginagawa po nila in order to maintain yung product nila, to preserve yung efficacy, they devise a lot of supply mechanisms in order to have some sort of co-ownership on these responsibilities. During our negotiations, ang ano po nila is talagang tumulong din po sila sa atin because they know how to preserve the efficacy of this vaccine. Ibig sabihin po, kaya po ang commitment po nila sa atin, they will deliver the product, the vaccine to the vaccination area. So wala na po tayong problema sa storage. And just in case we will have a supply agreement, extensive supply agreement, we will make sure sir na talagang we will prevent po yung tinatawag nating wastage. Because napakaganda po ng offer po sa atin ng Pfizer, even the consumables, meron po silang they can preserve. Meron po yung vials na 5 dose. But if using the special needle, magiging 6 doses po yon. So yun po they offer even better services po.
So you mean to say, Secretary Galvez, kahit hindi lang dito sa Metro Manila, even outside Metro Manila, we'll be able to use it.
Ang nakikita po natin sir sa limitation as we saw on the different countries as a strategy po nila talaga, kailangan lang po sa Pfizer is yung anong cities ang mayroong storage ng -70. Anong pharmaceutical company ang may capability doon. And based on our study, those companies that have that capability is only up to Cebu and also in Davao. But I believe just in case if we will have conclude yung supply agreement, we will ask Pfizer on how can they service yung other services outside of Metro Manila and also outside of these cities. But we will devise ways and means. But sir, yung namin, strategies namin, that's why we have a portfolio. Those of our portfolio with a limited capacity on supply chain, like for example, we have -20 and -70. For us to have an easier management of logistics, it will be deployed only on the central hubs. And those 2 to 8 and 6, which we said we don't have very minimal risk, it will be deployed on the suburbs and rural areas.
Okay, that's good na yung study nyo would determine kung saan ito pwedeng gamitin at mas efficient gamitin. Siguro just to wrap up yung target is 148 million for this year, and then ang secured po natin is 30 million, pero 25 million na po yung Sinovac, am I correct, na naka-lock in? So ilan ho talaga na ngayon yung secured na out of the 148 million target?
I hope that is the wrap-up question, Secretary Galvez. You may answer. If you don't mind, Senator Villanueva. Go ahead.
Sir, if we will be able to have a successful negotiation this week and next week, we can lock in as much as 100 million.
100 million.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. I wish to ask more questions, but I'm more than willing to wait for the second round if ever. But let me thank again Secretary Galvez for answering our questions, and personally, ang dami kong naririnig na talagang you're working very hard, and we commend your work, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues.
We will try to reset another hearing within the week, because I was told that the president is calling for the Secretary Duque and Secretary Galvez because of a emergency cabinet meeting at 5 o'clock. So we will expect you to be here until 4:30 perhaps. We will try to squeeze in everything and everybody because of the other colleagues who need to ask questions. But in that case, we might have to convene for another hearing within the week, even before the Senate resumes on Monday, just to be able to clarify some points, unless we're able to get everything we want to. Senator Tolentino, you are next, and then Senator Gatchalian, were both physically present, then we'll go to the virtually present members of the Senate. You have 10 minutes, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, to reiterate your statement a while ago, it grieves my heart to ask questions to my former colleagues in the cabinet. There is only one resounding question here that is being asked by the general public. Kahiyahiya man sa'yo, General Galvez, ang tinatanong ng publiko, what is happening to our vaccines, General? But let the other members of this your group answer the questions for you. The question for you, I asked Director General Domingo. My first question is this: be direct to the point. What's the difference between recombinant vaccine and mRNA vaccine?
Well, magkaiba pong vehicle, no? Yung pong mRNA is laboratory synthesized po ito, no? Na yung pong RNA parts ng virus ay ipoproduce po nila sa laboratory pagkatapos mag-i-induce po siya, no, ng isang inflammatory reaction. Yung recombinant DNA, iba po yung proseso ng paggawa niya, no, from the virus. But of course, in the end po, pareho naman po yung kanilang objective, which is to make the body produce hormonal and cellular reaction para po ma-prepare yung katawan natin pag dumating later yung virus sa katawan natin, malabanan natin siya.
And which vaccine would you prefer for distribution, procurement in the Philippines?
Well, sa amin po, wala naman po kaming preference sa FDA as long as yung safety profile po it's not the type of vaccine that we look at. What we look at really is the safety profile and the efficacy before po. And of course, yun pong pagkaangkop niya dito po sa situation natin sa Pilipinas.
And can the vaccines be mixed? For instance, you have a recombinant vaccine in Tugigaraw, mRNA vaccine in Vigan. Can it be geographically mixed?
Well, geographically po, pero yung pong sa isang tao, sa ngayon po, lahat ng vaccine dinedevelop na ang first dose niya is the same as the second dose. So lahat po ngayon ay inaaral na pareho po dapat ang tatanggapin niyo na second dose.
Kaya ko po nabanggit yun, Mr. President, dahil po yung recombinant vaccine, ito po yung CanSino Biologics, ito po yung Sputnik, yung mRNA, correct me if I'm wrong, ito po yung Pfizer, ito yung Moderna, etc. etc. Pinag-uusapan natin yung mga vaccine kanina, hindi natin pinag-usapan kung ano yung uri ng vaccine. Kaya tinanong ko po yan. Salamat, Director General Domingo. Marami pa ako itatanong sa iyo mamaya, pero balikan ko po yung napag-usapan kanina, yung emergency use authorization. Ang sabi mo, hindi pa pinahintulutan yung mga LGUs at private corporations is because under emergency use authorization lang tayo. Sino ba nag-i-issue ng EUA?
Ang FDA po, Mr. Senator.
So what's taking you a long time to issue a full license or authorization?
Mr. Senator, it's because wala pa pong company na ready mag-apply for a full authorization. Ang full authorization po kasi dapat natapos na lahat ng phase 3 trial. In fact, kapag po nag-apply ng EUA ang isang kumpanya, kasama po yun sa isa kong hinihingi sa kanila na kondisyon na meron silang pangako na i-complete nila ang development ng product and that they will register it as soon as it's ready for its registration. Ibig po sabihin, pag nakompleto na nila, kailangan po hindi sila mag-delay, i-register na po nila at kunan ng CPR.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I have records here which would show that the following countries, Bahrain, Canada, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, already gave full license and authorization to Pfizer Biotech. The same is true with Moderna. It was given full authorization by Canada. So what's taking up? What's a different procedure when it comes to Philippine processing and licensing?
So if I may answer this one.
In the World Health Organization. But
Yes,
we're
sir.
talking about internal Philippine regulations here, with all due respect, Republic Act 9711. Go ahead, sir.
The question is that none of the vaccines have been fully licensed for general use. All of the countries that have licensed them have only granted emergency use authorization because these
My assumption is that Bahrain never gave a full authorization to Pfizer.
No, sir. That's
So I stand corrected.
Yes.
So again, we go back to Republic Act 9711. What's taking you too long?
Mr. Chair, well, on the contrary, no, yun pong registration process ng vaccine is 6 months and I have decreased that to 21 days. Yung 21 days po is for 1 week for administrative
Cut
and
you
2
short.
weeks for our experts to take a look.
Director Domingo nakikinig ang DLG, nakikinig yung iba. This coming budget season, the guidance coming from the DBM, Circular 138, is for full devolution for LGUs. We will now be implementing the Mandanas Doctrine, meaning to say funds previously allocated to the Department of Health will now be given to the LGUs. We might come into a situation wherein X province, for instance, will have a phase 1 procurement utilizing your so-called tripartite agreement, and then for phase 2, because of the devolution, because of the Mandanas ruling, they will be utilizing their own funds. No manufacturing pharma entity would probably be dealing in a state of flux and confusion coming from the Philippines dealing with two procurement entities. Siguro dapat isipin nyo rin yun. By next year, yung pondo Secretary Duque ng LGUs, ng Department of Health, mapupunta na sa LGUs. Kaya marami silang pondo para bumili ng bakuna.
Mr. Chair, kaya nga po papayagan naman po ng national government as long as they coordinate. Kasi nga po under EUA, wala pong certificate of product registration yung bakuna. At ang local government unit, hindi po papayagan ng procurement law na bumili ng unlicensed or unregistered product. Kaya po papayagan po natin through DOH.
Again, you heard the statement coming from the majority leader that we amended the law authorizing now other entities to directly purchase abroad. And there is no provision in your Republic Act 9711 banning them, prohibiting them from acquiring vaccines abroad. I go to my second question, Mr. Brett. Meron po ba ditong representative ang Department of Finance? Department of Foreign Affairs? Department of Finance kasi puro non-disclosure agreement eh. Department of Foreign Affairs na lang. Foreign Affairs? Foreign Affairs, sir? Can you identify yourself?
Sir, Eric Tamayo from the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Affairs is a part of the IATF. Am I correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Which cluster is that? Which committee is that? Procurement, identification?
We are part of the IATF and the NTF on COVID-19. We are part of the vaccine cluster, and we attend several task groups.
So your role is to give advice in terms of, I heard Secretary Galvez mention diplomatic relations a while ago. So your role is to give advice to the committee, am I correct?
Our role is to facilitate the contact points for our vaccine subs to get in touch with vaccine developers and to disseminate information.
Let me show this short slide if it's available now. Meron po akong maliit na presentation to abbreviate this, Mr. President. Pa rin? Can we have that? Mr. President, Secretary Galvez, you can probably scribble some notes. There is a big vehicle which you can use through the Department of Foreign Affairs, and I'm referring to our ASEAN commitments. Recently, the President attended through online Zoom an ASEAN meeting meron pong tinatawag na ASEAN COVID-19 Response Fund. And glancing through the ASEAN documents, you'll probably be surprised, as I was surprised reading this while listening to your other presentations, what the other ASEAN countries have done. And you can probably learn a lot from this, as I have. Next slide, please. For instance, Brunei. Ang Brunei, walang problema kasi COVAX facility sila. Cambodia has no problem at all. WHO can attest to this. Low number of infections, low number of community transmissions, etc. But I'm surprised with Indonesia. Indonesia, nabanggit kanina, and I will correct some of your statements, Indonesia will have the first vaccination 2 days from now, on Wednesday. The first to be vaccinated is the president himself, President Joko Widodo, January 13, 2021. And Indonesia was able to source from China, this is my source, from China Sinovac Biotech, 3 million doses of vaccine to the country last year, December. The government now is waiting for the regulatory board, similar to the FDA, to issue an emergency use authorization. Even before the approval of the regulatory board, the government of Indonesia started distributing vaccines to 34 provinces across the world's largest archipelago. Wala pang approval, nagdi-distribute na sila, 34 provinces. Ito pa ho yan ha, ito pa yung dadagdag ko. And you can confirm this. Indonesia, through its PT Bio Pharma, by this January, will be producing their own vaccines. Secretary Duque, gagawa sila ng sariling bakuna. Guys, Secretary Duque, that even Vietnam will now be having their own vaccine through 4 companies headed by Nanogen. And the same is true with Thailand, Bionet Asia. The same is true with Singapore. They started vaccinating last week through another local Singaporean pharma company, Arcturus pharmaceutical company. And I would want to ask DFA. DFA, are you listening? There is a company in Taiwan. The name is Medigene Vaccine. They are now manufacturing their own vaccine. Secretary Galvez, I hope you listen to my, hindi na umabot yung presentation ko kasi mabilis yung oras. Bakit po itong mga ASEAN countries natin ay nakagawa ng sarili at gumagawa ng sariling bakuna sa pamamagitan ng pagta-tie up sa foreign pharmaceutical companies na hindi natin ginagawa? Pangalawa, bakit po tayo hindi nag-source dito sa mga ASEAN brothers natin? Baka mas mura. Ang Taiwan nag-o-offer ng napakababang halaga. The same is true with Thailand. Mga ASEAN po yan eh. Ang lapit na sa atin ang Taiwan, lampas lang po ng Batanes yan. Ang Indonesia, malapit din po. Bakit hindi po tayo nag-source dito sa malalapit, mas mura, at bakit hindi din po tayo gumawa, nag-attempt, mag-tie up sa iba't ibang pharmaceutical companies? Kaya mamaya tatanungin ko dito yung patent office at saka FDA, bakit hindi tayo nag-attempt na magkaroon naman ng sariling bakuna sa pamamagitan ng pag-invoke ng TRIPS agreement, yung Doha agreement, na pwede tayo magkaroon ng compulsory licensing.
Before you answer, Senator Lacson wants to interject on that point of Senator Tolentino.
Mr. President, with the permission, very quickly, was there ever an instance na yung Chinese pharmaceutical company offered to do their clinical trials here on a collaborative arrangement? So it will further bring down just what was being pointed out by Senator Tolentino, to further bring down the price of vaccines, but it was rejected. They were offering to do it with a local pharmaceutical firm, but of course with the permission of the national government. But this was rejected by the national government. Was there ever an instance?
Mr. Chairman, meron ho tayong IATF that approved the endorsement of DOST, approving yung conduct of a clinical trial by Sinopharm in the Philippines. with collaborating organizations, Admin Corporation, Academia Sinica, Chinese Academy of Science, Sinopharma, lahat. But I would like to defer, Mr. Chairman, to Secretary Boy de la Peña because he's more into this for all those applying for clinical trials, with the permission of the chair.
Pinurso ko lang po yung point kasi yung opportunity sayang. Kasi kung pumayag tayo, nandito nila gagawin yung kanilang clinical trials in collaboration with a local firm, mas mabilis sana at saka mas mura pa ang cost. Sige po.
Secretary de la Peña, go ahead.
Yung sa Sinopharm po, yun ang unang diskusyon, ano? And siyempre, kung magkakaroon sila ng local manufacturing dito, kasama din yung clinical trials. Ang problema lang po nung sinabi namin yung clinical trials na kanilang gagawin ay sila ang gagastos, ay hindi na po sila tumuloy.
Hindi naman pwedeng sila lahat ang gagastos. Siyempre kung may collaboration at dito gagawin mismo para magpa-partnership sila, laboratory nila dito, may gastos din tayo, ba't naman tayo hindi pumayag?
Ay, kasi po yun ang usapan merong local collaborating company. In the case of Sinopharm, nagka-doble-doble yung mga kausap namin, and when we asked the Chinese side, we clarified kung sino ba talaga sa kanila ang nagre-represent sa inyo. Hindi na nalinaw.
Well, the one who wrote the secretary a letter, yung mismo chairman ng kumpanya na nagmamayari ng Sinopharm, Mr. Liu Jingxian. Andiyan yung kanina, pinakita namin yung letter.
Sa kanila
Kailangan ba tayo mo-confuse kung sinong kausap?
Sa kanila po namin itinanong kung sino ba dito sa mga sumusulat na ito sa amin. May MKG, mayroong hindi namin
alam niyo, Secretary, ginugel ko lang, na-confirm ko na si Liu Jingxian talaga ang chairman.
Doon po sa punto na yon, lumapit na kami sa embassy natin sa China to help us directly talk to the Sinopharm in China. Kasi nalilito na kami sa mga sulat na iba-iba ang nakapirma at hindi naman namin nalinawan kung sino talaga yung representative nila dito.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You may continue, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hindi po sumasagot ang DFA. Ni Senator Lacson, kayo dapat yung nagsasabi sa IATF na mayroong ganitong kumpanya, ganitong bansa na pwedeng makatulong?
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, at the onset of the pandemic, our post had actively started to scour and scope for vaccine developers. And they also, we transmitted the information being transmitted to us by our post to the agencies concerned. So that is basically our role is to disseminate such information coming from our foreign service posts.
And I assume that you gave central focus to our ASEAN neighbors because right now, as we speak, Thailand is offering vaccines to Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia and Vietnam at reasonable prices. BioNet Asia of Thailand. Gumawa na rin sila ng COVID-19 vaccine pero hindi natin to naghanap lang tayo kung saan-saan pero yung ASEAN ang lapit sa atin, hindi natin kinuha. Meko, Taiwan. Pwede pang bumili tayo ng vaccine sa Taiwan even with the one China policy?
Your Honor, just to put in perspective, we are looking at over 200 plus vaccines under development all over the world.
In Taiwan, may konting hatanong ko, napakalapit ng Taiwan.
May we defer the evaluation to our experts. We have a vaccine experts panel that evaluates the feasibility of this vaccine.
Talking about safety and efficacy, I'm talking about some diplomatic implications. If we purchase, try to source out vaccines from Taiwan with a one China policy.
We will have to discuss that further, Your Honor. At this point, we will have to evaluate our parameters on ourselves.
Kasi ang DFA naman, hindi naman nag-evaluate ng vaccine. Ang gagawin lang ng DFA kung makakasira sa relasyon natin sa China. Nagbigay ka ba ng advice kay Secretary Galvez tungkol dyan?
We will have to, maybe the vaccine sir will be in a better position to address the matter, sir.
General, ang tingin ko, General, kulang yun na ibibigay sa inyong advice. I think even DTI will show you one. I'll give you a gift for you before. Mr. President, alam po ba, alam siguro naman ng vaccine, with all due respect, sir, na bukod sa bakuna, pag nakuha natin yung mga dosages, vials, ang kailangan natin yung hiringgilya. Ang kailangan natin yung syringe. May bakuna ka nga, wala ka naman panturok, laking problema natin yon, di ba? So, let me offer you this advice. I only have a few things left. I tried to look around, scout around near my province in Cavite. There are several syringe manufacturing companies. And if you look at the law, ito papakita ko, if you look at the law, under our existing laws, these are part of the export processing zone companies. Before they export, they are allowed to retain 30%, and now PESA increased it to 50%. So kung ang production nila ay 1 million syringe, hiringgilya, pwede nilang i-retain yung 500,000 para sa Pilipinas, ang export na lang nila 500,000. Can we have the slides? The companies, the syringe companies. So we have 3 companies supplying syringes all over the world, to England, to the United States. And I'm referring to Terumo, Philippines, in Laguna Technopark. Gusto ko kayong tulungan. APM Technica AG, supplying to Europe, also in Laguna Technopark. JMS Healthcare, Light Industry Science, Laguna Technopark, supplying syringes to Japan and other Asian countries. Pero under the law, we can retain 30 to 50%. Pwede kaya makipag-usap yung general, yung grupo nyo na huwag nyo nang ibenta yung 30 to 50%, i-retain na lang sa Pilipinas para pagdating ng bakuna natin, may panturok tayo. Kasi gaya nung sinabi kanina, may bakuna tayo, problema natin yung freezer. Ngayon naman may bakuna tayo, baka wala tayong pang injection. So can we, I'll give you the papers, General. Gusto kitang tulungan. Ito na yun, ito na yung mga, I'm sure hindi niyo pa napag-usapan to. Itulong ko na sa inyo yan. I have a lot of questions again, Mr. President, pero kung may second round pa ako, I'll throw this to the Patent Office, to the FDA, and one last job to the DFA. DFA, hindi naman pinag-uusapan yung dropping the ball. Baka lang 3 seconds violation yung nangyari. Hindi kayo nakabigay ng tamang advice. Thank you, Mr. President, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, you're recognized.
Mr. President.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are 2 very important takeaways after listening to our senators earlier. Number 1, urgency, and number 2, certainty. And this is a very important. This is very important for the members of the IATA to take note of these, because this is really what is quite worrisome to the members of the Senate. And I want to pursue this, Mr. President, on this line. And I want to go back to the comments of General Galvez earlier on the confirmed orders. General Galvez, can you run this down again, in very great detail, kung ano po ang ano po yung mga vaccines na confirm na ho natin to date, at ilan po yun, at ano po yung timetable na dadating? Kasi kanina po, a lot of senators were asking that, and there were answers here and there. I want to run down again, what are the confirmed vaccines that you have already ordered, and the timetable of which those vaccines will come to our country.
Sir, firstly, Your Honor, the confirmed term sheet that we have already completed is the Novavax, which is 30 million doses of Novavax. And we agreed that it can be expanded to additional 10 million for the LGUs and private sector. So, in all, we will have a 40. Then, Sinovac, we already been in coordination with the Chinese government, and they are committed to perform and execute for the deployments of 25 25 dosage. For Pfizer, I cannot reveal the volumes because we're still on negotiation. And with your, pardon me, Your Honor, it is a very concrete on our CDA that the volumes, the price, and the indicative cannot be revealed in public. Maybe I can put it on an executive session so that I can give you the information. But for the purpose of compromising this data, I might not be able to give here, but it is a very sizable amount. We are very thankful to Pfizer for giving that commitment. And then as Seneca, as we speak, I believe the LGU and also the private sector are able to lock in 13 million, including the 2.5 million that we have early signed. We will sign. We are scheduling for the signing of this document, most likely this coming Tuesday or Thursday. And also J&J, we have, as I was allowed to only say that there is a conclusive signing of the initial document, and we will announce later in the media on the development of the J&J. But the J&J, we were able to have a conclusive arrangement on J&J. And then next is Gamaleya. Gamaleya is a Russian Sputnik. It's been ordered by more or less 20 countries on the eastern bloc of the world, and we will be getting 25 million also. The Russian government is being committed to deploy that also this coming February, the earliest deployment, similar to Sinovac. So the other product that we are looking is those other products that are still on the clinical trial. But basically, the products that we have made is four for the US. We are still negotiating with Moderna, and they are allocating us more or less 15 to 20 million dosage. And the private sector under Enrique Razon already committed to help us in bringing Moderna to the Philippines. So the private sector is helping out so that we can immediately lock in on the negotiations. We have scheduled negotiations this coming Tuesday or Wednesday with Moderna, and we are committed to having a signing of this agreement with Moderna. So all in all, sir, Your Honor, if we were able to lock in and all the documents 2 weeks from now. This week we will have a signing, maybe with J&J and also with AstraZeneca, and also maybe hopefully Pfizer. All in all, sir, we can have at least 100 dosage, and if we will be successful in our negotiations and consummate all the vaccines, we will have 144.
General, I was being prodded by my colleagues. Bakit sa media announced but hindi po i-announce now, no?
Sir, wala po ako na-announce sa media po ng yung mga tinatawag natin po mga if you look at the media, I have never been in the media for almost 2 weeks. Hindi po ako lumalabas talaga. Hindi ko po sinasabi po sa media yung Ang nag-announce po kahapon is mismong SII, not me po.
General, just to reiterate, no, you said earlier Novavax is 30 million. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Expandable to another 10 million.
Yeah, but the confirmed orders, Novavax 30 million.
Yes, sir.
Sinovac 25 million. And then you have AstraZeneca 30 million. These are the confirmed orders to date.
Yes, sir. And we are still negotiating for more for the government side.
But so far, we have about 85 million confirmed orders to date.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How about yung COVAX, General?
It's depending on the submission of our eligibility list, which will be our target date is on January 18.
But COVAX is additional 20 million.
COVAX is another 40 million. 40 million because it is for 22 million people.
Okay, so we're talking about 125 million doses.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Confirmed to date.
If the negotiations that we will be having this coming week and next week will be successful, sir. But the prospect is very sir, very.
But to date po, generally, yung confirmed na, yung masasabi
Ang
natin.
confirm natin masasabi, sir, is Novavax, AstraZeneca, Sinovac, and also only Novavax, AstraZeneca, and Sinovac, and also the COVAX.
So that's 125 million doses.
Yes, sir.
That's good for 70 million people.
Yes, sir. But we are expecting more, sir.
And then you said earlier, after the question of Senator Lacson, that the COVAX will arrive by third week of February. Tama po ba?
No, sir. The delivery of one of the vaccine that we have, I cannot reveal the vaccine that we have procured on this Novavax, AstraZeneca, and Sinovac. The earliest possible is delivery is February 20. We are arranging for that.
Third week of February po.
Yes, sir. Delivery po is February 20.
February 20. Itong na-mention nyo, itong Novavax, Sinovac.
Only one po of those.
Only one of those brands.
Opo.
I don't understand ba't hindi mo ma-mention yung delivery date. It's only a delivery date.
Because ang ano po sa ano po natin sa ating CDA is indicative indicative date, and also for planning purposes nakalagay po lang doon is Q1, Q2, Q3 or Q4. Yung po ang pinakaparang ano po nila.
Actually, General, brand lang naman po ang gusto natin malaman. That's why I don't understand how come it's covered by the CDA. I understand maybe the price, but delivery date lang naman po to so that we get certainty out of those comments. But in any case, I want to force you to divulge the brand, but nevertheless, it's certain that by third week of February, any of these you mentioned, 4 of the brands you mentioned will be in our shores.
Sir, actually, sir, marami pang diplomatic arrangement po tayo. Even yung other countries like Russia and also India, just in case na magkaroon po tayo ng tinatawag na merong surplus, tayo po ang priority. Yun po ang ginagawa po natin. That's why we have diplomatic arrangement with the ambassadors and also with our diplomatic partners. Is for them, just in case that we were able to lock in and also sign the supply agreement. This is now easier for us to negotiate, to allocate a portion, not a huge portion, but a portion.
General, dito sa COVAX, it will be what brands will be covered by COVAX?
As I believe, as I have said by the WHO, I think that the WHO is much more.
Sir, what brands are included in the COVAX program?
So what we have now as an agreement for the early rollout, which is the Pfizer BioNTech, we have agreement.
May we request that the resource person speaks closer to the mic so we can hear better? Thank you.
So the early rollout that we were just discussing would be the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine of a limited quantity. COVAX also has secured agreements for AstraZeneca, and Moderna. Yeah. There are potentially also signed agreements for Johnson & Johnson and Sanofi GSK.
But sir, do you know which brands will arrive our shores by third week of February?
So that is early rollout, Your Honor. That's outside the initial 40 million doses allocated for the Philippines. And that's as a result of negotiations with the EU, because they had bought upfront Pfizer BioNTech vaccines, and we've negotiated a deal where they will donate those early rollout vaccines, and we are potentially looking at that coming outside of the early 20 million that was promised for Q1 and Q2.
Sir, you mentioned Moderna will will be the first
one,
first brands that will come in the Philippines.
the one that will come in February is Pfizer BioNTech. We are looking at Pfizer BioNTech.
Pfizer and AstraZeneca.
Pfizer BioNTech only.
Pfizer, okay. Sorry, I couldn't understand you properly. Because I wanted to understand the brands, no? Because I saw in the application for emergency use authorization, there were only 3 applicants: Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and Gamaleya. Tama po ba ho to, Yus Domingo?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yung pong nag-apply po nung Friday, pinakahuli yung Gamaleya.
So if we are expecting Novavax and Sinovac, no, will be initially delivered and wala silang application, pwede ba ho yung i-distribute dito sa atin?
No, Mr. Chair. So they need the EUA before it's actually used. So kung dapat mag-apply na po ngayon. Ang pagkakaintindi ko po kasi yung Sinovac, they're finishing the analysis of their interim studies this week. Kasi po dalawa yung lugar na ginawa nila sa Brazil and sa Turkey, and they're putting the studies together. And once this is ready, I believe they will be applying soon. Yung sa Novavax po wala pa, and we'll be asking Secretary Galvez to help us contact them para po mabigyan na natin sila ng requirements for application.
That's what I was driving at, Secretary Galvez, General Galvez. We want certainty, you know, and we want urgency in this matter. And I know that you've been working hard in negotiating with Novavax and Sinovac, but the bottleneck is getting the FDA approve it. You know, so to date, even though you have agreements with them, but the FDA has not yet approved their authorization. So ano ho to, no?
Sir, actually, sir, yung negotiation natin, parallel po yan, sir. Yung Novavax, sir, kanilang clinical trial is ongoing. Yung Novavax. And they will have expected approval by March. Their earliest deployment is in July. But in case that their application for their approval for the US and the UK will come early, they will have an early deployment. But for now, what we are Novavax will be at Q3, June-July po sila po.
General, another thing, no, on the COVAX. The COVAX is very important for us because it's 20% of our population. And however, they carry multiple brands, of which some of them are not authorized by FDA also. So do we have an assurance that Pfizer and AstraZeneca will be delivered in the COVAX deployment? Baka ma-deliver Moderna, but we don't have any authorization on that, so it will be useless.
Yes, sir. I believe we will be working on this immediately so that we will coordinate with FDA so that we will have a parallel gateway for the authorization. Rest assured, sir, that if the different vaccine will be deployed here, we will coordinate with the FDA that before they will be deployed, we will have the EUA already.
Thank you, General. And in this case, kasi FDA seems to be the filter, no, to get all of this approved. So even though you close many deals, but if it's not approved by or authorized by FDA, nothing will happen. So it's important that we get the FDA authorizing all of these brands.
Yes, sir.
Another thing, General, do you envision that everyone will be vaccinated for free?
Sir, based on the restrictions that we have, we will vaccinate more 18 to 59 first. Yung 18 to 59 year old. Considering that as based on the regulation of the WHO, that the ages, particularly the children, we still do not have the vaccine that have the trial on this younger sector. So basically, ang pinakauna po natin mag-vaccinate is basically from 18 to 19, considering also on the indemnity clause, kailangan po ng written consent.
General, they'll be given for free.
Yes, sir, it will be given for free, definitely po.
So whether you are rich or you can afford to buy your own vaccine, it will be given for free.
Yes, sir, it will be for free. That's the president guidance po, sir.
And PhilHealth will not play any role since it will be given for free. PhilHealth will not play any role in this vaccination program.
Sir, for this vaccination program, it is financed by the DOF financial program, and also with the GA that we have.
Wala pong role ang PhilHealth, no? Because I want to.
I believe you, yes, sir.
Okay. Another issue on the LGUs, no? On the LGUs, can you walk us through what will be the role of the LGUs in the rollout? Because nga, for example po, I was talking to Senator Joel. Valenzuela signed up with AstraZeneca, and this is to make sure that we get our share of vaccines. But it's not so clear on how the rollout will be, you know, because I was asking the local government. For example, on logistical matters, second on the administration of the vaccine, and third also on the master list. And I agree with Senator Cayetano earlier. Looking at our experience with the social amelioration program, building the master list is also a challenge. No, hindi naman ho lahat ng LGU merong national identity card o merong some form of ID. So what will be the role of the LGU in terms of the rollout of vaccines?
The role of the LGU is very huge in this vaccination program, considering that they will be the one who will administer with the DOH. In fact, we have given them more or less 11 tasks already. When we have the meeting with the NCR and also with the meeting with the different LGU organizations, their role is very, very, very huge in terms of the administration. In fact, during our meeting yesterday with the MMDA and also with the NCR mayors, they are required to produce the master list by end of December. And many LGUs are now doing that already. And also they already consolidated all the numbers of hospitals and vaccination centers that they can use, including private and public hospitals. At the same time, they will profile those recipients of the vaccine based on the DOH guidelines. And with that, this next week or this week, we will be visiting the LGU so that we will have some sort of visitation planning on their preparations. So the LGU basically will do the major task in the implementation of vaccination together with the DOH. So the DILG, the work of the DILG, and also with the DOH together with the DND and the AP is very, very vital.
General, will IFTF extend any financial assistance to smaller LGUs? Especially, logistics is quite a very costly activity, no? And for example, administration, buying the PPEs, all of this demands a lot of cost. No? Will financial assistance be downloaded to the LGU so that they can assist the national government in implementing the vaccination program?
May I refer to the DOH on the in terms of yung sa mga PPE?
The bigger LGUs, kaya ho nila basta
Sir,
smaller
actually, sir,
LGUs.
sa vaccine, lang po ng LGU is basically the vaccine. But those requirements in administering the vaccine, it is the national government that will take care of it.
How about my question on financial assistance, General? Will there be any financial assistance to the local government units, the smaller local government units? For example,
Mr. Chairman,
kanina na-mention ni Senator Valentino, buying of syringes. No? If you're talking about this type of purchases, no? PPEs, setting up of those areas, this will demand a lot of cost. And the smaller LGUs might have issues in setting up those centers.
Mr. Chairman, let me just respond to the question. We will provide the poorer LGUs or the lower classification LGUs with certain logistical support. So for example, yung mga syringes, mixed syringes, safety collector boxes, surgical face masks, and face shields. Kasi yung naman pong bakuna is free. Ano po? So ito na lang po yung ating logistical support.
Would there be, whether in kind or in capability building, will be assistance from the national government?
Yes, that is right, Mr. Chairman. So meron po tayong technical support plus logistical support as well.
And lastly, Mr. President, on the budget, no, I just want to have a breakdown on the budget. For example, right now we contracted 125 million doses. If it's AstraZeneca, the 72 billion is enough to cover all these amounts, no? Because AstraZeneca is about $40, I believe. But since meron tayong Sinovac, may Novavac, meron tayong Gamaleya, how will this 125 million doses be financed? Is it going to be our GAA, the 72 billion GAA, or other? I just want to get a breakdown on that purchase.
Yeah, sir, for the vaccine, all vaccine procurements, excluding distribution, logistics, allied support services, and supplies, will be financed by multilateral. So basically, that's around 70 or so billion. So we've discussed with the ADB and World Bank to finance this amount.
How much is the interest and the terms of the loans?
Typically, for the ADB, it is 50 basis points above 6-month LIBOR. So that's very cheap. For the World Bank, typically it is 6-month LIBOR plus around 1 basis point, which is still very cheap compared to our current borrowing rate. Thank you.
And the tenor, how long is the tenor?
You're talking about an average maturity of at least 10 years.
Right. Thank you very much, and hopefully that the general that the first vaccination will happen hopefully by third week or fourth week of February. And we're all looking forward to seeing the first person who will be administered with that vaccine. And again, the aim of this hearing is to get certainty and to stress on urgency of the matter. And that's why we wanted to get all of this information. Thank you, Gerald, and thank you, the IATF members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Vitalian. We now recognize our colleagues who are virtually present as much as possible. We'll try to accommodate while they are still here. The resource persons are still here. Senator Ralph Recto, the President Pro Tem, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Thank you to our colleagues. Thank you to Secretary Galvez, Secretary Duque for your presentation today and for being with us this afternoon. And thank you for your service. Just to follow up on a few points raised earlier. One is, it is still not clear to me kung ilan ba talaga yung bakunang darating sa taong ito. No? In the presentation, it's 148 million 2021. I would assume best effort. And then according to the DOH, possibly hanggang 2023. Okay? In the response earlier to Senator Gatchalian, ang maliwanag pa lang is something like 15 or 30 million. No? Alin ba talaga ang maliwanag? 15 million o 30 million, Secretary? Secretary Galvez?
Yes, sir. Sa computation po natin kanina, meron po tayong 30 to 40 million sa Novavax.
Yung pa lang ang
25 million. Pati po yung Sinovac is 25 million, and then also AstraZeneca is 13 million. Okay. We have a potential agreement with other vaccine like Pfizer and J&J, and most likely Gamaleya. So it will add up another 40 to 60 million po.
Okay, so ilan yung siguradong maliwanag sa taong ito that you've already have an agreement? What is the
More or less
actual number?
144 million po. 144
So
million po, sir.
you've signed already a contract of 144 million vaccines.
Sir, yung na-sign natin na contract is yung sa Novavax, sir. But sir, we are waiting for the term sheet for the other two.
Yes,
So
yes.
kung tutusin pagka po yung term sheet nandun na po, we can lock in already. So more or less yung kanina po na inano po natin is yung Novavax 30 to 40, yung Sinovac 25, and also AstraZeneca we will be signing it this coming Thursday.
Sandali lang. Okay. So, ang maliwanag na napirmahan is what? 30 to 40 million o 140 million? Yung pirmado na.
Yung pirmado na po, sir, is 30-40 million.
Okay, let's stop
And then
there.
we will sign this week. We will sign this week.
Tinatanong ko yung sign this week. Yes. Sandali lang. Okay. O, magkano naman ang na-obligate na natin? Meron na ba tayo na-obligate?
Sir, wala pa po, sir, kasi ano po yun that payment, meron po yan, may supply agreement po nakalagay po yun.
Okay. Okay, so wala pang na-obligate. Meron ba tayong na-disburse na nagastos na? Wala pa rin.
Wala pa rin po, sir. Bali po, sir, kasi mayroon po tayong tinatawag na arrangement for advance payment po.
Okay. So, meron na ba tayong advance payment?
Wala pa po, sir.
Wala pa. Okay. So, ilan yung bakunang darating sa February? Ilan yung dadating sa March? Ilan dadating sa April?
February, sir, meron na po tayong definite dun sa isang vaccine na meron po tayong darating na 80,000 doon sa February.
Okay, sa March?
50,000, then 950,000, and then another 1 million sa May, April, then another million for May, and then the succeeding po is 2 million. That's only for one vaccine.
Yes,
if we will be able to consummate everything that we have for the first quarter, we might be having also the COVAX early rollout, and it is still undetermined po, sir.
So hindi pa nga maliwanag. No? Okay. Ilan yung mababakunahan naman sa February? Sa plano natin, sa tingin natin sa ngayon? Sa March,
February,
sa
sir,
April, sa May?
More than 50,000 po, sir, yung sa February.
Okay, so 50,000 ang expected natin na pwede mabakunahan. At saan to? Sa Metro Manila, Region 3, Region 4, anong probinsya? Meron na ba tayong detalyeng ganon? Wala pa naman.
Most likely po, yung unahin po natin yung healthcare workers po. NCR.
Yes. So NCR, okay? Sa April, ilan yung mababakunahan?
Sa April po, ang mababakunahan po is more or less mga almost 2 million na po.
Sa tingin nyo, April, may 2 million na tayo mababakunahan?
Yes po, more than po.
Okay, more than. Sige, identified na rin ninyo what geographical areas like Metro Manila, Region 4, Region 3, Cebu, Davao, yung mga numero.
Yung sa po ngayon, yun na po ang pinag-uusapan po sa IATF, yung talagang para at least wala pong yung with our EDSTAC, yung geographical prioritization. Considering that alam po namin na talagang magiging issue po yung geographical allocation. So we will have our medical expert to determine through the IATF yung pong prioritization po natin. But basically NCR will be at the priority, and also those have an attack rate of higher than the others.
Understood.
So most likely
Yes,
talagang magiging po natin is yung Metro Manila, yung Cebu at saka po yung Davao City.
Meron na ba kayo schedule na meeting with the Halimbawa, magkaka-drill ba tayo dyan? Di ba? Meron tayong mga earthquake drill. Ito naman, bakit hindi tayo gumawa ng drill naman para sa pagbakuna din?
Sir, the February, yes, sir, the February delivery of 50,000 will be our national rehearsal.
Okay. Okay. At yung unang bakunang darating, ano ba yan? What brand? Saan manggagaling tansya ninyo?
Most likely po sa COVAX. That is most likely po Pfizer and Sinovac.
So, Pfizer at saka Sinovac, so yung Chinese.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Next point, no? Just to follow up on, the reason why I'm asking this is because dapat sa planning natin, meron tayong best case scenario. Yung best case scenario, dumating 140 million doses. That means we can inoculate 70 million. Palagay ko dapat sa planning natin, meron din tayong worst case scenario at most likely scenario. Kasi mayroon implication yan dun sa halimbawa, yung testing pa rin natin, yung contact tracing pa rin natin, yung isolation natin at saka treatment natin. Diba? Kasi kung mababakanuhan nga natin yung 70 million this year, very well. Pero kung hindi natin mababakunahan ganong karami, konti lang ang mababakuna natin this year, tuloy-tuloy pa rin talaga yung gastos natin sa ibang programa. Katulad ng testing, tracing, so on and so forth, including other government programs like Ayuda, SAP maybe, tulong sa ating mga kababayan. Dahil kung hindi pa rin fully mabubuksan yung ating ekonomiya. No? So yan, I just wanted to put that on the record as well. No? Okay. Second point.
Mr. President,
yes.
very quickly lang, Mr. President, with the permission of the...
Yes, go ahead, Senator Lacson.
Yeah, 70 million within the year. Ito yung best effort?
Best case scenario po, sir, if the supply
Best case, okay. Kanina umaga, na-interview si Secretary Duque, hindi ba? Sabi niya, we seal the deal with Sinovac for 25 million with early 50,000 doses by February, 950,000 by March, and 2 to 3 million in succeeding months till December. So I cannot see how we can accomplish 70 million within the year.
There's only one Sinovac. That's only one brand. One brand. 25 million.
So all indications, talaga maunang darating yung Sinovac.
February. Yes, sir. Sinovac, sir, and most likely AstraZeneca or Pfizer po. Because we are still negotiating diplomatically.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, kung yung best case scenario...
Mr. President.
Senator Lacson, Director, if you don't mind, just one-liner from Senator Tolentino concerning that. Go ahead.
With the permission of Senator Recto, just one line suggestion to General Galvez. Pwede po ba pagdating nung lahat ng darating, you think of the Malaysian model. The Malaysian model speaks of Pfizer being utilized in urban areas where there are freezers and AstraZeneca in rural areas. Ang problema lang dahil private sector ang bibili, maraming mapupuntang AstraZeneca sa Metro Manila. Kasi nandito yung malalaking kumpanya, SM, lahat ng bibili. Pwede bang sa pamamagitan ninyo, pwedeng i-rumble-rumble ito, i-distribute muna sa probinsya yung AstraZeneca, yung Pfizer, ihahalo na lang, mapupunta ngayon sa private sector. Kaya bang gawin po yan? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rec.
Sir, basically, sir, discuss po namin with the Manila mayors that the majority of their vaccine will be the Pfizer. And also, we are allocating also some to Davao and also to Cebu, considering that based on the revelation of our supply chain manager, there are only 3 areas that they can deploy. And with that, Pfizer and Moderna will be deployed on only those areas that we have the cold chain facility to remove the risk. AstraZeneca, Novavax, J&J, Sinovac will be deployed on other provinces and areas. But there is also the possibility that there is a mix of vaccine. But as we plan, mas maganda po kasi yung geographical location. For example, Pfizer dito sa Manila at saka sa Cebu. Because I believe based on the expert, kung yung nagamit mo na po ang Pfizer ngayong year, hindi po kayo pwede magpalit sa ibang brand. At saka mas madali po ang monitoring. At saka po mas madali po i-manage yung adverse effect.
Alright, the President Pro Tem may continue, Senator Recto.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Senate President. Following up on the points raised earlier this morning as well, no, yung emergency use ng FDA, no? Sa ngayon, sinabi ko kaninang umaga na it would appear na parang monopolize ng national government yung pagbili ng bakuna. Okay? Kaya naman ng pribado bumili din para sa kanilang mga empleyado. Katulad na rin ng LGU, na kaya rin naman bumili ng mga ilang LGU, kaya naman bumili rin para sa kanila. So bakit di natin payagan? Why leave it all to the national government? Alam ko yung sagot din nyo kanina, dahil hindi pa naman commercial yan, but that's a regulatory issue of the FDA, of the national government. It's just a regulatory issue. We are imposing it upon ourselves na dapat monopoly ng national government yung pagbili. So why not just allow, for example, the private, at their own risk? Total, lahat ng taong babakanuhan natin, pipirma din naman eh, na willing sila magpabakuna. Di naman natin pinipilit. So yung national government, bakit hindi nila payagan na rin yung pribado? Halimbawa, private hospitals, for example, to be able to import by themselves also yung brand na gusto nila, highest effectivity rate, halimbawa. Bakit di natin payagan yun?
Mr. Chair, kasi po, Mr. Senator, yung company po mismo na magmamanufacture, hindi pa po siya magpaparegister. Hindi pa po sila ready na magpa-register ng kanilang produkto for commercial distribution and for use by the general public.
No, I understand
yung
that.
data nila is enough lang po para humingi ng emergency use authority.
Correct. That is a regulatory imposition by us. That is in our law as you claim it to be, right? Okay? Now, what we are saying, para mapabilis yung bakuna, yung pribado naman willing maglabas ng pera, ba't di natin silang payagan na rin na mag-import by themselves if they want and to inoculate their employees if they want? Total, yung empleyado naman, pipirma din naman yun eh, ng waiver if at all. We're saying, pag national government pwede, and we're buying 140 million vaccines and we'll inoculate 70 million people. So why can't we allow the private sector also to do their own inoculation, for example?
Sir, I will answer the question.
Yes.
Sir, no company will go to the private sector, and no company will go to the LGU because they are not authorized to do that because their product is only an EUA.
Okay.
Even they are not authorized by who? Yes, actually, sir, this is a global regulation.
Yes, sir, it's the global,
It's a global regulation.
Hindi po registered products
Meaning,
ito.
Pfizer. I talked to Pfizer to sell it they will not allow because that's the regulation of the company. Most companies will not sell to the private considering this is a pandemic. So the arrangement of all the business companies is basically agreement. That's why the other companies does not allow tripartite agreement because that's their position.
Okay.
Right.
Question is,
Wanted to answer, Senator Recto, allow. There are two others who want to respond.
Sure.
Go ahead,
Mr. Chair.
This one and then introduce the one beside you.
Mr. Chair, the part of the local government units, we allow them to import but tag along with the national government because they have set aside budget for the acquisition or the procurement of the vaccines. However, they have limitations on procuring directly from the suppliers. That's why it needs a tripartite agreement. One is they have a limitation on the advance marketing commitment. They are not allowed to pay in advance However, in our consultation with the executive secretary,
Say they're not allowed to pay in advance. What law says that?
it's only the president is allowed. That's why in consultation with the executive secretary, they might issue an executive order which will allow them to make that.
Okay, it is a regulation then. The president
that's why it will be allowed. Yeah.
Okay,
The second limitation, Mr. Chair, the second limitation, Mr. Chair, is that in the procurement, the supplier cannot make an exact delivery of the procurement. Under our procurement laws, they have to make an exact delivery date, which the supplier cannot confirm, and that's another limitation, which can be which can be
so
allowed if the law can allow that.
Correct. So sandali lang. That's why we're here today. We're talking about a strategy, a plan. If you tell us there's a deficiency in the law, then we can amend the law quickly. That's the purpose of our meeting, right? So tell us where are the bottlenecks. We are telling you where the bottlenecks are too. So let us know. If you want to amend the law, we will amend the law. We will prioritize it for sure. That's why we're meeting today.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Right? So we are now talking a policy. What should the policy be? Should we allow the private sector to import by themselves or not? If we think it would be better for us, then let's pass a law. What is the downside by allowing the private sector to procure by themselves? Under emergency use also. Is there a downside? Please explain to us.
Yes, sir. Mr. Senator, under emergency use, the safety and efficacy is not fully established. The product
we
is
understand
still under
that.
development.
Sandali lang. Yes, I agree. I agree totally with that. But you are telling us we are buying it and we're going to inoculate the public anyway. Oh, it's still the same. The only difference is gusto lang ninyo, kayo yung bumili. 100%.
A lot of the responsibility will be transferred to the national government, and the developers usually will only allow this to be given to the national government, not the small group.
I understand. At the end of the day, we are not mandating it to the user. Yung tao, pipirma ng waiver pa rin naman eh. Di ba? Even under your plan? Under the presentation of the DOH? Walang mandate dito, walang pilitan. Kung gusto niyo magpabakuna, may waiver naman. Isn't it? That's the point. Now, if the private sector can purchase it faster, why not allow them? That's all I'm saying. As a matter of policy, why not allow them? Now, you can tell me if there's something wrong with that. What is the downside risk? May downside risk ba? Meaning to say, okay, may naka-reserve na for the Philippine government. Mababawasan eh. Yun, ipaliwanag din nyo sa amin kung ganun yun. Hanggang dito lang tayo, mabibili natin eh. Oh. And we want control, the national government. So explain it to us. That's the point. Is there a downside risk?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I answer that question?
Yes.
So actually, no private sector company in the world is authorized to buy directly from any vaccine, any of the top vaccine suppliers in the world. So this is not an imposition by the Philippine government, nor just an imposition mandated by Philippine law. It's a global practice. Thank you.
Okay, so meaning to say, hindi rin bebentahan yung private sector. That's what you're saying. That is the testimony today. Even if the private sector wanted to buy, hindi bebentahan. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And if it is the LGU naman, if it is the LGU, for example, you know, the reason why maganda kung private, let's say, may LGU or I have a company, o gusto ko, Pfizer lang. Ayoko ng Sinovac. Ayoko ng Russian. Pwede ako mamili. Diba? That's the point eh. Oh. Why not allow them to choose their own if they want?
May I answer
Unless
the question?
talaga bebentahan, ha? It's not our imposition, it is an imposition of the supplier.
Yes.
Diba?
Yeah. May I answer,
Oh.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, actually in the ASEAN, no country in the ASEAN, in no country in the ASEAN can a patient decide what vaccine he or she will prefer to take. Even in the case of Singapore, it's the Singaporean government who
Mr.
decides
President,
what vaccine.
But just one point no, before I recognize also the majority leader, no? Okay. You know, for all, you know, it is possible the reason why mababa yung people in the Philippines who want to get inoculated is because natatakot sila ng ibibigay na vaccine yung mababang quality. Okay? Or less than 95% effectiveness or safety. Diba? So that's why my position has always been give the Filipinos the best possible. Okay? Based on the clinical trials. That is my position. Okay? As much as possible. Now, my understanding is that the private sector now, the suppliers globally, inalako na yan sa pribado. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ang alam ko, linalako na yan eh. Binibentahan na yung pribado rin eh. Binibentahan na yung mga LGU eh. Nakikipagpirmahan nga sa LGU eh. Oh, pumayag yung AstraZeneca sa private sector eh. Oh, and the private sector is asking this also. And that's why we're bringing it up. Para may katulong ng national government. Ang supply chain na gagamitin nyo, privado rin naman. Oh, di ba? Oh. Baka they can do it more. Yes. Oh.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Recto.
Mr. President.
For purposes of the next scheduled hearing, may request the Department of Finance, the FDA, and the DILG to submit position papers relative to the laws that they are citing that prohibits LGUs, private corporations from directly dealing with pharmaceutical manufacturing firms. Let them provide this committee a legal basis for the members of the committee to study. Can we have that, Mr. President, with your
Mr.
permission?
President.
Can we have that before the next scheduled hearing?
All right.
For
it's a
EUA,
request,
Mr. Chair. For
Mr.
EUA
President.
only.
Senator Drillo. Senator
Yes.
Drillo, and then Senator Subiri, go ahead. With the permission of Senator Recto.
Well, I just want to support the proposition of Senator Recto. We are here trying to figure out the rule or the policy in relation to our own internal processes. Right now, there appears to be a stumbling block from our impression in that one cannot deal directly with the supplier, whether you are a private sector or you are an LGU, you cannot deal with the supplier because if you have only an emergency use authorization, only the national government can deal with the manufacturer. The representation is made that the manufacturer will not deal with an entity other than the national government. You know, I do not know how valid that is, but to me, that's beside the point. What is the point being raised by this President pro tempore is let us fix our own internal regulatory regime. Right now, even if the private sector would want to deal with the manufacturer, and for some reason or another, the manufacturer would want to deal with them, they cannot do so because of this regulatory stumbling block. So the issue, as correctly pointed out by Senator Recto, is why can we not resolve this regulatory roadblock, allow and authorize not only the private sector, but also the LGUs to be able to deal directly with the supplier? If the supplier would not want to deal with us, that's another matter. We have no say over that. We have no control over that. But we should at least authorize those domestic actors, meaning the private sector, the LGU, to be able to negotiate and not be held, have their hands tied by this lack of an authority or by this circumstance of only an emergency use authority, which is our own imposition. Tayo rin nagsabi hanggang emergency use authorization ka lang. Dahil hanggang dyan ka lang, hindi ka pwedeng makipagkontrata sa private sector at sa LGU. What I agree with Senator Recto. I think we should answer this immediately. What is the downside? You say that the efficacy is not sufficiently established. That is the call of the private sector. That is the call of those who would administer this. Mayroong hold by free and harmless clause naman yan eh. So, what we're just saying is, can we answer the question of the Senate President pro tempore? What is the downside? Why can we not give a full not only an emergency use authority, but a full authority? Because anyway, nagbibiroan mo tayo rito, 140 million doses, is that an emergency use? By any language, that will be used by everybody. So, can I join the majority, the Senate President pro tempore? What is the downside? Why cannot we grant a full authority instead of only an emergency use authority? Half of our problems will be solved if that is answered.
All right. Before Secretary Dizon answers, I overheard your answer earlier and you're saying na yung mga kumpanya ang ayaw pumayag. Di ba? Hindi pwede. Yan ang sinasabi nila. Kaya sinasabi nyo na kailangan dumasa ng national government because the manufacturers themselves are saying na hindi pwede. Okay? The stretch question is, kung pumayag, ayaw nyo pa rin?
Sir, if I may, Mr. President, thank you very much po to the Honorable Senate Minority Leader and the Honorable Senate Pro Tem. We absolutely agree po that we need to get the partnerships of the private sector and the LGUs in order to more effectively roll out the vaccine. This is precisely why po I think, and maybe the experts from the DOH will bear us out. It is only actually in the Philippines that we are allowed, that vaccine manufacturers can actually have a mechanism to deal with the private sector and with other units of the government. In countries all over the world, and this can be confirmed by the experts from DOH, it's only through government-to-government transactions that can be done. Ang sabi po kasi ni Pangulo, isama natin ang private sector as early as November. At noong December po, sinabi din po ni Pangulo, isama ang LGUs. This is why the mechanism of the tripartite agreement was formed.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
And,
Mr. President, Secretary Dizon, can you precisely give a precise answer to the question raised by Senator Recto? What is the downside in our own, in the Philippine government, precisely going beyond a simple emergency use authority and go and allow, let's say, a commercial authority, if you want to call it that way? What is the downside?
Sir, I think, sir, sorry, but I don't think the issue po is whether it's a downside or not. I think under our current regulatory rules, under the FDA, this is the only way possible.
Why can we not amend regulatory rules? Why can we not amend regulatory rules? Para po maintindihan natin, what stops us from amending? This is just a regulation.
Yes, sir. We agree po. And if we can find a way po to amend via legislation, then I think this is possible. Maybe I can pass it on to Director General
Talking
Domingo.
of a regulation lang. Yun ang point ni Senator Recto.
Tama po, sir.
And then being pursued by Senator Dillon.
Mr. President.
And then tinatanong, ano ang downside ng diretso magpo-procure ang korporasyon or private entities or local government units Go ahead, Inspector General Domingo.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Una-una po, talagang hindi pa po yan pwedeng mag-full registration. Full registration, a company will only register and any regulatory agency will only register a drug if we know the full effects and the full adverse events given through time. Ang minimum
Mr.
po niyan,
President,
2
we
taon.
already know that. Mr. President, the fact is,
Minimum po niyan,
think of it
2
this way.
taon.
Mr. President, the fact is this, no? We are buying 140 million doses using taxpayers' money, asking money also from the private sector. Okay? Hindi lang pwede ibenta. Pero we will inoculate 70% of the Filipino people. For everyone 18 and above. Right? And then we're saying on the other hand, we cannot allow them to buy because we don't know if it's safe. That's what we're saying. Ay, nako. That's what we're
I
saying.
totally agree with Senator Recto, Mr. President. Totally agree.
Diba? Oh, I'll give you another example.
Very strict po kasi ngayon na may emergency situation.
Let's leave it at that.
Mr. President,
Director
one
General
last point.
Domingo, you are FDA. You answered their question.
Yes, sir. Let me answer po, no? Kasi we only register a drug and allow it for sale once the safety and efficacy is fully established. And that takes at least 2 years. Kasi po may mga maaaring mangyari pa. Yung EUA, special po ito, ina-allow natin siya na gamitin kahit hindi pa natin completely naiintindihan kasi po merong emergency. So hindi po siya licensed drug. At wala pong company na magre-register and take that responsibility to say that they have a fully registered drug. Hanggang hindi po nila nakukompleto lahat ng studies dito.
We understand that, Mr. President.
again.
But the practicality of it is that the testimony here today is that we are buying 140 million using taxpayers' money and thanking the private sector for being in a tripartite agreement using part of their money to inoculate 70 million Filipinos. And we're saying it may not be safe or effective. So I understand that. Okay, I understand that. Ang pinag-uusapan lang dito, whose money are we using eh? Okay, now, another point, think of it this way, another regulation. Sabi ng national government, natagalan din kami kasi walis payment. Hindi problema ng pribado yun. Okay? Sabi din ng national government, hindi pwede local government kasi hindi definite yung schedule of supply delivery. Hindi rin problema ng pribado yun. That's my point. What we're discussing here is paano natin pabibilisin. And remember, wala tayong pinipilit. Wala tayong pinipilit. We are not mandating Filipinos to take the drug or to take the vaccine. Okay? But if we're going to inoculate them and give them the option to have it, let's give them the best. That's what I'm saying. Okay? Now, yung privado, the beauty about the private sector, they can choose. Pera nila yun eh. Kung gusto nila, the highest, pinakamahal, pinaka-safe, pinaka-effective, nasa kanila yun. That's the point. That's the point.
Senate President, can I add something? Senate President, can I add something? Yeah. Senate President.
Yes, Senator Villar. By the way, the time of Senator Recto is up, but
No, I just want to add something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to manifest that if you buy through government, yung private sector, you have to donate 1/2 of what you're buying. You're required to donate 1/2 of what you're buying. So doble ang cost sa'yo. Pag private sector ka through the government. Oo. Pag kailangan mo 60,000, you have to buy 120,000 and you donate 60,000. That's a requirement.
Yes.
Is that a rule?
Yes, that's a rule.
Yes, that is correct. Now,
Can I
one
take
last
the
point.
KGLs for the national government, Mr. Senate President?
Oh, good.
They were not required. They offered. Tama ba?
Yes, actually, sir, they are not required.
But
They were-
everybody has to buy. That's a requirement. It's the same thing.
Yes.
Basta bumili ka
If
through
I may,
government,
just to finalize.
yeah.
Just to wrap up,
Actually, sir,
Mr.
kasi
President.
the vaccine company, in order for them to allow, because that company is the principle of no cost, no loss, and also equitable access. In order to not violate the Oxford rule, is for the private sector to donate half, at least half of that for equitable access, because it will be construed, considering the private sector will buy it. It will be construed that only the people that buy it can access the vaccine. So in order not to violate the principle of equitable access to the poor, they have to divide it to 50%, so that the poor people will be given equal share.
So, is it a requirement or not?
That is the requirement given by the vaccine maker. Not us.
Secretary Galvez. But the private sector, they are buying it for their employees. And their employees are poor also. I mean, they're giving it free to their employees. It's the same thing. The owner of the company will not be able to use all those vaccines. They are giving it to their employees. So it's the same as giving it to the people.
Sir, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Just one point. You know, I'm sorry, Secretary Galvez. When you say this is the principle of equitable access that the manufacturers are trying to put forward, in the first place, they are violating that very rule when they allowed reservation by the developed countries to the extent that 80% of the manufacturing output is already committed to these developed countries. So where is the equitable access that they're talking about? What Senator Rector is just talking about, and which we are all supporting, is do not impose this emergency use authorization in order to allow LGUs, private sector, to be able to negotiate. If the manufacturer will not allow the sale, that's a private matter. But iba yung umpisa pa lang, hindi na ka na pwedeng bumili dahil bawal sa reglamento na tayo rin ang gumawa. Pwede po ba, wag mo nang ipagbawal na bumili ang private sector or yung local government unit from the manufacturer. But if the manufacturer does not sell, that's another point. But do not put a stumbling block on the private sector and the local government by imposing an emergency use authority, because you're saying that the efficacy and is that guaranteed. You will inoculate 70 million Filipinos, and you're saying we're not certain about the efficacy. You know, is that sensible? Is that based on reason? Obviously not. That is why this rule that only the national government can purchase, which is based on our own regulation. Tayo ang nagsabi, in effect, hindi kayo pwedeng bumili, kami lang ang national government ang pwedeng bumili. That in effect is what we're saying.
Precisely, that was my question earlier. That has not been answered yet. Paano kung payag yung manufacturer na magbenta sa corporation or sa LGU?
Mr. President.
Okay ba sa inyo?
Mr. President, if I may
Can I already continue with my questions, Mr. President? I think...
Yes. Just an answer.
Mr. President, we fully appreciate for the points. And I think it was mentioned by FDA Director General earlier that the main issue is that the FDA cannot give commercial authority to sell to the vaccine company because it has yet to successfully finish phase 3 trials. That's why EUA ang po binibigay. Pero po kung meron pong batas na mag-i-exempt just for COVID-19 vaccines na hindi na kinakailangan na successfully matapos ang phase 3 trials at pwedeng magbigay ang FDA ng authority to sell commercially, then I think that solves po the problem being discussed.
Without the law, hindi yun ang tanong eh. Ang tanong, eto ko, kausap ko yung isang executive ng Pfizer, ako'y NGO na malaki o maliit, bibili ko sa kanila direkto, payag sila. Payag sila, bebentahan nila ako. Payag ba kayo o hindi? Kayo papayag?
Hindi po, sir. Hindi po sa hindi papayag, hindi po pwede. Dahil nga po...
Bakit nga hindi pwede?
Dahil
ayaw nyo.
Hindi po, sir. Ang regulation po natin kasi ngayon is makakapagbenta lang po ang isang kumpanya commercially, meaning sa pribadong kumpanya, etc., kung meron na po siyang commercial authorization. Dahil ito pong mga COVID-19 vaccines, ang maibibigay lang po sa kanila, emergency use authority. Kapag ganun po, kailangan po talagang dumaan sa national government. Yun po ata ang pinapaliwanag ng FDA. Pero kung mababago po natin yun, tingin ko po.
It's a hypothetical question. Ang tinatanong nga natin, hindi yun eh. Ang tinatanong, is payag sila, bebentahan kami. Ano?
Sir, I believe no company will do that.
Sabi mo nga, no company will do that right now. Eh, kung palagay mo ka pumayag, the question is, payag ba kayo o hindi?
Sir, actually, sir, yun, yung lahat ng vaccine maker, we negotiated for them. And the agreement of the companies, because this is only an emergency, no profit at cost lang po yung ano. So, ang authorized lang po silang mag-deal is with the government. That's what they say.
That's what they say. My question is, at saka papunta doon yung sinasabi ng iba namin mga kasama, pumayag nga eh. Pumayag eh. Hypothetical, pumayag eh. Payag ba kayo o hindi pa rin?
Hindi pa rin po pwede sa gobyerno kasi unregistered drug. Hindi po pwedeng bumili ang local government unit ng unregistered product.
Ang dami ritong unregistered products sa inyo, hindi nyo sinisita eh.
Last year po 50 po na unregistered products ang nahuli. Hindi naman po namin nahuhuli lahat. Pero ito po kasi ang gobyerno po kasi pag bumili ang government money, requirement po yun sa procurement na may CPR, Certificate of Product Registration.
Hindi nga government money gagamitin eh. Gamit pera nga nila eh, ng mga korporasyon, pera nung LGU. O pag wag ng LGU, sabihin nyo government money yun. Pera ng korporasyon eh.
Mr. President,
diba?
reality is today...
Tapos itong mga sinasabi nyo na sinisita or hindi napayagan, tapos sinisita, merong 50 na ganito, eh, para sa sakit ng ulo, para sa ganito, herbal, ganyan, ganito. Ito iba ito eh. Ito pilipas ng buhay eh.
Mr. President, patunay lang na may binibenta na sa pribado. Patunay lang ha, sa ngayon, na merong binibenta sa Pilipinas. Vaccine galing sa China na binenta sa pribado na you can buy in the Philippines today. Yun lang patunay eh. Na binibili din ng gobyerno natin.
Mr. President.
So yan, example yan.
Anyway,
private company selling. So thank you for the opportunity.
Anyway, it's
thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator Recto. The time is up. It's the time of Senator Subiri.
Mr. President,
thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Manifestation. With the indulgence of Senator Mix, isa na lang po to. Kanina ko pa ho binabasa, Mr. President. That's why I asked for a legal basis from some of our resource persons here. Republic Act 9711. Ito po yung FDA law. Wala po nakalagay ditong emergency use authorization. Lumabas lang po yung emergency use authorization nung gumawa kayo ng circular parang implementing rules 26 days ago. Ito po yung circular 2020-036, Guidelines on the Issuance of Emergency Use Authorization for Drugs and Vaccines for COVID-19, dated December 14, 2020. Wala pa hong isang buwan to. So yung naglabas ng guidelines, kayo din.
Pero based po yan sa Executive Order 121
yes,
po na December 1.
I understand that. Emanating from Malacanang. But the circular was issued by FDA December 14. Sans this circular, there is no basis to talk of a non-national government entity reaching out to overseas pharma COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers. Now, this is now the basis for you saying that there is an emergency use authorization. But without having issued this circular, wala tayong pinag-uusapan dito. Yun yung sinasabi ni Senator Recto at ng iba pa, na tayo rin ang gumawa ng regulasyon. FDA lang po. This is an FDA-created circular dated December 14, 2020, 26 days ago. Had you not issued the circular, pwede bumili si private corporations dahil nandun po sa Bayanihan Act, pwedeng bumili si LGU dahil wala naman po pagbabawal sa local government code. In fact, they can cluster their resources under the local government code. So kayo rin po yung gumawa ng dahilan na ini-invoke nyo kung bakit bawal.
Mr. Chair, hindi po. Kung wala po kasi yan, kailangan po mag-register at kumuha ng CPR bago magkabakuna sa Pilipinas. Kaya po dating ginawa yan, para may mga vaccine under development pa ay makapasok na rito kahit emergency use authorization. Otherwise, hindi po magkakabakuna sa Pilipinas.
Mr. President.
One last point. Nakalagay po dito sa batas that FDA can issue certificates of compliance, authorization, etc., etc., even without, the authorization would mean permission embodied in the document granted by FDA to a natural juridical person to submit application to give approval. So kahit wala po ito, yung approval ninyo, hindi po madidistinguish kung emergency or full license, di ba?
Oo nga po, kaya lang wala pa po kasing makaka-apply ng full license dahil wala pa pong nakaka-complete ng clinical trial phase 3. So kung hihintayin po natin merong company...
Yung Pfizer, 40,000 na yung...
Opo, pero nasa kalagitnaan pa lang po sila ng phase 3 sa buong mundo, EUA
million na
lang.
lang yung nabakunahan daw eh.
Opo, pero hindi pa po tapos ang kanilang clinical trial phase 3 and emergency use authorization lang po ang kinuha nila sa buong mundo, including sa WHO.
Alright.
Kasi hindi pa po pwedeng mag-apply ng registration.
Anyway, Senator Subiri, you have the floor. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I just allow to pursue the point of Senator Recto? Ako po ay naniniwala din sa sinasabi ni Senator Recto at ayoko naman maging sirang plaka at babasahin ko na naman po ang ating nailagay sa emergency powers dito sa Bayanihan 2. Kasama ko dyan si Senator Drilon, si Senator Recto was with us in the bicameral conference committee when I inserted this provision. And let me repeat, under Section 12, nothing in this act shall prohibit private entities from conducting research, developing, manufacturing, importing, distributing, or selling COVID-19 vaccines sourced from registered pharmaceutical companies subject to the provisions of this act. Nakita ko na po kasi, Mr. President, I saw this coming, that we will have a time where government might insist na sila lang mag-solo act on this particular issue on vaccination. Mr. President, naalala nyo nung Marso 2020, ako po ay natamaan ng COVID-19. I was patient number 142, one of the first few. Right now, it's almost 500,000 COVID-19 survivors. Mr. President, ang punto nun, lahat ng testing nasa ilalim ng RITM. Wala po kayong makukuha na PCR test kundi RITM lamang. So yung mga taga Visayas at Mindanao, kailangan pa ipadala ang testing sa Manila sa RITM at umaabot ng buwan bago dumating yung test results until we privatized it, Mr. President. Until we allowed Philippine Red Cross to open up their PCR testing from northern Philippines all the way to Tawi-Tawi, until we allowed private sector hospitals to also allow themselves to test. Even now, as we speak, Mr. President, meron na pong a home service PCR testing laboratory kits, laboratory service. Kaya napakabilis. At any time of the day, makatawag po tayo ng home service, pwedeng dumating o dumaan po kayo sa government or private hospitals, napakabilis. So ang punto dyan, Mr. President, tama yung sinabi ni Senator Recto at ng ating minority floor leader, we should be able to allow private sector and including the LGUs to participate in the rollout of this particular vaccine program, Mr. President. Alam niyo po, I beg to disagree with the gentleman from the Undersecretary from the Department of Finance. We are not the only country who will be doing this. Ganito po ang ginagawa nila sa Malaysia. Alam ko po ito dahil kaibigan ko po ang pumapasok ng isang bakuna sa Malaysia. And that is the Sputnik vaccine of Gumalea. The Sputnik vaccine of Russia is handled by the Russian Direct Investment Fund. So talaga naghahanap ng local partners yan sa iba't ibang parte ng mundo. And they usually tap pharmaceutical companies, local pharmaceutical companies, who can distribute it right away. As a matter of fact, they reached out to this representation kasi hindi pa nga gumagalaw dito sa Pilipinas yung kanilang Sputnik vaccine. So I was supposed to get in touch with Charlie Galvez, our dear secretary, our hardworking secretary, to be able to put a four-way call through Zoom. Pero mukhang, I think they already applied. My friends in Malaysia already called up their office here to already apply sa FDA. But the point there is, maraming pharmaceutical companies, tama po sinasabi ni Senator Recto, ay gusto pong mag-distribute locally, pero natatakot po sila gawin ito dahil hindi po sila binibigyan ng national government approval, Mr. President. I don't know if you got the last things that I said, Mr. President. May we ask Secretary Galvez, no? Again, is there a chance for private entities, including the Red Cross, to be able to inoculate our people from Apari to Holo without having to wait for government intervention on this, Mr. President? Mr. President, did you hear my question?
Secretary Galvez is waiting to, yes, go ahead, answer.
Sir, can I the DOH? Because the DOH is the one authority who.
Yeah, the Philippine Red Cross can be deputized actually by the DOH to inoculate. They've been doing that, and they've been also inoculating for measles, for polio. Yeah, so they can. Yeah, there's a collaboration between these entities and the DOH. Nothing bars them from doing so. Basta meron lang kaming agreement.
So what you're trying to say, Secretary, is entities, well, because DOH is not, the Philippine Red Cross is not government. It is a private entity. So if you allow the Philippine Red Cross to be able to inoculate the vaccines to the people, therefore, private clinics and hospitals may be allowed to do the same. Am I not? Am I correct?
Yes, exactly,
Mr. Secretary.
You're correct.
So
exactly.
my analogy of the PCR testing kits that we allowed to privatize, which now became available all over the country, can also be the system that we can apply for the vaccination program. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President?
I think that is something that I cannot answer with authority because yung sa FDA, kinakailangan registered yung produkto. That should be observed because that is statutory.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. President. But these are registered for emergency. Yes, but Mr. President, I'll give you an example. In the United States, that is correct that the US government is the one that purchased the Pfizer vaccine. And what the United States has done and delivered it to all the states, all the 50 states, what the individual states had done was to distribute it all to the clinics, all over their state. And as a matter of fact, I have a friend who lives in Texas. And he told me that it was just now, he just texted me, it was a private clinic that was the one who inoculated him for Pfizer on his first and second dose. So yan pong gusto sana natin mangyari, na sana po para matulungan natin yung gobyerno. Siyempre mayroon po tayo mga masang Pilipino, hindi po nila kayang bayaran ito. Dapat pumasok yung gobyerno dyan at ibigay ng libre. Hanggang kaya ng gobyerno ay ibigay ng libre. But I don't like the idea, for example, with all due respect to Secretary Roque, who just came out in the news today. My dear friend, Secretary Roque said, you can't choose what vaccine to take. Sabi niya, we cannot now choose what vaccine to take. I think that's not a fair assessment because kung ayaw, for example, and the doctors are here that will bear me out, the platform that is used by Sinovac, for example, is the inactivated vaccine. Accordingly to studies that I've read and people that have told me, the doctor that I just talked to from Texas, told me the problem with the inactivated virus platform is that you need a younger person to be able to build up the antibodies to make it effective. In other words, the younger you are, the better the efficacy. The older you are, the weaker the efficacy, because the older you are, your body does not anymore create as much antibodies. That is also one of the reasons, and I quote the news article about Indonesia, and I quote, one of the reasons why Indonesia is going to do the 18 to 59 route in vaccination dun sa kanila is because China Sinovac Biotech does not have enough data yet on the vaccine's efficacy on elderly people. So bakit natin pipilitin, for example, ang ating mga tatay at nanay, mga lolo at lola, na mabigyan ng Sinovac na very clearly, Indonesia mismo nagsasabi, ay mukhang malabo ito para sa matatanda. Then we should give them Pfizer, we should give them Moderna or AstraZeneca as what they are doing in England and in the whole of United Kingdom. So that's why, yan siguro na tinatakutan namin ng mga senador. Number one, yung gaano kabilis ang rollout. Number two, yung efficiency na pag-rollout nito. Hindi lang yung pagdating ng bakuna at sino pang mabibigyan. I congratulate the LGUs, Mr. President, for the initiative that they have taken, but not all LGUs have the funds. I mean, here in Mindanao and in the Visayas, where Senator Dillon is from, not all the LGUs have funds to be able to buy vaccines. Kaya gusto natin malaman kung paano po ito makakarating sa nakakaraming tao, Mr. President. May I ask at least the IATF, either Secretary Vince or Secretary Charlie, on this issue. We will continue to harp this issue, Mr. President, to allow more sectors to bring in the vaccine and to give the people the choice. Kasi po, sa AstraZeneca, hindi naman ganun kamahal. Kung $5 po yan per dose, that is $10 total for 2 doses na kailangan, Mr. President. That is only 500 pesos. Kaya-kaya po yan, 250 pesos. Kaya-kaya po yan ng daily wage earner. Kaya-kaya po yan ng ating mga tao sa opisina. Kaya-kaya po nilang bayaran yan. Pero at least meron po silang mapilian kung ano bang pinakamaganda at pinaka-effective na bakuna para sa taong bayan. Hindi po pikit mata.
Secretary Duque would like to,
Thank you.
Duque would like to respond.
Yeah, very briefly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senate President. Hindi po tayo magbibigay ng bakuna ng basta-basta gano'n na lang na hindi natin naintindihan po ang indications. Kasi bawat bakuna, may set of indications siya. Nakalagay doon. O hindi ito pwede beyond 80 years old. Hindi mo na ipipilit doon. That's why yung policy natin dito is a diverse portfolio, vaccine portfolio. Iba-iba ho. Yun po yung ating policy. Hindi lang po tayo limitado sa isang klaseng bakuna. Precisely to address these limitations of the individual vaccines. They can complement in depending on the sector or the prioritized group where you will inoculate these different vaccines. Number two, we never prevented naman po ang private facilities from setting up labs to begin with, because that's well within their right. And we have the RITM and the DOH precisely to give license once proven that they have complied with our regulatory requirements. And then number three, we have been in the practice of really getting the private hospitals, the private clinics, to do the to help us vaccinate. Otherwise, if we do it just using the government resources, talagang pataganan po ito. And that is why it's been our policy na may public-private complementarity. Salamat po.
That's good to hear, Mr. President. Is that an assurance from the Secretary of the Department of Health that
yes, Your Honor.
They will allow these vaccines to be distributed to these institutions that are assisting government, Mr. President?
Yung vaccines natin, basta meron silang EUA, that is okay. That is the only authority that is recognized.
So
Short
what
of
you're saying,
the certificate of product registration, which cannot be realized in the short term because the time within which to really prove the full effectiveness and safety of the vaccine is not yet achieved.
Pero
So kaya
Mr.
parang
Chairman, Mr.
transition lang,
President, no?
emergency use.
Pero Mr. President, gusto nga ninyo bakunahan ang buong Pilipinas nitong bakunang ito. So I do not understand what the difference is if you give the authority to allow Red Cross, for example, or the LGUs na pumili na kanilang vaccines na nasa emergency use agreement already ng FDA for emergency use. For example, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, or Moderna in the coming months or the coming weeks. I don't understand what's the difference kung ang barangay. I don't understand. I'm completely boggled. Talagang nalilito ako. At katulad ng ating Senate President Pro Temp at ng Minority Floor Leader, hindi ko talaga maintindihan na gusto po ninyong ubusin lahat ng kababayan natin ng bakuna na pinili ninyo na hindi naman po pwede yung private sector area and sectors like the Red Cross na mamigay din po ng bakuna na pwedeng piliin ng taong bayan. I don't understand that when in the same breath you want everybody inoculated with this vaccine that you're saying cannot be licensed yet because it is not safe. Ano ba talaga, Mr. Secretary? I think what is happening is we're delaying the process. Because I spoke to several local pharmaceuticals. Malalaki po ito, Secretary. Hindi ito pipitsugin ng local pharma. And they told me, handa sila mag-roll out. Handa sila mamigay sa ospital sa Tawi-Tawi. Handa sila magbigay ng private clinic sa Bukidnon. Handa po sila magbigay ng private clinic sa Ilocos Norte or mga private hospitals doon or Red Cross. Ang problema, ayaw nila makipag-away sa gobyerno dahil ang utos daw na yon ay centralized lahat. And again, I beg to disagree with the DOF. In Malaysia, it is private sector also that is bringing in a number of vaccines there in Malaysia. And they are going to do it that way. They have options of what people want to choose and what products or what vaccines they want to inoculate themselves with. So again, Mr. President, I would like to hear a comment, at least from Secretary Galvez, my dear friend. Secretary Charlie, what is the end game of this? Kasi kung gobyerno lang, Secretary Charlie, talagang hanggang 2022 pa tayo matatapos nito. I will believe that will be the case. If we go with what happened to the PCR testing, which took so long before we actually were able to spread it out throughout the Philippines, baka yan din po mangyayari dito sa bakunang ito kung gagawin natin centralized yung procurement.
Sir, actually, sir, Your Honor, may I answer the question? Sir, actually, sir, during our negotiation, we hear the suggestion of the LGUs and also the private sector. Actually, the private sector is also communicating with us and helping us on really accelerating and even expanding the coverage of the vaccine. But during our negotiation with the companies, only AstraZeneca and Novavax allows for the tripartite. That's the truth, sir. Only 2 companies out of the 7 companies that we have negotiating, only the 2 companies complied with the request.
Hindi ba, Secretary, di ba Moderna?
Sir, ang Moderna, we are still negotiating. Even I believe tumawag din po sa akin, tinawagan ko po rin po si ating si Sir Enrique Rason. He is also willing, and also I believe Swilig, they are also negotiating. But until now, wala pa po, sir, wala pa pong definite answer during our first meeting. But definitely, ang ano po nila is they will negotiate only for the government. And they cannot negotiate with the private sector without the presence of the government sector. So yung po ang naging parang when we are talking with them, only 2 companies are open for a tripartite agreement, not a bilateral agreement between LGU and the manufacturer and the LGU and the private sector. They wanted that the government will be the one who will facilitate the negotiations with the LGU because of the stringent regulation globally also.
But we have just received a news report that the mayor of Makati has announced that they've already acquired 1 million doses. Are you aware of this? It's now on the Inquirer.
I believe it is in the tripartite agreement, sir. Under the tripartite agreement with the LG.
They've already acquired 1 million doses. It's in the news right
Yes, sir.
now.
This is under the tripartite agreement, sir, Your Honor.
So you're aware of this, and they asked for your permission.
Yes, actually, sir, we have we will sign the contract with the DOH. Yes, sir.
All right. Senator Zubiri, your
Mr.
time
Thank
is
you.
up, but
Mr.
you can
President.
wrap up
Maybe
if you want.
can I make a final point na lang, Mr. President, a final manifestation? Yun lamang po sa ating mga kababayan na nakikinig po na yun, talagang uhaw na sila kung kailan talaga papasok itong mga bakunang ito, Mr. President. So the best, you know, I'm the author of the Ease of Doing Business. We want to hasten up all the proceedings, hasten the proceedings, and hurry up with the entry of these vaccines the soon as possible time. So whatever way we can do so, so be it, Mr. President. Again, maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, can I just try to clarify the issue because sabi nga ni Majority Floor Leader, very
Senator Cayetano,
frustrating,
yes.
no? You know, I just like to point out because Section 12, which we have mentioned a number of times, and Majority Floor Leader Mig Subiri repeated it because this was my amendment and then amended by Senator Zubiri. So the point of that Section 12, when we started discussing this, I think as early as June or July, right after Bayanihan 1, was that the idea of the IATF was to waive the Phase 4 trial. So remember, we're talking about Phase 4 trials. So Section 12 starts with that. Notwithstanding any law to the contrary, the requirement of Phase 4 trials for COVID-19 is hereby waived. Okay? And then we put provisions. So the reason for that is we're now, that part allows FDA supposedly to issue certificate of registration kasi sabi natin, we are waiving Phase 4. So FDA now does not have to wait for Phase 4 trials. Pero, right now, yung Phase 3 nga hindi natapos. That's the situation that I believe IATF and FDA find themselves in. We gave them exception for Phase 4, pero nasa Phase 3, hindi pa nga tapos all over the world. So, in fairness to them, ito yung rules na pina-follow nila na ganito yung mga possible risk sa tao pag walang Phase 4. Eh, lalo na pag Phase 3, di ba, wala pa. So, they're just, I think what is lacking here is that sense of aggressiveness and urgency to present to us if there are further exceptions or clarifications in the law that we need to make. And that's why, absent any law or any new amendment to this existing Bayanihan 2, gumawa ngayon ng emergency use regulation ang FDA to now allow them na instead of giving a certificate of product registration, which normally would be given, kasi sabi natin dito, kailangan pa rin gawin, it's here in Section 12, FDA still has to do their job. We mandate them to do their job. Hindi siya magbibigay ng certificate of product registration kasi walang Phase 4, although it's waived, wala ngang Phase 3, kaya hindi niya mabigay. So that's the situation. I don't know if I'm clear. I see some people in the resource group nodding, no? But I don't know if I'm making myself clear. So the point is, wala siyang legal coverage, Mr. President, to allow a product to be released in public. Wala siyang legal coverage to do that kasi walang Phase 3 trial. All over the world, wala pang nakatapos. So ano yung coverage na kailangan niya? Di ba? Yun ang hinihingi nyo. What is that coverage that you need? Okay, so I hope that clarifies it. So I guess in that sense, kung na-clarify nyo na kailangan nyo sa amin yun, then we can start working on it with you also, you know, so that you can do your job better.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. President, may I just also, just to clarify also that, what vaccines have already completed Phase 3 trials? Because what I have here in my notes, and I have notes here, it says here completed na daw ang Pfizer, ang Gamaleya, the Russian vaccine, and Moderna. So maybe ask the WHO if there are, what are the vaccines that have completed Phase 3 trials, Mr. President.
Go ahead, WHO.
Thank you, sir. As far as we are aware, Phase 3 has been completed by Pfizer-BioNTech, Moderna, AstraZeneca, Just last week, phase 3 results from Sinovac in Brazil were released. So, phase 3 has reportedly been completed by Gamaleya in Russia, but we haven't seen the dossier or the results. So this is the current situation of awareness that we have. If I may go back
Yun
to...
pala, Mr. President, tapos na pala phase 3 yung ibang vaccines.
Right. Before I recognize the minority leader, you mentioned earlier, the FDA mentioned earlier that Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and Gamaleya applied for an EAU. EUA,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Emergency use authorization. All right. What about Sinovac?
Ang Sinovac po mukhang hindi pa. They haven't submitted to us kasi po yung kanilang phase 3 trial na ginawa sa Brazil at saka sa Turkey mukhang pinagsasama pa nila. And I think they might be applying by next week or week after that very soon. But they have not yet applied with FDA.
All right. But why did you conclude a contract of 25 million dosage kung hindi naman lang nag-a-apply pa sa inyo?
Hindi po
Emergency
FDA.
use authorization with FDA. Sinovac. You concluded already a contract of 25 million.
Sir, yung contract, we are following the two pathways, financing and also the pathway for regulatory.
So even without an EUA,
Sir, ibig sabihin, sir, yung payments, you can sign only, sir, yung term sheet is only used to lock in the logistics so that they can start. There is still a very rigorous supply agreement that will be tackled in order to determine the payments, term of payments, and also the terms of delivery.
Mr. President, not even an EUA, an application, they have not applied, and yet you concluded a contract with Sinovac to deliver 25 million doses. How is that?
Sir, that's the model of the advanced market commitment. That's why the
Yeah,
advanced
but they have
market...
not applied even for EUA. Why would you even negotiate with them? Eh, ang dami naman nag-apply at saka forthcoming na yung kanilang EUA. Why did you not give priority to those brands na mayroong EUA or at least may application? Why would you give preference to a brand that has not even applied for EUA?
Actually, sir, we told them to apply. Actually, their only problem is their clinical trial, phase 3. They will merge the Brazil and also the
No,
Turkey.
that's not my point. And
Sir, if you allow me, sir, if you will, if during the negotiation, if you will only negotiate for those vaccines that will have EUA, you will be on the tail end of the supply chain.
Mr.
Because,
President.
there is some sort of competition with the different
we were told
there's a parallel pathway or negotiation.
You said they will be delivering on February already, di ba?
Yes, sir. That's why.
So in other words, hindi importante yung EUA.
No, sir. Ibig sabihin, sir, importante yung EUA because we will process the EUA from
the delivery.
No, sir. We will process the EUA.
Magde-deliver sa February 20 eh.
Sir,
hindi pa sila nag-a-apply eh.
Sir,
so maunang delivery bago mag-apply.
No, sir. We will make sure
But will they deliver on or about February 20 or thereabouts?
They will not deliver.
They will.
They will not deliver if the EUA is not approved. So meaning if
pero
sir, ang target po natin
masasabi niya ng
simultaneous po yan, sir, parallel po yan, sir. Kasi para at least sir, yun ang parang tinatawag natin sa pathway, the pathway of negotiation at saka financing and also the pathway of EUA, this should be a parallel undertaking. So that is a stress to us, meaning we have to make sure that we will have the EUA before the February 10, 20, or else the delivery will be delayed until the EUA will be approved. Because we will not allow the inoculation of our people without the authority of the FDA.
Mr. President.
So you're saying na pinangungunahan nyo lang dahil
because
pinangungunahan nyo dahil baka maubusan kayo.
If we will not close the term sheet, the 25 million will be gone.
Mr.
All right.
President? Mr.
All right,
President?
we will take that. Senator? Senator Binay, yes. Yeah,
Mr.
it's the
President,
time of Senator Dillon, but with this permission, go ahead.
just to add din sa point ni Senator Ping Lacson, even yung Novavax, na nag-order na tayo ng 30 to 40 million, hindi pa rin siya nag-a-apply for emergency use. So it's the same scenario as Sinovac. So technically, yung sure na meron tayong delivery, hindi pa ho nag-a-apply for emergency use. Samantalang yung AstraZeneca na nag-apply na, 13 million lang yung siguradong dadating. Yan lang po, Mr. President.
Ma'am, can I answer?
Go ahead, go ahead. It was just...
Sir, yung sa AstraZeneca,
you want to react?
the contract is still there, yung 20 million po natin. Considering that we are waiting, the global the declaration, considering that they were able to consummate one contract from one country. Once they consummate one contract from one country, they will reallocate the available volumes, and then they will go back to us. So the ball now is with AstraZeneca, and we are waiting if they come back with the definitive volumes and definitive delivery of the product. So yung sir natin, yung pito sir na ninegotiate po natin, they have already EUA on their origin country. That's why it also being deployed already to the different countries. That is our assurance that the one that we are already negotiating have been tested on the originate country and other countries. Meaning it's been rolled out to the other countries so that it is already safe and effective.
Mr. President.
So that's our strategy. Those vaccines that have already been having EUA to the original country and being deployed to other countries, that's the priority of our negotiation.
Mr. President.
So, considering that the EUA that we will be giving to the FDA will be some sort of have a rolling collaboration with other FDA authorities.
Mr. President.
DBM wants to react to the question of Senator Binay before I recognize the minority leader. Go ahead, DBM.
Mr. President, can I now ask my question? Can I take the floor now? Mr. President.
Well, the DBM wanted to react to the question of Senator Binay, but if
Yes.
they have not. Yan ang mahirap nung wala kayo dito eh. Tapos gusto niyo magsalita eh. And we'll just recognize the minority leader, Senator Dillon, because the DBM representative is not here. Hirap nung tapos they want to react and we cannot see them. Well, Senator Dillon, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the start of this session, I said that we were thankful that there is this opportunity so that we can clarify things and have a better confidence in our responses. But to be candid, in the last 2 hours, we get more confused. And this is because of the emergency use authorization. The premise, as I heard from Secretary Galvez, is that at least the EUA is a prima facie certification that the vaccine is safe and effective. And in fact, it is because of that emergency use authorization that we would authorize the use for about 70 million Filipinos, because there is a prima facie finding that it is safe and effective. Why can this prima facie finding not be made to apply to the private sector and the LGU and allow them to acquire these vaccines also on the same basis of an emergency use authorization, so that the national government can be assisted in acquiring this, making these vaccines available to our people? The issue here is, why is it that the national government would want to impose this rule, and from this rule of an emergency authorization will give birth to a monopoly, which is not good as a matter of public policy? So I'm waiting for the answer. And I have to be convinced that the answer is based on logic and is reasonable. So why can we not allow private sector and LGU to purchase on the basis of this emergency use utilization. If the manufacturer will not want to sell, that's a judgment call that they have to make. But at least we should not impose this rule on the private sector. If that is the rule of the manufacturer, wala po tayong magawa. Pero bakit po natin hindi papayagan ang private sector at LGU na sila mismo ang bumili kung sinasabi natin at least with the emergency use authorization, safe naman po ito sa ating mga kababayan. Sa katunayan, 70 milyon ng mga Pilipino ang bibigyan ng vaccination dahilan sa emergency use authorization. Ang sinasabi lang, bakit hindi po natin papayagan ang private sector at ang LGU na bumili ng sarili nilang vaccines? Can we have the answer? At huwag natin sabihin, dahil po may regulation tayo, tayo rin gumawa ng regulation. So can we have an answer, please?
Yes. FDA Domingo will respond.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Senator. Ang ano po kasi, it's safe and effective in the context of this emergency. No? So hindi pa po full ang development ng product. In fact, some of them, like Pfizer and Moderna, are new technologies. Ito pong mRNA vaccine has never been used in humans before. Kaya po kapag ni-roll out po natin siya, ang kaakibat po nun, babantayan naman natin siya very, very closely. And the government is setting up a monitoring system and close surveillance. So yun lang po. Kung naman pong susunod doon sa ating patakaran at saka susunod sa reporting yung private, papayagan naman po siya ng gobyerno. Pero kailangan lang po in close coordination with the national government. Kasi po talagang bagong-bago po talaga itong mga bakuna na ito.
Kaya nga sinasabi niyo po, it is safe and effective in the context of the emergency. That is why you have issued emergency use authorization. Why will that standard change if it is the private sector or the LGU who will purchase this?
The standard po will not change. That's why ang requirement po, kailangan susunod din sila dun sa patakaran ng ating immunization program, including yung prioritization at saka po yung pagmomonitor dun sa mga nabakunahan. So yun lang po yung dahilan kung bakit
in other words,
kailangan sila mag-coordinate with the national government.
Mr. Undersecretary, you want to play God?
No po, but we just have to really watch closely the people will be vaccinating. And konti pa lang po ang production. Pag po kasi pinabayaan din naman po, baka po yung mayayaman na syudad, mabili na rin po lahat ng bakuna. Wala na rin pong matitira sa government program. Kaya po natin siya pinapayagan for the government vaccination program para magamit po ng buong bansa.
Yes, but when you say that it is safe and effective in the context of today's emergency, that rule should be uniformly applied, whether it is the national government who purchased and whether or not, or the private sector or the LGU. So long as there is an emergency use authorization, you should allow people to, well, but that emergency use authorization is in fact the authorization that you have granted to the brand, whether Astra or whatever, that is the authorization on the brand, and therefore everybody should have access to it. Not only those authorized by the national government. Kung sino po ang gusto magbumili, kung meron ng EUA, dapat payagan. Hindi po yung you choose which body to will be authorized to purchase it. And Mr. President, I think there is. I think all the senators agree that we cannot have this kind of a standard. So I am submitting to the committee of the whole what is the remedy here, and because apparently with all due respect, Secretary Galvez, following the advice of the FDA, would insist that the government that other than the national government, nobody else can buy, and that to me is unacceptable. And I think that sentiment is shared by our colleagues who are in this afternoon session. So if there is anything that comes out of today's hearing, it is that the opinion and view of the policymakers that we should open the authority not only for the national government if a vaccine has already an emergency use authorization, we should allow every sector to have access to this. If the manufacturer does not want to sell to the non-national government agencies, that is a decision that they make. But let us not stand on the way of the private sector and on the LGUs to purchase these vaccines for their own use, which is allowed under the emergency use authorization. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And again, I would like to think that if there's anything that we should that comes out of this is a consensus that we should allow everybody to use whatever vaccine that is already given an emergency use authorization by the FDA, because there is absolutely no sense in not allowing others to have access to this when in fact there is evidence that it is safe and effective by virtue of this authorization. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. We now recognize Senator Bongo. Senator Bongo, you have 10 minutes.
Mr. President, may I ask for an intercession before Senator Bongo? Mr. President, I just want to make a manifestation.
Go ahead, Senator Villar.
I just want to second the motion of Senator Franklin Drilon that we should allow the private sector and the LGUs to buy those that will be issued emergency use authorization by the FDA. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, with the permission of the Senate President, quick manifestation.
Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you. We likewise share the concerns raised by the Minority Leader and seconded by Senator Villar. I think the issue here is that the FDA is concerned about monitoring the immunization and vaccination of 70% of the population. If that is the case, then there has to be an arrangement so that there is a reporting requirement on the part of the private sector and the local governments when they are allowed to make these emergency purchases. I don't think the solution would be don't allow them because we are concerned about whether we will be able to monitor it or not. Hindi ba? The task is gargantuan. It's next to precisely it's a whole of nation approach. So provide them the means, enable them, and then monitor them, and then have them report if provide timely reports on the immunization. I don't think the private sector is going to purchase this precisely, or at least the local governments, for commercial purposes. This is for their constituents. They're going to give this out free. Hindi naman nila ibebenta ito sa mga botante nila. In that regard, Mr. President, I think what has to be done is strengthen your regulation, but don't prohibit the private sector from being able to purchase or put so many restrictions, Mr. President, for the record.
All right, thank you. So we now recognize
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Tiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly also to make of record my support for the policy position expressed by the Minority Leader. Siguro po nagsisimula yung problema o limitasyon dun sa vaccination roadmap. Rather than that, Mr. President, siguro mas bagay sa health response yung promote and protect. So I support what the Minority Leader has expressed na dapat may equal application of the law. What is sauce for the goose should be sauce for the gander. So kung you... use at private sector sa isang totoong whole of government and whole of nation approach. And lastly, again, equal application of the law. Kung EUA din lang naman yung ating standard, ay dapat may equal application yan ng national government. Hindi yung mayroong hindi pa nag-apply para sa EUA ay meron ng nakapark na kontrata. For the record, Mr. President, salamat.
All right. Thank you very much. Senator Go has skipped for the moment. Senator Grace Poe is recognized. Next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alam niyo po yung DOH kanina may sinabi na each team that will be administering the vaccine will be able to vaccinate about 100 individuals per day. So yung iba nating mga nakikinig sa ating pagdinig, parang sinasabi, 100 lang sa isang araw. Ang ibig kasi, ang siguro hindi naintindihan nga, it's per team. Because the DOH did not specify exactly how many teams there will be to administer the vaccination. So that is leading to my question, Mr. President. Ilan ba talaga ang teams na iniisip ng DOH na magkakaroon sila para ma-multiply natin kung ilan ba talaga mababakunahan sa isang araw?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yung pong isang post vaccination site, there will be 3 vaccination teams. Yan po standard. It can be higher in number, depends on
Wait a minute, sir. So you're saying that
community.
only 3 teams, I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, let me just interrupt you. There are 3 teams that you have in mind. So that means about 300 people will be vaccinated per day?
In just one post, but we will have 4,600 sites, vaccination sites. Your Honor.
I don't understand. Okay, sir, what do you mean by one post? So if there are 1,600 sites, that will be how many? You mean how many posts there?
It's about 4,000, to be exact, it's 4,512 delivery sites for vaccination. And each one will have 3 vaccination teams. Each team will have 6 members. And if, for example, we will vaccinate 24,668,128, that will require 50 million doses. Ano po? And that will take, based on our assumptions, 18 days to complete.
I'm sorry, sir. Simplify the math, okay? You're saying that there are 4,000 something what? Sites?
4,512 vaccination sites, Your Honor.
Okay. In that 4,000 plus sites, how many people in each site can be vaccinated per day?
It's 300 per day.
300
per
day.
Vaccination site.
Okay, 300 per day per site. Am I correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
So that's 300 times 4,000, whatever the figure is.
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay, so what did you say again? 4,000?
512 vaccination sites.
512. Now, this is only the government initiative. Am I correct?
This includes private facilities, Your Honor.
No, I know, but
private
for
hospitals, clinics.
We've heard, sir, we've heard that there are some companies that are already procuring their own vaccines or are eyeing to order their own vaccines. So, who will administer those? Are they doing it on their own, or is this part of your computation as the number of vaccines that you will be administering, the government side?
Yeah, the human resource will be basically from the government side, Your Honor. The vaccinators, these are doctors, nurses, midwives, and then a complement of school employees or teachers.
Okay, so
there will be a team.
Okay, kunwari ang San
Yes,
Miguel
ma'am.
Corporation bumili ng sarili nilang vaccine. Hindi silang pwedeng mag-hire ng sarili nilang mga health professionals. Kailangan dadaan sila sa DOH para maibigay ito sa kanilang mga empleyado.
They can actually vaccinate the private sector provided that they will undergo training by the DOH. We need
Okay.
to develop their competence.
All right. So that means the 4,512 sites in your computation includes the private sector already.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that a QR code must be scanned for the registration of each vaccine recipient. So meaning they will have to have maybe a smartphone to be able to do that. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. But I understand that this will be a combination initially of QR codes and manualized registry.
Yes, because actually, Mr. Secretary, Mr. President, it's really important that our record keeping is done properly because a lot of our countrymen will rely on this. For example, they have to travel abroad to show proof that they've been vaccinated. Hindi ba yung ating mga anak pag pinapabakunahan natin, merong mga card na gano'n, ano? Doon nakalagay kung tapos na sila sa MMR, kung tapos na sila sa kung ano pang mga bakuna, polio. Dapat may ganun din tayo. Ngayon, pag sinabi ng iba, oh, pwede namang ipeke yan. Kahit naman ano talaga pwedeng ipeke, pero dapat meron tayong standard, katulad nga niyan, yung QR code. Kung walang smartphone ang isang individual, pwede naman yung barcode na yon sa sticker ilalagay doon sa mismong card, di ba? Yun po ay napakahalaga kasi kung wala tayong maayos na record, yung ibang bansa baka hindi tanggapin ang ating mga nagtatrabaho na mag-OFW doon dahil hindi maayos yung sertifikasyon ng kanilang bakuna. So how do you plan to mitigate this, Mr. Secretary, especially if the private sector will also endeavor to have their own vaccination rollout?
Policy-wise, ma'am, ang bawat babakunahan, papasok po yan sa ating database, ano po, at bibigyan po sila ng proof or certification that they have been vaccinated, and in that card, parang vaccination card ho ito actually, na nakalagay kung ano yung natanggap mong klaseng bakuna, kailan, anong araw, saan vaccination site, at meron din pong nakalagay na advisory doon na kailangan bantayan nila yung kung meron adverse events following immunization, at saka nakalagay din po doon yung next schedule of the second dose.
Okay.
So, kompleto na po yung sistema, ma'am.
Meron na ba kayong IT program in place for that?
Meron na po tayo, ma'am, but we continue to coordinate with the Department of Information and Communications Technology to further enhance the system and eventually expand it sa maging fully digitized yung system and database management.
Okay. Now, the President also mentioned that we shouldn't enter into any agreement that requires a down payment. Mr. President, maybe Secretary Galvez can answer this. When it comes to procurement, pag hinihingan tayo ng down payment, pero wala pa namang produkto, hindi tayo papayag na makipagkasunduan?
Pwede na po. In fact, the President had agreed towards the end of November last year to authorize advance payment. And per the COA auditing guidelines, pwede naman po na mag-advance payment 15%, needing a presidential imprimatur. And if the requirement is beyond 15%, again, the President's approval will be sought. And this is the reason
Mr.
why
Secretary.
the President...
Okay. For the DOH, you mentioned a strategic plan of a simulation that will be conducted first before the actual rollout of the vaccine begins. So the simulation will be done in certain areas. Have you identified which areas that will be?
The identified cities Pasig, Your Honor.
So it will be Pasig first. When do you plan to do this? How soon?
This is going to be third week, Your Honor, of January.
Third week of January. What vaccines will you be using?
Wala pa hong malinaw dyan, but based on the manifestation of Secretary Galvez, I think baka yung bakuna that will be coming from COVAX facility. So that can either be Pfizer.
Kasi third week of January, parang magsa-second week na tayo, di ba? Second week na tayo, so next week?
Ma'am, as we have said, this is going to be an exercise in simulation, not necessarily giving the vaccine already. So yun lang process.
But I know, but
subject
if you
the
are
process
unsure
to
about
stress
the
test.
simulation, how can we even be more confident that you'll have a proper rollout in a timely manner? Yung simulation nga, hindi pa ninyo masabi kung kailan eh.
Yung pong simulation natin, third week of January, pero wala pang vaccine. Para may representative package lang of a vaccine. Para simulation mo sa Earth.
So in short,
yes, tama.
Yung simulation, wala talagang bakuna.
Wala pa ma'am.
Okay, so parang ang gagawin lang, anong gagawin ninyo? Dito ilalagay, dito ita-transport, dito ang refrigeration, dito ang administering. Ganun ba?
Yes ma'am, parang earthquake drill or fire drill.
So earthquake drill. Okay,
so we will do the same.
Okay. Now, meron din, ilan na ba ang na-approve ng FDA na kumpanya ng vaccine? Wala pa, di ba?
Madam Mr. Chair, wala pa po. Tatlo po yung application namin and we expect to finish the first one this week and maybe the second one
So
next
you
week.
finished what? Pfizer?
Yung Pfizer po ang unang nag-apply. So siya po yung unang namin makakomplete.
Pero yung Pfizer naman ang wala yatang available pa, di ba? So parang ang mga mas madaling makuha sa ngayon, AstraZeneca at saka Moderna maybe, but not Pfizer. Am I correct?
Yes, Ma'am, AstraZeneca po yung second application namin. So that will be coming also maybe a week after Pfizer. Pero yung pong Moderna wala pa po.
What's the timeline? What's the timeline of Astra?
I set 21 days for the application and for the whole process. They applied, if I'm not mistaken, po January 5 or 6. So that will be within the by the last week of January.
Okay, because actually, sir, Mr. President, I echo what Senator Villar said earlier. She said these companies have gone through a rigorous process of testing in other countries with reputable testing facilities. Tapos pagdating dito, alam na nga natin national emergency, sabi ni Senator Ping, about an average of 25 people die per day and about 1,100 are infected every day. We cannot even fast track something like this. That's why, ito yung, alam niyo, para alam niyo yung mga haka-hakang pinag-uusapan ng ating mga kababayan. Siguro naghihintay pa ng kickback ang DOH. Kaya hindi ka agad-agad nabibigyan ng permit. Now, that may be an unfair assessment by some of our countrymen, but would you blame them with the track record that the DOH has? And also with what seems to be sort of a process that's unreasonable to accredit a company that's already been accredited so many times in so many other different countries. So, yun yung
Madam Secretary,
nakakagimbal sa akin.
let me just explain bakit po kailangan ng 2 linggo. No? Yung po kasing mga bakuna, pinatitingnan din po natin sa mga doctors natin tsaka experts natin dito para makita kung angkop, no? Kasi wala pong ginawang clinical trial dito sa mga bakunang ito, yung Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Gamaleya. So I asked them to segregate the data on Asian patients to see if the efficacy and safety is the same as the other group. And then we let our experts ask questions from the proponent ng isang beses at saka sasagutin po sila. At within those 2 weeks, they decide kung maganda naman po ang safety and efficacy niya and if it's beneficial. At the same time, yung pong quality sinisigurado natin. Kasi kapag po na-approve na siya sa Amerika, halimbawa, o sa UK, check ko rin naman po kung talagang yung ipa-approve doon, yun din naman yung ibebenta sa atin dito. Titingnan din po natin yung specifications ng factory, ng produkto, ng labeling to make sure it's exactly the same quality as what they have asked the other countries to approve. So yung yung 2 weeks natin, plus some admin work, yun po talagang pinakamaiksi.
Okay, I think all of that can be specified in your contract with the supplier. Na it will be the same as what's being, let's say, produced for country X and the efficacy, etc. Because pag meron pang mga hirit kasi dati na we don't know if it will be effective for Filipinos, in particular Asians, and we know that in other countries, our frontliners who are working abroad have already been administered that. So, if there's any side effect, I guess it would be easy to get feedback on that. So, okay, you've explained your point. It's just that I think that the process could be shortened if that's possible, so that we can already order. Because I'm sure that you've heard other companies are already ordering. In fact, the LGUs, without the FDA approval, have already made certain agreements with some of these suppliers or of some vaccine companies. So, wala pang ang approval sa inyo, pero pinagkakatiwalaan na may approval na sa ibang bansa, yun na yung pinoprocure. Di ba? Hindi pa ganun yung nangyayari ngayon.
Yes, pwede naman po talagang parallel, no? They can make their negotiations. But of course, hindi naman po talaga magagamit hanggang hindi nabigyan ng authorization ng FDA. Kasi po, milyon-milyon ang babakunahan nun. And we really just want to make sure, no, before po natin payagan na magamit ito sa publiko, na talagang nasagot naman po lahat ng tanong natin at saka lahat ng agam-agam na mga eksperto natin.
Okay. Mr. President, one other point. Pag meron mga non-disclosure agreement or sa mga kumpanya, for example, bibili tayo ng ilang milyon sa Pfizer or sa AstraZeneca or kung saan man. Pag nabili na natin yon, pwede namang dapat ipakita ang naging kasunduan sa kontrata, di ba? Kung magkano ang talagang binayad natin, o bawal pa rin yon?
Madam, with the consent of the parties that we have consented, it should be with a mutual agreement that the data that will be disclosed will be within the parties.
O kasi alam niyo po, para mawala rin ng duda ang ating mga kababayan, di ba sinabi ni kanina, may sinabi kayong halaga, parang $5 per dosage. Tapos, corrected right away by Senator Marcos that the Oxford company was saying it's about $2.50. So that alone is like a 50% discount. So how do we know in the end that we actually paid the right price for this, being a developing middle income, low income country? So that's one. Another thing, kung bumili kayo for the 84 billion pesos ba, something 80 plus billion that the Philippines is allotting for that. Alam naman natin na pag bumibili ang ibang mga kumpanya, kalahati nun dinodonate nila, di ba? Meron isang kumpanya bumili ng 500, nagpa-reserve ng 5 million doses yata ng isang vaccine or 500,000 tapos 250,000 idodonate nila, half of it, so that the government will allow that company to import. So nabawas na ba ninyo yan sa figures na gagastusin natin? Kung ilang kumpanya magdo-donate sa atin?
Senator Poe, your time is up, but we will allow them to respond to your. You can wrap up.
Oh, that's
Because-
all, Mr. President. Yeah, I just
All right,
want the
thank you.
answer to this.
Would like Secretary Galvez to respond, and then we will excuse Secretary Duque and Secretary Galvez because I was informed by the palace that you are needed there. But we are directing you or inviting you to be here on Friday at 10 a.m. The rest may remain, and we will try to see until how much time we can spend for the rest of the members of the Senate. So please, your response before you are excused.
Ma'am, dalawa po yung tinatawag nating yung sa AstraZeneca, meron tinatawag nating COVAX price at saka po yung commercial price o yung talagang price na binibigay nila sa other countries. Ang ano po talaga, very transparent po lahat ang aming transactions. $5 po ang ang talagang openly nakalagay sa internet na sinesell ng AstraZeneca. Hindi po natin ano po 'yon, kung ano po yung talagang price na inano natin sa kontrata ay yun po ang ating sinasaynan. At saka po ma'am, to make sure that there is really no corruption issue on the transactions is that all these transactions will be validated and scrutinized by the ADB and the World Bank. At makikita natin napaka-stringent yung regulations na ginagawa ng ADB and World Bank in terms of transparency and anti-corruption. Secondly, kung titingnan nyo, ma'am, kung just in case, nung nag-negotiate po kami, our target is only for 35 billion. Ang question ngayon, bakit tumaas na 148? It's because we were able to have a comfortable price. That the initial 70 billion that we targeted, the budget had increased to 148 million. Meaning, meron po tayong mga vaccine na talaga pong nag-offer ng COVAX price. And we are very, very happy with them.
Okay. Mr. President, just one last reminder. I would like to actually thank Secretary Galvez. Alam niyo po, maraming mga pagdududa ngayon sa ibang mga opisyal na nagpapatakbo ng Department of Health. Mabuti na lang at yung feedback po sa inyo ay may integridad kayo, malinaw ang inyong pagpapaliwanag at mukhang mayroong aksyon sa inyong hanay. Kaya kami po ay umaapela sa inyo na huwag niyo pong kaming lahat pababayaan, kayo po ang nandyan at pag meron po kayong nakitang mali, nasa likod po ninyo kami na susuporta sa inyo para mabuko yung mga hindi tama yung ginagawa. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Paul. As I said, the two are excused, but you and the other resource persons are asked to be here on Friday at 10 a.m. There will be additional resource persons that have to be invited also. We will send them the notice, especially from the private sector. All right, next is Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Marcos, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like to reserve some questions for both secretaries who are going to be leaving. Pero in the meantime, I'd just like to clarify, balik na naman dun sa question ng LGU sa tripartite agreement. Tinatanong kasi nila, totoo bang peg sa national price yung bibili ng LGU?
For AstraZeneca, the answer is yes, because the policy of AstraZeneca is a no profit, no loss policy. So basically, the entire cost of production is charged to the buyer, whoever it may be, whether it's the national government or the private sector or the LGU. Thank you.
Doon nga nagkakalituhan kasi ano bang price na sinasabi dahil may COVAX price at merong commercially advertised price ng $5. How does an LGU, for example, if it were a 4th or 5th class province, let's say, avail of the COVAX price given that they clearly cannot afford the much higher rates?
Your Honor, may I answer that question? So basically, there's the COVAX price.
It's only government to
It's
government. Is
well,
that correct?
let me explain the COVAX first. So the COVAX is a group of country is a fund created by a group of countries to finance vaccination for 20% of the population of each country. So yung
I
sinasabi
understand
nila na COVAX
what-
price.
Just to clarify, this is a WHO vaccination facility, is that correct? To which most of its members contributed, and with the end in view of vaccinating 20%, the remainder of the 80% already taken up by the wealthy countries. Is that correct?
It's correct except for the last statement that it's to accelerate the remaining 20%. In contradistinction to the 80% which was already funded by the rich countries. Actually, based on the computation, I think, of the donors, ang kaya nila i-fund is 20% of the human population. So, if you compute 20% of the human population, each country will have an allocation of at most 20% for free. So that's why we have a COVAX. So when you say COVAX price, it's the price given by the supplier to the COVAX facility to sell to the COVAX facility.
All right.
And neither the national government nor the LGU can buy at the COVAX price. Thank you.
So who can buy at the COVAX price? Only the WHO, is that correct?
Yes, only the COVAX. Thank you.
That's the WHO. Who does the procuring for COVAX then?
I think it's the facility itself. It's the COVAX facility itself. which
WHO.
negotiates. No, it's a subunit of the WHO. Of course, the WHO is a big
So it's
organization.
the WHO in effect. The reason I'm
in effect,
asking is also the WHO has sounded the alarm about bilateral agreements where clearly those with the wherewithal and the connections have already reserved up to 80% of the available vaccines. I think together with many of my colleagues, I support the effort for as many units, whether corporate or LGU, to buy on their own. Although, like the WHO logic, we understand that given the limited amount of vaccines, syempre mauunahan ng mas mayaman, ng mas may kakayahan, yung mga nangangailangan. So there the inequity will lie. That in fact, the LGUs with more money will in fact be able to access. Kaya yung mga NCR at yung iba pang metropolitan cities kaya. Kaya nanganganib ngayon yung mga maliliit na lugar katulad ng BARM at yung Cordillera. Tama ba yun? Or are you going to be giving our COVAX allocation? May plano na ba dyan?
Actually, that's not very accurate because when we compute based on the national requirement. So it's really a matter. Basically, how do we compute it? So we get the requirement of the entire nation. Tapos, how do we finance it? So partly we finance it through multilateral. Partly we finance it through.
Teka, kasasabi mo lang 20% every country will get. So meron talaga tayong allocation under COVAX, under the preferred pricing.
Yes, on top of that, we're negotiating bilateral agreements funded. Yes, funded. You're asking allocations. So yung allocation ho ng COVAX facilities a nationwide allocation.
So
the answer is
I'm a little bit lost as to how that will be allocated because I am again curious about your priorities.
Madam Senator, may I just add to that?
Kasi may sinabi na kanina, si Secretary Galvez may sinabi kanina na may priorities kayo for the neediest, most vulnerable, high risk. Parang hindi naman kasi ganon. Ang nabigyan kagad, ang pagkaalam ko, yung halimbawa, yung cities, Iloilo and Vigan have already finalized under the League of Mayors, yun ang pagkasabi sa amin, na yung Committee on Vaccination under Mayor Jerry Treñas na finalize na daw yung ibang cities talaga. Samantalang I don't understand at which point these priorities kick in.
Yeah, ma'am, the agreements po that have been signed by the LGUs with AstraZeneca that have come out in the media are not part of the COVAX facility. Yung COVAX facility po will be direct to the national government, and the 40 million doses roughly for about 20 million Filipinos will be allocated based on the prioritization po that was discussed by Secretary Galvez as well
Yes,
as Secretary Duque earlier.
I understand that, Secretary. But what I'm asking is, on one hand, you have the sariling sikap allotments. On the other hand, there's the COVAX. Saan pupunta yung COVAX?
Ano po yun? I-allocate po ng DOH yun dun sa priority sectors na na-mention po kanina. Unang-una po yung mga healthcare workers, yung mga frontliners, at iba pa pong mga nangangailangan based on the prioritization of the DOH and the vaccine cluster po.
Yeah, I'm speaking
Whereas
on behalf of the LGUs here. Until today, we haven't even had testing for the barangay workers. Na kung tutuusin, frontliner rin sila, pero hindi sila kabilang dun sa healthcare workers. So I'm wondering how this prioritization will work because until today, we haven't seen a very clear cut. All you're saying is essential workers na napakalabo naman.
Ma'am, I just conferred with our colleagues po from DOH and they confirmed that the BHWs as well as the BERTs are included in the top tier prioritization under the allocation of vaccines.
Yes, it's something that we would like included, most especially these so-called essential workers for key sectors such as transport and communications. As we know, Indonesia has taken a completely different tack from the other countries. And rather than the elderly, for example, they are prioritizing as well workers because this would jack up economic recovery, being that active workers, even within the ages of 15 to 59, are actually more apparent in the economic communities, and also they are the ones who are socially extremely mobile and keep down the contagion within communities. Are we looking at all at these workers that we have as part of the prioritization?
I can confirm po all the sectors mentioned by the Honorable Senator are included in the prioritization list. In fact po, the workers that were mentioned by Senator Marcos were actually included by Secretary Galvez himself as part of the priorities.
Ang sinabi lang ni Secretary Galvez kasi parati naman sinasabi, the usual quarantine and isolation health workers. So medyo nag-aalala lang kami kasi marami rin ang nasa border. They're the ones manning the lockdowns in many cases. And the data, some doctors are saying, has yet to be collated on the efficacy of the vaccine on elderly people, given that the elderly people have less potency in the sense of making antibodies versus this vaccine. So perhaps this is something that we can look at also.
We can confirm po again the sectors you mentioned, even the non-medical frontliners, including the examples you mentioned, ma'am, are included. We just got confirmation po from DOH.
I think my question is there a target of total vaccinations before the government will finally lift all quarantine restrictions until we determine to open up and the economy can come back to normal? Meron ba tayong target magic figure, ika nga?
There is a target vaccination effort, which is the 65 to 70% mentioned by Secretary Duque, that will allow us to have some level, a high level of herd immunity. But as to whether or not quarantine restrictions will be lifted once this target is reached is still not decided, Madam Senator. We will rely on the experts to provide us with that guidance.
I think that's the burning question. In the Committee of Economic Affairs, which I chair, that's the burning question of most sectors. Kailan tayo babalik sa non-quarantine restrictions, na mawala na lahat ng quarantine restrictions at bumalik na sa trabaho ang lahat? According also to your priority listing, the students will be the last target for vaccination. How was this decision reached, and does it relate in any way to the resumption of face-to-face classes that were originally canceled, then were to be restarted, and now have been canceled again? Since the students are the last on the list, parang baka ilang taon pa bago makabalik sa eskwelahan ng mga kabataan.
Ma'am, according to the Department of Health, there is a guide from the WHO on the prioritization of the sectors as well as the age groups, and the prioritization given to those 18 and below, which are essentially students, is based on that criteria. But
Yes, I understand that I understand that the WHO has its own listing, but as mentioned earlier, even Indonesia, like Senator Joel mentioned, and other countries like Japan have set their own. For example, yung Australia, sinama pa nila yung mga aborigine kasi sabi nila especially vulnerable. And there is a plea for that among Black communities in the United States. So, ang sinasabi ko, may local permutations kahit yung WHO mag-lay down ng template.
That's correct, ma'am. In fact, in our own template, OFW seafarers were included by the vaccine cluster in the prioritization. However, for the age groups that were mentioned earlier po, I think we are just following the guidance of the experts led by the WHO. Ma'am, I think Director General Domingo po, Mr. President, would like to...
Mr. Senator, Madam Senator, one practical reason for that is that there will be no vaccine for children within the year.
No, I mean,
Kasi
I think that's
develop
what,
mo na yung vaccine for adults.
I think that's what Senator Villar was saying earlier, that you should take away 35% of the population because all those under 16 should be excluded. So that being the case, what is the plan for students to go back to school? Clearly, their teachers are not under 16 years old.
Ma'am, the decision for face-to-face classes is constantly being evaluated by the IATF based on the current status of the pandemic in the country. And I think this is continuously being studied. But however, right now, it's still not allowed under current IATF rules, unfortunately, ma'am.
So the removal of quarantine restrictions is not incumbent to date on the total number of vaccinations, and neither is the opening of class. What can our people look forward to? Wala ba tayong maipapangako na magsisimula na sa normal kapag na-achieve na yung certain number sa mga teachers, estudyante? Parang wala tayong liwanag sa dilim eh.
Slowly naman po since last year, nagbubukas naman po ang ekonomiya, and it is a top priority of the IATF as well to continuously open up economic activities. However, pardon us po, we are not able to give you a definitive answer right now on what economic activities and how much the economy can be opened once we reach the target 65 to 70% vaccination. However, maybe in the future hearing po, we can just consult our experts and we will be able to give you a more definitive answer later on, ma'am.
Yes, I think we should have a better plan, a more coherent plan that people can understand, because vaccinations will give us a sense of confidence and safety to go back to work and to school. But we have to have very measurable targets kasi napakalabo nga. Parang huling-huli na tayo, nauna na yung Indonesia, yung Africa, Bangladesh, lahat nauna na sa atin. The other question, of course, is the question of the vaccinations being voluntary. As we know, Filipinos are very, very hesitant about being vaccinated. We have a 50-50, almost halfway split among those who want to be vaccinated and those who don't. And I think, as mentioned earlier by Senator Ralph Recto and the others, a lot of it has to do with the kind of vaccine. I understand that it's voluntary. Tama ba yun? Wala naman pilitan
Yes,
dito.
Madam Chair. Opo, especially since it is under emergency use authorization, it will have to be with complete consent from the vaccinee.
Ayun na nga yung problema dahil kanina narinig ko si Secretary Roque sinasabi, walang pili-pili ng vaccine. Ayun na nga mismo ang dahilan ng hesitation. Ayaw nila ng ibang vaccine na kinatatakutan nila, kulang ng phase 3 clinical trials, nanggagaling sa mga na minsan hindi masyadong transparent ang sistema o sila mismo talagang nagdududa sa kapasidad. Paano pipilitin ang karamihan ng Pilipino in order to engender community safety? How will we make sure that this vaccination campaign is effective and we are able to convince the bulk of our populace?
Ma'am, we do admit that there are many challenges to this unprecedented vaccination program. The primary challenge, which is the building of confidence in the vaccine, as was mentioned by several members of the committee earlier, on the current perception of the general public. But we feel that with the plan led by the vaccine cluster, we will be able to build this confidence, especially once we start with the vaccine rollout in the later part of February, ma'am.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but on the other hand, that's precisely the issue, Secretary Vince, that in fact, there doesn't seem to be a plan. Further, are you going to be imposing sanctions, given that it's voluntary, if may magpapavaccine o mag-i-import, magsasmuggle, kung ano yung sinabi, kundi dumaan sa gobyerno?
Ma'am, may I ask the FDA Director General?
Magkakaroon kaya ng sanctions yan? Kasi di ba sa FDA, kapag pinuslit yung mga gamot, pagkain, beauty products, etc., may sanction yung nagpasok. Ito ba magkakaroon ng sanction?
Opo, yung pong pag-import at pag-distribute ng unregistered products, bawal po. Lalo na po kung gamot and high-risk products like vaccines.
But I think you've also got a long history of being unable to enforce this, ano?
Well, right now po, we're working with the Bureau of Customs and NBI in preparation nga po for the vaccines. Kasi pag we do anticipate, once we authorize some vaccines, baka po maraming darating ng mga unregulated or unregistered. So we're now working with NBI and Bureau of Customs to make sure po na pag nandyan na yung mga bakuna, mabantayan po natin.
Senator Marcos, your time is up.
Yeah, one last question lang po. Dito sa mga natitirang IATF, NTF, DOH, meron ba nagpa-vaccine na?
Wala pa po.
Okay, maraming salamat.
Wala pa po. Wala pa po, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Marcos.
Including everyone in the panel.
We now, to continue, we now recognize Senator Villar, who's still on the line. Senator Cynthia Villar.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senate President Soto. I just want to ask a few questions. Ang una kong gustong tanungin, halimbawa ba na isang vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine na authorized ng FDA na for emergency use, and then may nagbenta sa isang private company ng vaccine na yon na na-authorize nyo na, kung bumili yung private company, siya ba ididemanda mo?
Madam Senator, actually yung pong nagbenta ang may kaso kasi wala pa po siyang
Ikaw ang
marketing
nagbenta
authorization.
foreign. Oh. Binili mo sa abroad.
Yun pong kanilang local, pag binili po sa abroad, hindi naman po natin pwedeng kasuhan yun. Pero yung nagpasok po dito, pag nagpasok ng for more than personal use, meron pong bawal na po yun.
So, pwede yung personal use.
Yes, ma'am. Pag
Like
po
for
mga gamot na
example,
personal use,
halimbawa may isang kumpanya, may nagbenta sa kanya sa abroad ng vaccine na authorized nyo naman, merong authority from FDA at ipinasok niya dito para sa kanyang mga empleyado, ididemanda nyo ba siya?
kung hindi po niya pinarehistro, pwede naman po kasing sabihin sa FDA at hihingi po sila ng permit, lalo na kung may EUA naman at may basbas naman po ng
So,
DOH.
sabi nyo, hindi pwedeng bumili pag hindi dadaan sa inyo.
Yun nga po, kailangan po may basbas po ng Department of Health para po, kasi po hindi po pwedeng ibenta yung under EUA, kaya po natin ginawa ng paraan na if they coordinate with the Department of Health, the LGUs can also have access or the private companies. So as long as they coordinate it naman po.
So, i-coordinate lang sa inyo, hindi kailangan dumaan sa inyo. Pwede silang bumili.
I-coordinate po sa DOH. Opo.
Pwede siya lang bumili. Basta may merong authority sa'yo and bibili niya sa abroad, dadalhin niya dito. Provided hihingi sila ng permit, pwede yon.
Basta po hihingi po sila ng permit at i-allow po sila ng DOH. Opo.
Sabi nyo nga, hindi pwede na bumili ang private at saka LGU. Di ba? Yun ang palagi nyo ipinipilit. Kasi sabi nyo, wala namang magbebenta. Kung may magbenta. Kasi alam mo,
hindi po pwede yung
kasi alam mo, kung iintayin pa natin yung dadating galing sa inyo, third quarter, di ba? Palagi nyo sinasabi, third quarter. O lahat ng assurances, third quarter. Pag iintayin natin ng third quarter, paano yung first and second quarter ng Pilipinas in terms of economic activity and employment? Patay na tayo. Kasi kung dadating pa yung ating pag-ayos ng ekonomiya natin sa third quarter, patay na yung 2021 GDP natin at kawawa na yung mga empleyadong gusto ma-employ dahil safe na dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya yun ang tinatanong namin, ba't ayaw niyang bigyan ng authority ang private at LGUs na kung may magbebenta naman sa kanila, right now, makabili sila para nang sa ganon, mapabilis natin ang vaccination sa ating bansa. Para nang sa ganon, first quarter pa lang, para magkaroon na ng confidence sa economy, mag-employ na ang mga tao para ang economic cost sa ating bansa ay hindi masyadong malaki. What do you think of that?
Yes, baka nga po yun yung possible legislative action kasi sa ngayon po walang otoridad ang FDA na magbigay ng marketing authorization. So hindi pa
walang authority, ikaw lang ang nagsabi niyan, may authority kayo, ikaw lang ang ayaw, di ba?
Hindi po, ang binigay lang sa akin na otoridad ay magbigay ng emergency use authorization.
Pinakita na sa inyo dun sa Bayanihan 2, di ba? Binigay na yung authority na yan ni-revise nyo
Yung hindi po kasi registered Binigyan po ako ng authority magbigay.
Asking you, registered to Binigyan mo ng ng authority for emergency use Wala namang nagbigay ng more than that ngayon Tsaka gagamitin mo na to, wala 95% ang efficacy. O ano pa gusto nyo? Ba't ayaw nyo i-allow na makabili yung mga private at tsaka LGUs?
Katulad po nung sinabi naman kay Senator Pia, if we will be allowed by law to give a marketing authorization to
sabi naman na iba, binigyan kayo ng law, ayaw niyong pakinggan, gumawa kayo ng sarili niyong regulation. Gusto mo bang bumagsak na ekonomiya natin? Kasi kung maghihintay tayo ng third quarter, talaga yung ating nandito si Senator Amy, yung ating talagang yung ating target na pag-improve ng ating economy and employment, hindi natin ma-achieve kung magsisimula pa tayo ng third quarter. Kailangan magsimula na tayo ngayon.
Opo, Ma'am Senator. Yung po kasing batas ngayon, registered product lang po ang allowed. Kaya nga po, nag-allow tayo ng
naman ang nagsabi noon eh. Talaga naman ang ini-issue lang ngayon, emergency. Lahat naman, ganyan ang in-issue eh. Don't tell me, sinasabi mo na yung mga nag-decide sa US, hindi magagaling yon, na inalaw nila yung Pfizer, yung Moderna, na hindi nila inaralan yan after so many years. Inaralan nila yan.
Emergency use lang din po yun, hindi rin po pwedeng ibenta yung sa
I don't think in these developed countries they will allow emergency use kung hindi talagang na-prove nila na okay yan. Anyway, yun lang ang gusto kong ipaano sa inyo kasi ikaw siguro doktor ka, hindi mo alam yung cost sa economy nung ginagawa nyo na napakahirap din. Kasi alam mo, pag bumagsak ang ekonomiya natin, saan kukuha ang gobyerno na isusweldo sa inyo? Oh. Kasi you have to consider that also. Hindi pwede yung ang titingnan mo lang yung trabaho mo, hindi mo tinitingnan yung effect on other people, 'di ba? And then the government, I'm sure, kinakabahan na ang Secretary of Finance na walang income ang government that will be used by the government to fight this pandemic, 'di ba? Anyway, I want also to ask, ano yung stand nyo dito sa below 16? Kasi yung ibang countries nagsabi na that they will not vaccinate young people below 16 years old kasi itong vaccine na to hindi to pa napoprove na pwede sa young people below 16. What is the stand of the government on this? DOH?
Yes, Madam Senator. As of now po, lahat po ng vaccine na nag-a-apply po ng EUA sa atin, ang kanila pong target, ang pwede lamang pong gamitan indicated would be 16 years old and older. Ngayon pong medyo na, pag nakita na po ang safety sa adults, nagsa-start na po sila ngayon na gawin yung trial sa mga bata.
So
maaari po towards the end of the year, pwede na po sa bata.
Pero 35%, tinignan ko sa statistics, yung below 16 in 2010 is 35% of the population. Baka ngayon 40% na yun kasi that was 2010. Ngayon 2020 na. Mas marami ng bata ngayon. So that would mean 40% of the population cannot be vaccinated. So ang target market na lang sa Philippines is 160% of 110, which is 66 million. So ibig sabihin, yung sinasabi nyo bibilhin yung 70 million people, that's the whole Philippines na. Wala nang exception doon, sobra pa. Kasi talaga namang hindi i-vaccinate ang 16 years old and below, or below 16 years old. Do you agree with that? Can you answer that?
They are consulting with the...
Kasi pala yung 70 million, parang 100% na yon. Kasi hindi naman talaga pwede i-vaccinate ang below 16 years old. Ang dami niyan sa Pilipinas. Di ba maraming bata, bata sa Pilipinas more than the matatanda.
Mr. President, Senator, kanina po sinabi po ng WHO na as of now, as of today, wala pa pong definitive studies na nagpapakita na epektibo yung mga bakunang inaaral ngayon sa buong mundo para sa 16 and below. Pero sinabi din po ng WHO na aaralin po niya ito. Kaya po,
pero as of
hindi
today,
pa po tayo sigurado baka po sa mga susunod na buwan, meron pong maging bakuna na magiging pwede pong gamitin sa mga 16 and below. So inaabangan din po natin.
So pag ganyan ang computation, pag naka 35 million tayo, may herd immunity na tayo? Di ba 50% yung herd immunity?
Ma'am, ang computation po ng DOH ay 65 to 70% of the entire population. So roughly po mga...
kaso nga hindi i-vaccinate ang almost 40% of the youth, yung 16, below 16 years old. So we're talking of a limited number. Kasi importante yung may feeling tayo na herd immunity na tayo kasi that means we can bring back the economic activity pag meron na tayong herd immunity.
At saka sinabi kasi nila,
according
Senator
to
Villar, kanina
Yes.
sabi nila, Senator Villar, if I may remind Secretary Dizon and the head of the FDA, kay Doktor, sabi ninyo kahit ma-achieve natin yung 67 or 70% na vaccinated, wala pang kasiguraduhan kung okay na yon para magbukas ulit.
Ay, hindi.
Madam Chair, kasi po, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, kasi po, ang vaccination is really just one of the strategies to end this pandemic. Marami pa po lahat tayong ginagawa. Masasabi lang po kasi natin mapagbukas na kapag nakita natin talagang bumaba na po ng pababa yung kaso at daw tapos po ang local transmission. So we cannot categorically say na pag po nabakunahan na yung 70%, yun na yun. No? It will depend on a lot of other factors.
Kasi sinasabi nila na kung hindi mamatay naman sa COVID, papatayin nyo naman sa gutom ang mga tao. Kasi syempre, pag walang economic activity, wala silang income, kung hindi sila mamatay sa COVID, mamamatay naman sila sa gutom dahil wala silang pambili ng pagkain. Kaya it should be balanced also. Of course, the people from DOH might not agree with that, but us, the ordinary people who have seen the difficulty in this pandemic would really feel that way. Anyway, I don't want any more questions, to ask any more question kasi parang sarado na yung mind ninyo. But I want to reiterate my previous manifestation that LGUs and private companies be allowed to buy COVID-19 vaccine directly. Basta yung COVID-19 vaccine would have an emergency use authorization issued by the FDA. Yun lang po. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Senator Hontiveros is next. You have 10 minutes.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman, at magandang hapon po sa ating mga resource persons. Actually po, karamihan ng mga tanong ko para sana kina Sec Duque at saka Sec Galvez, but I do have a few other questions para sa FDA pati DOF. So itanong ko na rin po, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. So una po para kay Director General Domingo sa FDA. Sir, alam niyo naman siguro by now kung gaano ko kalakas na sinusuportahan yung policy position na in-express kanina ni Senate President Pro Temp Ralph at Senate Minority Leader Frank tungkol po dun sa emergency use authorization kaugnay di lamang ng national government pero ng mga LGUs at saka private sector. At ganun din yung pagsuporta ko sa in-express ni Sen Ping na pagkagulat na kahit may isang mukhang favored na kumpanya na hindi pa nag-a-apply para sa EUA ay may nakapark na tayo na kontrata. But in addition to that, DG Domingo, bukod po dun sa sinabi ni Yusek Densing kanina na tag-along at yung sinabi din ni Sec Galvez na tripartite agreement, gusto kong ipik yung mind nyo sa FDA. Ano po yung mga requirements para mabigyan ng flexibility yung mga LGUs at yung private sector in terms of procurement ng vaccines para sa totoong whole of government and whole of society approach sa vaccination program?
Yes, Madam Senator. Kami naman po naniniwala kami na kailangan yung mga LGU at private sector. Kaya nga po ginawa natin ang paraan na maaari silang maka-access through DOH. Kasi yung mga kumpanya po talagang malalaki ay hindi magbebenta sa mga LGU at saka mga private company. Kasi po yung kanilang produkto under development pa at hindi pa sila ready na i-market ito. Kaya po ang naisip namin kung through DOH at saka INTF ay bibigyan sila ng paraan para maka-access. Ang ginagawa naman po namin sa ngayon, nagte-training na po kami, pati yung private sector, nag-meeting kanina, how can they join the surveillance system? Pagkatapos po sila Yusek Mir na iti-train na rin po sila kung paano magbabakuna. So magiging part din naman po talaga sila ng vaccination. And what we really feel is ito po yung paraan na maka-access sila kasi nga po walang magbebenta pa sa kanila. Ngayon kung sakali pong dumating nga po yung magkaroon ng polisiya na nag-a-allow ng pagbebenta ng isang kumpanya ng EUA product under EUA directly to an LGU or a private company, baka yun nga po mas magiging madali pero hindi pa rin po siya garantiya. na yung mga kumpanya ay magbebenta po ng kanilang produkto. Kasi po yung produkto nila under development pa, and they will always protect their company to make sure na hindi pa nila ibebenta commercially hanggang hindi po sila handa.
Well, DG, mukhang hindi na totoo na hindi sila magbebenta dahil kanina lamang kahit si Senate President, Mr. Chair, ay nagbalita sa atin na yung City of Makati, in fact, ay nakapag-conclude na successfully ng ganitong klaseng procurement. At ganun din po kung sabihin natin na under development pa ang mga produkto nila, hindi pa sila mamamarket, pero kaya nga may EUA at kung magagamit ito, kung may confidence ang national government na gamitin ito and in fact i-administer yung produktong iyon sa tens of millions ng ating mga kababayan, bakit hindi pwedeng mag-partake of sa ganyaring confidence yung mga LGU at private sector na gustong mag-partner sa national government sa overall vaccination effort natin.
Madam Senator, yun nga po
yes,
yung
DG.
advantage po, no? Yes, ma'am, yun po ang advantage na national government po yung nagpo-procure. Kasi mapoproteksyonan po ng national government yung mga local government. Siya po yung nagtitake ng responsibility over the investigational product that will be used. Kapag po ang LGU diretsong bumili, siya na po ang mananagot, ano? Siya na po ang magiging responsable doon. So actually malaking tulong po sa LGU tsaka sa private company kung through DOH po sila bibili kasi nandun po yung mantle of protection of the DOH taking responsibility over the use of the product which is not yet fully developed.
Well, DG, wala namang nagsasabing hindi mahalaga yung ganyang proteksyon ng national government sa LGUs or sa private sector. But that would work both ways. That could be a protection mutually extended dahil nga whole of society approach yung totoong gusto nating mamobilize. And as for taking responsibility, sinabi na rin ni Sen. Ralph kanina na under the principle of subsidiarity sa ating local government code ay may mga tamang procedures na committed ang mga LGUs if ever participating in a national program like this, but as their own entities, no, as LGUs. In any case po, DG, may mga naibigay din kayo at si Sec. Galvez kanina na mga tips or leads or openings kung papaano mas masagot itong tanong ko tungkol sa for membro ng Senado na makikipagtulungan sa aking mga colleagues para i-provide for ito through iba't ibang legislative interventions namin. Isa pa pong tanong, DG, para sa FDA. Isa po kasi sa mga cause of anxiety sa usapin ng COVID-19 vaccine ay yung Dengvaxia controversy. At ito rin ang cause ng measles and polio outbreaks or resurgence. Can the FDA assure us of the safety of COVID vaccines that the administration will be issuing EUAs to? Yung various COVID vaccines po ay not yet in the WHO EDL, not yet in the national formulary, at hindi pa po evaluated ng ating HTAC. So how will you actually do a benefit-risk balance evaluation, and how can we allow government to pre-order negotiations with drug companies?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, yun nga po ang dahilan kaya humihingi naman po kami ng konting panahon din na i-review itong mga bakuna na to. Kahit pumasa na po siya sa US, sa Europe, tinitingnan din po ng mga experts natin yung benefit at saka risk po niya dito sa atin. And at the same time, we check for the country-specific risk management plan. Pag nagsubmit po ang isang kumpanya, sasabihin niya ang kanyang produkto, ang mga possible na risk na magkakaproblema ito, at kung ano yung risk mitigation para po ma-avoid natin yung mga ito na specific po dito sa ating bansa, sa ating klima, at saka sa ating pong sitwasyon. Pagkatapos po, kapag po lumabas iyon, kasama po yun sa mga kondisyon na ilalabas sa emergency use authorization. All of the conditions that will optimize the benefit and minimize risk. And at the same time, i-approve din po natin yung information sheet nung pong produkto na iyon para nakalagay lahat ng possible side effects, lahat po ng possible benefits, and lahat po ng mga unknown, mga possible unknown pa rin po, nakalista rin po doon. So that when the patient goes to the vaccination site at magpapabakuna siya, nandun po sa kanyang impormasyon na yon, mababasa niya pong lahat yon at magkakaroon po siya ng informed consent bago po siya magpabakuna. So ito po yung inaaral natin, hindi naman po kasi basta approval lamang, kundi yung mga condition din po ng approval to make sure na ma-maximize po yung benefit at saka po yung risk ay mabawasan. And at the same time, as the vaccine is rolled out, required po natin yung kumpanya na mag-submit sa atin ng data na nangyayari sa buong mundo na ginagamit yung kanilang bakuna. Kung may nakikita po na bagong side effect, kung nagbabago po yung risk and benefit ratio, kung meron pong dahilan para po pigilin natin ang kanyang pagbabakuna. Ito po yung requirement po natin sa isang produkto na under emergency use authorization.
Understood, DG, at isa na ako sa mga miyembro nitong chamber na gusto talagang makapag-comply ang ating health system doon sa sapat na panahon na inilalaan ninyo para sa pag-review ng mga vaccines na ito. Pero syempre, ikambal din po natin sa sense of urgency na hinihingi. Hindi lamang naming mga miyembro ng Senado, pero yung ating mga kababayan na sa katapusan po nitong buwan, unang anibersaryo na po kasi ng unang case ng COVID-19 dito sa Pilipinas. So it's a very reasonable time frame within which gusto talaga nating lahat makahakbang na tayo dun sa stage ng pag-roll out ng isang maayos at comprehensive na vaccination program. And just as an aside, DG, palagay ko somewhere down the road, few years from now, ay kailangan magkaroon din ng panahon na magkaroon ng maayos na closure tungkol dyan sa Dengvaxia controversy na iyan. Pero again, that's not for today's hearing, pero palagay ko darating ang panahon na kailangan nating anihin yung mga leksyon mula sa kontrobersyang iyan, i-apply na rin sa ating pandemic response ngayon. At yun na nga, as I said, mabigyan siya ng maayos na closure na wala pa tayo hanggang sa ngayon. And I'm sure marami tayong matatanong tungkol dyan para dyan sa ating mga public health advocates. Salamat po, DG Domingo. Yun lang po yung mga tanong ko para sa FDA sa araw na ito. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, isang tanong naman po para sa DOF.
Mr. Chairman, before you leave FDA,
Yes.
would the lady just allow me one question?
Of course.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. President.
To the FDA, as Yusek Domingo, let's assume that on January 14, Pfizer gets the emergency use authorization, as you have represented in the media. I assume the medical practitioner who administers a Pfizer vaccine is free of any liability because there is an emergency use authorization. Would you agree with that, sir?
I believe, sir, the Department of Health po would be covering our practitioners. Kasi nga po, it's a program under the Department of Health.
So, no, from your, since you have issued an emergency use authority, would that be sufficient to exempt or to sufficient authority for the medical practitioner to administer the vaccine for Pfizer?
Yes, Mr. Senator, it is. Opo,
So
it is.
the medical practitioner incurs no liability under the FDA once the emergency use authority is issued to Pfizer. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Opo, Mr. Senator.
Okay, good. And the same circumstance would apply in the case of, is it Astra, where there is also an application for the emergency use authority? Yes, AstraZeneca also filed one on, is it on January 6? The moment,
Opo, Mr. Senator. So,
the moment
if they get an AUA, then it can be used.
yeah, assuming that an emergency use authority is issued to AstraZeneca, the medical practitioner who administers the vaccine incurs no liability under the FDA law and regulations.
Yes, sir. It will be an authorized product for use by the medical.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. It will be a product that is authorized for use by the medical practitioner.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to clarify that as a legal proposition. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Senator Ontiveros, for giving us a little time.
You're welcome, Minority Leader. So, Mr. President, may I ask now the resource person from the DOF? Salamat po, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Sir, given the huge amounts needed to fully immunize the majority of our people, para nga po dun sa herd immunity, how does government intend to bridge the current gap? Narinig ko po kasi si Sec Dominguez minsan, sinabi nila that we can borrow to finance our vaccine procurement. Loans to finance our vaccine procurement, which can then lead to our earlier exit from this economic downturn, are even encouraged. Pero ibang usapin po kung kanino tayo mangungutang at kung mayroon man, ang mga kondisyon. Tied loans po ba ito? Halimbawa kung yung ibang utang natin ay kukunin natin sa China at condition nila ay magagamit lang natin ang loan proceeds para bumili lamang ng Chinese-made vaccines. Meron po bang ganon?
Just to answer, basically, bulk of our finance, we have basically gotten initial authorization to borrow at least $800 million from two multilateral banks. So it's the World Bank and the ADB. And as you know, both banks do not engage in tied credit or tied loans. So basically, we're going to apply their procurement rules. And in both banks, for this COVID emergency, they've allowed negotiated procurement, but they do not limit they do not limit the nationality of the supplier insofar as a vaccine procurement is concerned. So for that, we have to rely on the vaccine expert panel for us to determine and tell us which vaccine to negotiate. So we have done exactly that. Thank you.
Salamat, Yusek Hoven. Dun lamang sa dalawang multilateral banks ba tayo uutang, or are we considering to also borrow from other individual countries or from individual countries?
Okay, initially we have considered borrowing from bilateral sources, but by virtue of the facilities set up by both banks, I think what we have, the allocation we have is more than enough to cover our requirements. So as of now, the answer is no. Thank you.
So as of now, Yusek, sasapat yung $800 million galing sa World Bank at ADB. But if ever we should need to consider additional loans, especially in the coming years, meron na po ba tayong lined up na mga particular countries that we are considering to take out loans from?
For vaccination, our go-to financing will be multilateral, because we don't want our decisions to be affected by who our lenders are. Basically, we want free access on we want access on financing to be separate from the issue on the choice of product we're procuring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusek Hoven. Nakikiisa ako sa inyo sa ganyang prinsipyo. I think it's a very sound borrower's principle, at aasahan ko na the DOF will hold the line on that. I think very practicable also and very doable or usable principle as a borrower. Salamat po. Last question, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, for today. Well, itatanong ko sana kay Sec Galvez, pero who else of our resource persons from the NTF may care please to address this question of mine tungkol po sa PSG at yung smuggling of vaccines. Kasi po even in routine immunizations, and especially po for new vaccines, there is monitoring and surveillance for yung tinatawag ng mga health authorities na possible adverse effects following immunization o AEFI in order to identify affected individuals for the needed appropriate intervention. At kaya po yung record keeping of patients na binanggit din ni Sen. Aimee kanina is important. So sa kaso po ng PSG, assuming reports are true that the vaccine used has more or less 74 side effects as reported by Taiwan media, sino po nagmo-monitor dun sa tumanggap ng vaccines? Lalo na po kung walang health worker na involved sa administration ng vaccine, who is or who are keeping tabs of the AEFI for the PSG personnel?
Madam Chair, I have limited knowledge on this. However, I know that I received a letter yesterday from Secretary Duque. Nakasisi po ako at sumulat po siya sa PSG asking for the list of if ever anybody was vaccinated, for the list of those people, and then possible kung meron pong adverse events. No? So, ang alam ko po hiningi ni Secretary Duque yun for DOH.
So ang DOH po yung magmo-monitor kung merong AEFI sa members ng PSG na na-vaccinate.
Yes, Madam Senator.
Thank you, DG. Would anyone else, kung wala na si Sec Galvez, meron pa po bang taga-NTF or IATF who would like to address this question? Aware po ba kayo na minomonitor na ng DOH?
There is your time is up, Senator Tiveros, but you may respond, Secretary Dizon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Like what the FDA Director General said, I think this matter has been brought up with the DOH already, and I think the DOH is acting accordingly, ma'am. So
what exactly does acting accordingly mean, Sec. Dizon?
Acting according to the role they need to play to monitor and to investigate the issue on the alleged vaccinations of the PSG members.
So
the
IATF is
NTF
aware
leaves it to the regulatory agencies. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So IATF is aware that the DOH is investigating this incident. Since my time is up, Sec. Dizon, just one last question I would have asked Sec. Galvez, but I would appreciate kung pwede nyo rin pong tugunan. So yung COVAX po, yung COVID Vaccine Access Program Facility, sa pamamagitan ng Advanced Market Commitment, yung AMC, will ensure that 23 million Filipinos, among them members of our uniformed personnel, will receive the first available doses of vaccines. So yung cost po ng vaccines has been subsidized, and our counterpart reportedly will be between 1.6 to $2 per dose, including cost of delivery. When will the vaccines under COVAX arrive? And has this information been communicated properly to potential recipients and specifically to the AFP and the PNP? Kasi it seemed po sa incident that is now being investigated and monitored by the DOH, it seemed po na walang confidence yung PSG na yung said vaccines ay darating in time. Therefore, yung di umanong pagmamadali nila na i-vaccinate nilang isa't isa ahead of time.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, ma'am, we would again like to clarify for the COVAX facility of approximately 40 plus million doses, good for more than 20 million of the Philippine population. The Philippines will receive all of this for free under the COVAX facility, similar to the other member countries in the availing of the facility. So wala pong bayad yun on our end, on the Philippine end. As to the timing of the delivery, we actually have just received very recent information, just I think yesterday, that the COVAX facility will be delivering an earlier than expected. I think within the first quarter, it could be as early as February, but we have yet to get the details on the date of delivery and also the quantity of delivery, as well as what vaccine will be delivered by COVAX. Please allow us to just get the information from the COVAX facility through the DOST and the DOH and the DOST. And we will inform the Committee of the Whole as soon as we get it, ma'am.
Thank you, Sec Dizon.
Alright,
At
thank
ito
you,
po ba ay
Secretary.
na-communicate sa AFP at PNP at lahat po ng mga potential recipients? Kasi nga parang nagmadali yung PSG eh.
Ano po, no? Tuloy-tuloy naman po ang communication sa lahat ng agencies, especially yung ating frontline agencies ng ating Department of Health. And we assure them po yung unang mga vaccine na dadating, whether it's the COVAX facility or the bilateral negotiations being done with the pharmaceutical companies, we will stick to the prioritization that was presented earlier po, which prioritized the frontliners, both medical and non-medical po.
Alright,
Salamat,
thank
Sec
you,
Dizon.
Secretary
Salamat,
Dizon.
Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very
Salamat,
much.
Mr. President.
Yes, and just earlier, if you monitor the presentation, the AFP is number 5 in the priority list. They're not in the top 4. Anyway, Senator
Very
Lacson,
quick.
you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Very quick lang, Secretary Vince. Is it included in your vaccination plan to issue some kind of a certification to those who have undergone vaccination? Yung 2 doses, just like in Australia, for example, yellow card.
Yes.
Or China, digital code. Ano ba i-issue natin?
Kagaya po nung nasabi kanina po ng DOH, sir, meron po nga magkakaroon ng vaccine certificate or vaccine passport. Ito ay magiging digital. I think a QR code will be provided for each Filipino who will get the vaccine.
Which will be used during travels, transactions.
Opo, for transactions po within the country, I'm not sure po if it will be used for international travel. It can be used for international travel later on po, depending of course on the agreements between countries.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next is Senator Richard Gordon. Senator Gordon, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of inquiry, which I think should not be deducted from my time. Obviously, there are no more resource persons. Does the chair intend to call? I heard he was going to call another hearing in the next few days. Is that correct, sir?
Yes. Yes, we are scheduling another hearing on Friday because there are other resource persons that are necessary to be present or needed to be present. Representatives from the private sector are going to be invited, and some of the requests of our colleagues.
Thank you, sir. In pursuit of that, may I ask questions only for those who are remaining here because the others are not there and they are the subject of my questions, Your Honor. Those who are not here.
Well, yes, then you can be on the top of the list on Friday if you so desire. Now, we can you can propound your questions on Friday instead of now. Because there are other colleagues who have opted not to ask questions because they would want to be on the top of the list on Friday.
Well, in that case, let me just ask a few questions of Eric Domingo, and then I'll line up for Friday as well, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Domingo, do you think that was good policy that other people would get the vaccine first without any clearance from your office? Would you say that was illegal?
Well, Mr. Senator, using unregistered products is you cannot legally dispense or use them in the country.
Well, that's correct. So they committed an illegality. Although I must say that they're doing this out of loyalty, but still we cannot countenance that. Is that your opinion as well?
Well, for the FDA, sir, it's a matter of safety. We just want to assure that all products that are being used in the country are safe and that that they are handled properly.
And that is
yun po ang talagang habol natin.
And that is your responsibility under the charter of the FDA. And having said that,
Yes,
the reason for that is you do not want anybody else, especially the powerful or those who are well connected, who have special connections in other countries, to be able to get in diseases principally because the disease is untried, untested, and if others follow, there may be effects that are not going to be observable by our country. Would that be correct, sir?
Yes, sir. We just regulate drugs to make sure that they are handled properly and that they come from a reliable source, that they can be traced in case there are any problems, and that if anybody receives them, that if there are any adverse events, that they can be reported to us.
In other words, it's very dangerous for them to be doing that.
Yes, sir.
So I have no brief against the PSG. I certainly commend them for taking a bullet for the president, literally, if you want. But nonetheless, it is the example of the fact that we must follow the law. And you could have given them a temporary permit anyway. Would that be correct?
I think, sir, yeah, it is justifiable. We do all want to protect the president, and compassionate special permit or a donation permit from the DOH.
I agree, and
would be feasible
I'm not
for
trying
that.
to run after anybody. I just want to make sure na matuto yung mga tao nakikinig na may batas tayo. Sir? Hello?
Na-post ko po, Mr. Senator.
You were disconnected for a while. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Ibig sabihin, ang pinapasabi ko lang, gusto ko marinig sa inyo, itong batas na ito ay para sa proteksyon ng kalahatan. Kaya may mga pagka... Po ba yan?
We did not hear the question, Senator Gordon. You were cut off. Your internet connection is not doing well at this point.
Well, the example must be
We did not hear.
Hello?
You are your picture is frozen. Your picture is frozen, and we do not get your audio.
I hope it's not the case. I'm just...
Yeah, now it's okay. Go ahead.
Alam nila na may pagkakamali yun. At through busalan dahil hindi tayo nagtatanong tungkol. Yeah. Anyway, Venus Dizon?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Sorry po, we did not get the question.
Secretary Dizon, you and General Galvez what? Has been doing yeoman's work. Is so far as this next episode of vaccination, would you agree that the whole purpose is to save lives?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. The whole purpose of what we are doing and what we've been doing is to save Filipinos.
Yes, I was looking for tayo at pag umutang tayo lalaki ang pabera na yan gagawin natin. Tama po ba yan?
I'm sorry, Senator Gordon. There's a message in your box that says the low bandwidth, and it's the resource persons cannot answer because they did not hear the entire question.
today, Mr. President.
Wala.
That's okay. Masama ang connection eh.
No. Yan. Go ahead.
Well, again, hindi po ba sa objectives niyo, ang sinasabi ko lang, maikli ang PC natin, ang pera natin ay hindi infinite. So, dapat gamitin natin itong pera natin sa wasto. So, ang tanong ko sa inyo, apart from saving lives, napansin ko ho na ang goals niyo yung, siyempre, unahin natin yung mga primary, yung mga frontliners. Pero hindi ba dapat unahin rin natin yung ating ekonomiya? Because ang may sakit, hindi lang yung tao, ngunit yung ekonomiya. Hindi ko nakita yan eh. Nakita ko lang essential workers, hindi pa specific. Would it be correct therefore to say, unahin natin yung mga katrabaho dahil pag hindi nakakuha ng trabaho yan, bibigyan pa natin ng pera palagi yung mga taong yan dahil magugutom sila. Di kaya naman nakikita natin na kapag start na ibang bansa, gumagaling na sila dahil nag-uumpisa na sila magkaroon ng vaccine. Dapat masabayan natin yan para pag tayo ay may vaccination na, madali na silang imbitahin dito sa Boracay, sa Puerto Princesa, madali na tayo mag-imbita ng mga manufacturing. So sinasabi ko lang po, hindi po ba dapat unahin natin yung mga nagtatrabaho sa mga pabrika para makapagtrabaho sila, sa mga tourism establishments, sa mga construction, at sa mga drivers at lahat ng mga importanteng para makagalaw ng ekonomiya natin. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po, Senator, Mr. President, tama po yun. Kagaya po ng pinresent ni Secretary Galvez kanina, kasama po ang essential workers sa sectors tulad ng agriculture, food, transportation, tourism, sa mga priorities po, lalo na po sa mga areas na mataas po ang incidence ng COVID-19.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm being too skittish. Wala akong nakita manufacturing. Wala akong nakita doon sa mga magtatrabaho na pwedeng makapagdagdag sa trabaho para meron tayong makakapagsweldo at makakabayad ng buwis. At ang workforce natin ay umaabot ng 39.8 million. So kailangan talaga i-prioritize yung mga trabaho ng mga taong yan para makagalaw ang ating ekonomiya. Hindi po ba? Sa madaling sabi, ang kanilang kalasag ay yung binibigay na vaccine para makapagtrabaho sila.
Tama po, Senator.
So habulin natin ngayon yung mga bansa katulad ng Israel, katulad ng Amerika, yung mga iba nakakapag-vaccinate na para habang tayo naghahabol doon, nag-vaccinate tayo para pagdating ng oras, makakapasok na sila rito sa atin ulit. Di po ba?
Tama po, Senator. Tama po.
Now, meron po ba tayo nakalagay sa batas na pinopropose ninyo o sa gagawin ninyo na may badge yung bawat ma-vaccinate para may QR code para halimbawa, sasakay sa bus, papakita lang yung QR code, I'm already vaccinated. O papasok sa mga gusali, I'm already vaccinated. Meron silang badge na makikita yon. Meron ba kayo na nasa planong ganyan? Wala akong narinig kasing ganyan kanina.
Tama po, sir. Kanina po na-present po ni Secretary Duque ng DOH ang plano na magkaroon ng isang vaccine certificate or vaccine passport gamit ang QR code na personal po para sa individual na Pilipino. Pag siya po ay nabakunahan, meron po siyang individual QR code na kanya lang po. At ito po ay pwedeng gamitin sa iba't ibang mga bagay dito sa Pilipinas tulad ng mga nasabi niyo po.
Well, ang sinasabi ko lang po ito, nasabi niya pero gusto ko lang idiin yun para maintindihan ng tao na pag nagpa-vaccinate sila, meron silang magiging badge at QR code. At dahil ang tatamaan pa rin dyan ay mga transportation units natin na kung walang transportation, hindi makakapasok yung mga tao dahil natatakot sila na baka mahawa sila. Kaya kailangan may QR code sa mga buses. Tama po ba yan? O sa mga jeepney?
Tama po, sir. And kasama po yan sa implementation po ng rollout ng vaccine.
Now, sinasabi nyo, 39.8 million people will be employed in the workforce will be vaccinated. But in reality, there are 56 million in the age group of 20 years old to 59 years old. Ay, kailangan mabakunahan. Meron ba tayong timeline dito? At ina-asinte nyo ba yan talaga sapagkat yung mga bata, hindi naman pwedeng bakunahan yung mga 18 years old and below. Pero matatapos ba natin yan sa lalong madaling panahon?
Ang target po na pinresent ni Secretary Galvez kanina po ay 50 to 70 million vaccinated Filipinos in 2021 po.
At dahil dyan, meron ba kayong priority sa well, bago ako pumunta dyan, alam po ba ninyo ang record ng vaccination ng ating bansa? Medyo mahina. In fact, ang Red Cross po katulong sa pagbabakuna doon sa measles at saka polio. Dahil napilitin mo kami ganyan, dahil nakikita namin, ginagawa naman talaga ng Red Cross yan. Ang nabakunahan na fully immunized child ay 69% of the population in 2019. 2018, 66%. 2017, 67%. 2016, 70%. 2015, 70%. At ang pinakamataas nung panahon ni Secretary Flavier na talaga nagpapabakuna ang mga tao. So, ang gusto ko lang po sabihin, dapat mabigyan natin ng pansin yung pag-i-implement dyan sapagkat kung we only get one crack at it, pag kamali tayo at hindi na bakunahan ang sapat na tao, talagang mahihirapan tayo, hindi natin ma-acquire yung herd immunity. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po, Senator. Gaya po ng nasabi din kanina ni Secretary Galvez, napakalaki pong hamon nitong unprecedented vaccination program na ito para sa COVID-19. At kinakailangan po talaga ng tulong ng pamahalaan galing sa mga grupo tulad po, lalong-lalo na ng Philippine Red Cross para po talagang maging mas epektibo ang ating pagbabakuna sa ating mga kababayan.
Hindi naman nung nagpipilit kami pero wala ko nakita ang Philippine Red Cross doon. Nakita ko yung Unilab pero walang Philippine Red Cross. Ito isang organisasyon na nakapaglagay tayo ng 1.6 million, nakapagtala tayo ng almost 1.7 million testing at ang sumusunod sa amin ay 500,000. Para bang hindi naman kami nagpapapansin pero gusto rin namin talagang tumulong dahil bago pa yan, tumutulong na kami sa bakuna. But that's not the point of my question. Ang point ko ng question ay talagang makover natin talaga ng gusto yung dapat bakunahan. Now, moving along, sir, may I ask you, do we have prioritization for high prevalence areas such as Manila, Iloilo, Davao, and Cagayan? Meaning to say, na one vaccine ay pwedeng mag-work sa isang lugar. Katulad nga doon sa UAE, yung Chinese vaccine, umandar ng umabot ng 79% ata, or 80%. Pero sa kanila, umaabot lamang ng 60%. Sa makatwid, merong chasm, may diferensya. Ano po? Baka mangyari sa atin yan na dito, baka hindi effective o baka mas effective. Inaaral po ba natin yung prevalence, zero prevalence examination yung mga yan para makikita natin kung effective sa atin yung mga yan?
Opo, sir. Unang-una po, yung sa prioritization ng areas with high prevalence of COVID-19, kasama po yan sa prioritization plan po ng ating vaccine rollout. Ang mga areas po na mataas ang attack rate at mataas ang prevalence ng COVID-19 ay mas mataas ang prioridad. Doon naman po sa efficacy ng mga bakuna, yan po ay talagang inaaral po ng ating vaccine expert panel with the DOH and the DOST para po masigurado na yung pong mga bibili nating mga bakuna unang-una ay safe at effective po para sa ating mga kababayan.
Tama, yun lang naman gusto ko pa palabasin. Dapat mayroon tayong pag-aaral kung anong effective sa ating kultura, sa ating katauhan, sa ating uri ng tao dahil yung iba nga effective sa ibang lahi sa atin, baka hindi as effective. Kaya nga yung zero prevalence test, I'm glad to know that you're going to do that. And I would expect that we get a report from time to time kung how effective the vaccine is. Now, isang pinagtatakaan ko lang, I don't know if this has been asked, kasi kanina pa kami naghihintay dito, minsan nawawala ang attention namin dahil ang haba-haba nga ng nangyayari, but it's okay. Ang pinagtatakaan ko lang, bakit tayo nahuli sa queue? Di ba dapat nung pang sinabing lalabas na yung vaccine, kahit na hindi pa sigurado, dapat pumila na tayo, let's say sa Pfizer o sa malalaking drug company na maglagay tayo ng, kung kailangan nila maglagay tayo ng deposito, we could do that. Pero ngayon, lumalabas tayo isa sa mga huling bansa na nakakuha ng vaccine. Would that be accurate?
Sir, hindi naman po siguro nahuli Dahil po, nung unang-una pa lang po na na-appoint si Secretary Galvez bilang vaccine czar, ay immediately po ay nakipag-usap na siya sa iba't ibang mga vaccine companies katulad po ng Pfizer at ng iba pang mga kumpanya. Pero yung pong mga finalization po ng ating mga agreements sa kanila ay nangyayari na po ngayong buwan ng January ngayong 2021.
Hindi po,
But we want to assure po,
sinisiguro ko lang po na hindi tayo nagkamali doon dahil ang Indonesia na nakakuha agad. At ibang bansa nakakuha agad. Tataka lang ako bakit hindi tayo nakakuha agad. And I will be mischievous if you will. I'm sorry, that's the only short word I can say, no? Hindi kaya pinagbibigyan natin yung isang bansa dyan na gustong magbili sa atin pero medyo nakaantala yung sa atin dahil umaasa tayo na mabibigyan tayo ng libre, which I think is the policy that must be undertaken na dapat yung talagang effective yun ang kukunin natin. Hindi kaya yun ang nangyari niya? Then meron mga nagsulat na sinasabi may preference raw ang administrasyon sa Chinese medicine. Now, quite frankly, I'm not against the Chinese medicine. Pero gusto ka malaman, I hope that is not the reason kung bakit tayo medyo nahuli, as you said.
Hindi po yun ang rason, Senator. At hindi po tayo, wala po tayong policy na pinapabura ng isang vaccine o isang bansa. Lahat po ng vaccines na safe at effective ay ipopursue po ng national government ng ating vaccine czar at vaccine cluster.
So hindi po totoo yan kasi may sunulat doon si Justice Carpio sa kanyang column sa Inquirer na sinasabi ang rason raw ay hindi makakabili dahil bawal sa ating batas, which is I think wrong. Pare-pareho naman mga abogado tayo dito, yung iba. At pinapayagan naman bumili tayo at magbigay ng advance payment. In fact, you can deduct the advance payment from whoever we order it. I just want to be sure for the knowledge of our people na that is not the fact because ang nakikita ko dapat na prioritize kaagad yung pagbili ng vaccine at yung nakikita ko kung magkamisan sa dami ng trabaho siguro hindi na napapansin at dapat ang pumito dyan ay ang Department of Health. Dapat nakikita pa lang ginagawa yan, naghahanda na tayo para makapila tayo at mauna tayo. Hindi po ba dapat tama yun ang ginawa?
Opo, we can assure you po, Senator, and the entire country that that is not the case po. Na lahat po ng vaccines at lahat ng bansang gumagawa ng bakuna sa COVID-19 ay pinaprioritize at kinakausap po natin.
No, pero kailan man na-appoint si... Sorry?
Can you please wrap up? Your time is up.
Inikli ako nga yung tanong ko pero it's okay. I will just say na dapat I just want to be sure na we are on the right path when we start making decisions. And on that note, I will end and I ask questions again on Friday. Thank you very much, Secretary Dizon and Secretary Domingo for your kindness. I think you're all doing a great job. Lang talaga nahihirapan rin tayo kung magkamisan dahil there are other elements that may come into play na kulang ang pero, naunahan tayo or whatever it is. I hope that the public is assured that our leaders are doing the right job. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. Senator Revilla will no longer manifest. He said he would want to join those who will be scheduled on Friday. So we are giving notice to everyone, all our resource persons that we've invited, and those that are going to be invited for Friday, that we will continue the hearing on Friday at 10 in the morning. January 15, 2021. Right. In the meantime, the hearing is hereby suspended.